Hey, welcome back. Glad to see you. Hello, friends, family, traders, and of course, everyone else. I'm glad you can make it. We're glad you can make it. You're at the right place at the right time. And yes, we've saved you a front row seat. This is opening call. He's Speed Racer. I'm Racer X. So let's get ready for a great day. Be part of the Top Step team. Participate. Be part of this community on Top Step Chat. Let's say hello to everybody's friend, our trading mentor, very own man with the plan, the market guru, John, a.k.a. the Hoagland. Good morning, Johnny.
Good morning, Racer X. It's good to see you. Just wondering what Spritel and Chim Chim are up to this morning. Good morning, everybody. Yes, it's the opening call, Tuesday, September the 24th. It's great to be with everybody. Top of the chat, I see Yabbersmack, Eddie's Bong, Command, Pete, Dan Trader, Ezra, Nick Nichols, John Jones, Mad Lucky, Mike, Trader Graves, JT, and Frizu. It's great to see all of you and great to be with each and every one of you. Happy Tuesday. I'm on a NyQuil hangover this morning, so I might be a little bit slow, but glad to be here with everybody. We're going to see what we can find out. As always, our focus is accurate context, good risk management, and remaining patient in our trading. Eddie, it's great to see you. How are you feeling this morning?
A little better. I was having some vision issues, I think, with these monitors. So Gabe said, "Hey, get some of those glasses that cut that blue light out." So I got some of those coming today. Hopefully, they get here early, and I will start wearing those. Yeah, a lot of monitors here, and a lot of time behind this computer. And if that happens to you, step away, walk away. We don't want this happening to you either. But otherwise, let's get to the news here. We had the U.S. stock futures pointing higher after comments from Fed officials regarding the big rate cut driving up equities on Wall Street in the prior session. Now, the Dow up 0.1%, S&P pretty much unchanged. NASDAQ futures up 0.2. The 30 stock Dow benchmark S&P 500, and the NASDAQ composite all gained yesterday as investors were in support of the Fed's outsized 50 basis point rate reduction last week. Now, Fed officials, including Neil Cash-and-Carry, Raphael Bostic, and Goolsbee, all back the move that argued for further slashes in the borrowing costs this year. Meanwhile, new data showed that U.S. business activity held steady in September, and average prices for goods and services climbed at the fastest pace in a half a year. Now, the figures, along with the release of the latest personal consumption expenditures price index, it's one of the Fed's preferred inflation gauges, could provide a glimpse into what we're going to be doing later. Now, Bostic was supposed to be speaking here top of the hour. We had some numbers that did come out. I'm not really showing too much as far as importance from Bostic. I'm sorry, Bowman. Yeah, yes, Bowman. Um, but anyway, there are some comments coming here. I will post those in the chat as we are moving along. So, statements with Bowman coming last week favored a quarter point down drawdown that was due to concerns that a bigger reduction would be misrepresented by the public. Now, Michelle Bowman, she says core inflation uncomfortably above the 2% target, with the upside risks given ongoing growth in spending and wages. So Michelle is still speaking here. We'll get those out as soon as we can. But Johnny, what do you have here?
All right. Well, thanks for that, Eddie, and letting us know a little bit about what Bowman's talking about. There are a couple of other economic numbers that just came out here at 8 o'clock with the Case Shiller and FHFA housing numbers coming out here. Just getting to them here. The Case Shiller numbers came out as expected. They were looking for 5.9%. That's exactly what it came out at. As far as the FHFA housing price index, they were looking for a plus 0.2%. That came out a little bit lower than expected at 0.1%. 9 o'clock this morning, we're looking for consumer confidence, or lack of consumer confidence is what we used to call it on the trading floor. The Richmond Fed Composite Index is also due out. There is a 2-year note auction at noon, and that's going to do it for the day until the API crude inventory numbers come out about 3:30 this afternoon. So not a lot of huge stuff on the known economic calendar here this morning. We've got the VIX here right at 16. It was 16.41 at this time yesterday. The dollar index 100.73. It was at 101 at this point yesterday. And the yield on the 10-year a little bit higher this morning at 3.8%. Was 3.67% yesterday. That's what we've got as far as the economic numbers so far this morning. Eddie, dude, where is your crude?
Well, you know what? I was watching crude here, and we broke the 72s. 72 here. Top of the day, top of the morning with the crude, 72.36. And we had just made that high here. We're tagging that high here right now. And watching the tilt earlier this morning, it has been very high on the long aspect, 70% long here. It's been holding around that area. So we are looking on crude. Crude prices advanced today, boosted by the monetary stimulus from top importer China, as well as escalating tensions in the Middle East. Brent climbed 1.2%, and we did see the WTI 1.4 better now. China's broad stimulus measures boosted hopes of expanding demand for crude from the world's largest importer. All right, so that is what we've got with the news. And of course, anything that hits the wire, eyes on the prize, bring that out as soon as we can. And you, as a listener and watcher here, if you see anything coming off the wire, off your wire of importance, by all means, share it in the chat. We work as a team here, and we move forward as a team. So let's get to our tip of the week. It's, you make the call. And there it is. There it is. James got it for us there. Risk management. Oh, risk management. You know what? This is so very important here. Risk reward ratio, what I'm going to talk about here. Potential risk of a trade to its potential reward. Now, traders use this to evaluate the viability of a trade before entering. This is what you should be doing. Some of the common ratios that we do use often aim at the 1 to 2 or 1 to 3, meaning the potential reward is 2 or 3 times greater than the potential risk. So definitely you want to work your risk management every day. That's the best. It's going to keep you moving forward and not blow your account. Charlie, what do you got?
Yeah, risk management comes in a lot of layers. Eddie was just talking about a very specific, trade by trade risk management technique or goal, if you will. Then there's the daily risk management where, you find yourself up $1,000. Part of that risk management is going to ensure that you finish that day a plus player. Maybe you only risk 50% of that. Then there's the overall account risk management. How much of that account are you willing to risk before kind of stepping back and re-looking at the way you're looking at the markets? And another thing, especially these days with the cold and flu season, are you really feeling up to actually putting risk on and taking trades? All part of risk management. And that's our main job here, is making sure you're managing risk, because as we always say here, always trade for tomorrow. And if you use up all your risk today, you're out of the party tomorrow. And nobody wants that for any of us. So make sure you always think about risk management. One of the things we say every day:
Yes.
context,
Management is
risk
so very
management,
important.
and patience.
I'm sorry, Johnny. Yes, it
Right?
is. Manage your account, manage yourself. All right. Both of them coincide here. So, hey, just before we get into the charts, I want to mention that today, the 24th of September, 1 o'clock p.m. Central Time, we've got the pioneer of the anchored VWAP, Brian Shannon, going to be with us. He's going to be coming on to discuss how he uses the indicator and how it's impacted his trading. Make sure you've got ink in your pen, your pencils are sharpened, your favorite crayon, whatever you're going to use. Take notes today, 1 p.m. Central Time. All right, let's get busy and let's get to Johnny's charts. Johnny, what do you got for us today?
All right. Well, rollover officially is over. We lost over $500,000 in open interest as those expired and settled in cash yesterday. Now we're going to be able to start to depend a little bit more on volume and open interest moving forward. Again, it's very difficult today to do so. But again, where is the market? What is the market trying to do, and how good of a job is it doing in going in that direction? Obviously, we've got a short time rally that seems to be still in place. We're up against all time highs. How good of a job is the market doing up here? Yesterday, surprisingly low volume in futures yesterday. It was very kind of eerie, very narrow ranges, just kind of a quiet day. The market just digesting everything that's come up to this point, and there is more data due out later on in the week. A lot of folks, of course, will be watching those PCE numbers at the end of the day, as well as the GDP numbers on Thursday. So it always seems we're looking forward to some sort of new data in these markets, and of course, that is always going to remain true. So it seems as though yesterday, within a very narrow range, kind of second day in a rangy area, the market just kind of settled in and just digested the current pricing. I think that's probably a good thing. We've come a long way in a short period of time. The little digestion does a good job of evening out inventories in longer time frames and shorter time frames. What are we looking for today? Let's take a look. All right. So yesterday, Again, a very small range. The range was about 23 and a half points. One of the smallest ranges that I can remember in recent history. Very rotational. We looked higher, we looked lower, we looked back higher, we looked back lower, we looked back higher. In the overnight inventory is looking a little bit to the long side, looking like it's going to be giving us a chance to open with a gap above the high of the range from yesterday, which is 57.84 half. We open with the gap. We can't close the gap. I would look for this market to start to look towards that 5,800 big fat round number. I know a lot of folks are talking about that number, and we're looking for a potential new all-time high. I would love to see that in the regular trading hour session on some decent volume and have been an increase in open interest, so we can keep this party to the upside moving. Uh, as long as there's no bad news, what do these markets have a tendency to do? They have a tendency to grind to the upside. Hopefully, with everything going on in the world today, we won't see any new bad news. And of course, we're always hoping and praying for that. So the profile yesterday was a normal variation, neutral day, the point of control very centrally located. This market used a lot of its ability to facilitate trade yesterday. It would make sense for price to try to auction, to probe to different levels, to different areas to try and find more trade facilitation. Where is the volume going to be? Right now, it seems to be rejecting that volume from yesterday. And again, with the gap open, the gap kind of gives us the opportunity. If we can't close that gap, and this is a loose rule, you can't close the gap, the session gap relatively early. We're looking for opportunities in the direction of the gap, which would have us looking to see this market moving higher. Of course, coming back into range and back inside value, which we're looking at a value high of approximately 57.78 and a half. We get back down below that level, that could bring value acceptance, and you could bring price back down to 57.68 approximately. So we're just watching to see if we reject range and value from yesterday to the upside for some continuation, or if we fail to do that, come back into range, back into value, and back into balance. Take a look at the NASDAQ now. The NASDAQ, a very similar situation, but a lot different, right? I mean, we're so far off the all-time highs in the NASDAQ here. NASDAQ has been lagging, of course, behind the S&Ps and the Dow. But it seems to be somewhat idling here up against our weekly kickoff high. That was last week's weekly kickoff high. Also, when we took a look within about 3 points of it last Thursday, I guess that was. Um, and we're still kind of idling in that area. I feel like these markets are somewhat idling. I think they are kind of seeking new information, new impetus to push price one direction or another. Give me 1 second. Forgive me a second here. I apologize. We're still trying to get a breakout above this weekly kickoff level so we can get another continuation, perhaps to start to look towards those all-time highs. I know, everybody with a 401k or stocks would really appreciate that, of course. And again, we lost about 62,000 in open interest. That is the end of all rollovers for the September 2024 contract. Will be able to look a lot more closely and depend a little bit more on the open interest and volume information moving forward again until next rollover. So blessings on us all for that. Take a look at the 30-minute chart here. Okay, so overnight inventory, a little bit to the long side. Again, very similar to the S&Ps, giving us a chance to open with a little bit of a session gap. A session gap close would take us back to a kind of a weak high here in the profile, but that would take us, a gap close would take us down to 20,126.75. But again, very loose gap rules are if we open with a session gap and we can't close that session gap relatively early, yes, a subjective term, then we look for opportunities for continuation, possibly to the upside. And we are looking at, again, Weekly kickoff high in the S&P is just above. We're looking at weekly kickoff high in the NASDAQ just above. It was, again, from last week, had a nice opportunity relatively close to that zone for that weekly kickoff high last week for a potential short. We don't know what's going to happen if it gets there again. Just make sure you're paying close attention and you're peaked for an opportunity if we do get up to that level, because it's an important level as it was proven already last week. If the profile yesterday, normal variation, very narrow range. Again, very, very strangely quiet as far as volume and range is concerned yesterday in the NASDAQ as well. It's only a 108-point range. We see 100-point ranges sometimes in minutes. It was all day yesterday that took 100 points that created that 100-point range. The market seems to be idling, seems to be looking for new information. As the market waits, it always does get new information. And just kind of keep in mind, with no bad news, there is that tendency for the equities to continue to grind to the upside. Let's take a look at crude oil now. Already growing some legs to the upside this morning. We know in the longer time frame, the market is in a downtrend. We are in a contrary rally here. The short time frame uptrend seems to be continuing here. We're seeing some decent volume this morning. Yesterday, we added 9,800 in open interest to the short side. I think we finally found some naysayers here, and those naysayers are probably the ones that are the first ones that are bailing out of those shorts today. We've got weekly kickoff 72.60 even. That's going to be a pivotal level for us. If we can accept above it, that could kind of be the beginning of a market state break in longer time frame. Be careful up at that level. We'll see if we can get some opportunities there today. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. We're finally looking like we are trying to fill this gap that we've been kind of up against for the last week or so. Look at overnight inventory is extremely long. The market just opened up. It looks as though it left the opening range at the low of the regular trading hour session, leaving a gap above yesterday's range. To close the gap to yesterday's range takes us down to 71.081. Yes, 081. And if we can't close that gap, again, I know it's a general rule, it's subjective. If we can't close that gap relatively early, I will look for this market to finish closing this gap and testing to weekly kickoff high 72.60, and then taking another look at what price action does there. We see, we can see relatively simply higher highs, higher lows, higher highs, higher lows. We are still in that trend to the upside. Try not to fight it. Watch and see what happens up at 52.60. That gap close in 52.60. This whole little area up here, the gap close is at 72.49. So we got an 11 tick area or range there. To be really trying to pay attention is as to what might happen at that level. Yesterday we added all that open interest on a pretty good push to the downside. Where did that downside trade to? It traded to the point of control from the 18th of September, right down to it. Didn't find anything to do down there, and then turned right back around, and we've been rallying ever since, coming off of that very visual naked point of control down there. Let's take a look now at gold, which is going to be a fascinating market for us today. Unfortunately, in the overnight, we got our first real test of the weekly kickoff high at 26.65 even. We know we've seen, over and over again, the market is in a longer time frame uptrend, and that uptrend is seemingly going to be continuing for the foreseeable future. Yeah, day before yesterday, Friday, we added a whole bunch of interest. Yesterday, we added 3,600 in open interest, indicating that buying is still coming into this market. It might be getting a little bit expensive right now. We're starting to see volume kind of falling off over the last couple of sessions, although volume today looks like it might actually be really, really kind of tasty. Well, we are at an important inflection level. Don't forget, 26.65, the weekly kickoff high. It is in play. Volume slowing a little bit as price goes higher, but we're still adding open interest. A little conflicting information there. So the market, here's yesterday. Okay, we added a member of more open interest. We've got value and range overlapping to higher, value outright higher. Overnight, we had a very volatile overnight session. It was but right around midnight is when we tested up to that 2665 even weekly kickoff high. And boy, the buyers sure backed off. Sellers took over, and it looks like we're heading back towards that level for another test of it. Keep an eye on that 2665 level today. If we fail at it, we could see this market pull significantly back, similar to what it did earlier today about midnight. If we accept above it, watch for continuation. See if you see time, see if you see momentum, volume, all of those things that say, hey, this thing is likely to keep going if we do get up to that 2665 level. The profile yesterday was a normal variation day yesterday, almost a P shape, but that's not supported by a loss in open interest. 4 days in a row now, ladies and gentlemen. At the end of the day, we've had negative delta in gold. That indicates longer time frame buyers, supported by increases in open interest. Be careful shorting this. Although, when I say that, usually there's things never go in a straight line. But, I think the market is telling us that it is attempting to continue to move higher until it doesn't. Take a deep breath, ladies and gentlemen. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. And by all means, pray for peace and pray for all of us. Let's see what these markets have in store for us today.
All right, Johnny. Johnny, I hope you feel better. Hey,
Thanks, buddy.
at the door, star of Market Clubhouse, trying to bounce back from a red day in the trading combine. Yes, the voice that the golden chords. We got Rips with us today. Hello, Rips.
What's up? How you doing there, Eddie? How's it going, John? Good to see you both.
What's up, man?
It's another beautiful day in the markets today. Looks like we are going to have better opportunities than yesterday. Yesterday was quite the doozy in the market here. I think I am sharing. There we go. I'm looking for us to hold this rebalancing above 131 here in the NQ. I really want to see if we can actually get up and above 168 today. We are showing a lot of strength right now. We had a lot of liquidity entertained underneath the VWAP here in the both the S&P and the NASDAQ. So we are looking at equities opening up pretty firm and strong up and to the right here. So if we do actually have this containing itself to the upside and holding this price action push, we could be in for a very largely green day today after we've had so much consolidation yesterday. Yesterday was a very difficult trading day for myself, and I know a lot of traders out there were struggling with it. Today, we're going to be trying something different here on the program. I'm going to be trading on Topstep X and seeing how we fare on that platform. So super excited about that, and I hope that everybody out there is going to have an extremely profitable day. To the downside, I am looking for 82s to trade out. If we do trade below 82, the target to the downside is going to be all the way down there at 20,012. So pretty standard range that I'm looking for here off the open is to hold above 131, entertaining above 168. If we do get that and we do tag above that and we actually hold, there's a good chance that we could see a big rally today. If we go up to that level, exchange liquidity, come right back down, there's a chance we're going to shuffle around back in balance where you see the volume profile sticking out right here. So a lot of different opportunities today in the market. I'm going to be watching the Mag 7 for clues. We do have a lot of news that's going to be coming out today that will be moving the market. We have a bond auction in the afternoon. We have the consumer confidence coming out at 9 a.m. Central Time. So a lot of things are going to be moving and shaking the market. Let's keep our wits about us and look for good setups today. I'm excited for today. John, what are you seeing in the markets for today?
Well, in the equities, I'm kind of looking at them with those narrow ranges we saw yesterday. I see a lot of idling seemingly coming into the market. And we had last week's weekly kickoff high at 20,606. Last week's high was 20,603. Really looking forward to an opportunity to see if there's any kind of breakout activity and continuation above that level, or a failure as it did last week for another pushback to the downside against that level. Gold is another market that has been fascinating for me lately. We've got the 2665 weekly kickoff high that's been there for a couple of weeks, tested in the overnight session. I'm looking forward to seeing that market get tested in the overnight session, in the regular trading hour session today. And been a little under the weather, Rips. I got a nice NyQuil hangover. So
oh my,
I'm going to be very cautious in anything I'm doing today.
Well, I love that. We do have 2 minutes now until the open. We did just see those algorithms coming on into the market, doing a couple of exchanges here. So I'm probably going to sit idly by, letting those first 2 to 5 minutes play out before I jump into a trade. But as I said earlier, I'm looking for key specific levels to either hold or break, and then kind of take the reaction off of that for some quick scalps. But I see that we have Dakota coming in here. I'm sure that Dakota himself is ready to nail the market
Star
today
of
as well.
slow markets. Yes, recently had 5 XFAs transferred to live, trying to bounce back from a red day in the trading combine. Hello, Dakota.
Oh, that's 5.
Whoa, Dakota.
Every day.
Dakota.
Oh, that's 10.
Dakota.
All right, let's get our 41 days, 16 hours, 31 minutes, and 7 seconds for the election in the gate. I'm going to pass this to Andre, and Andre is taking over. Hey, Andre.
Hey, Eddie, you nailed that countdown till the election. Very well done. Welcome, everybody, to TopstepTV. Dakota pointing to his mic as if it's not his fault. Anyways, welcome to TopstepTV, everybody. This is Fast Markets. We got Rips in the house. Got Dakota in the house. Hoag's back there. Just played hurt today. It's absolute animal. Rips, what's happening, my man?
Just another day in the markets. I'm going to be trading on my Topstep X Express funded account today. See how we can do on that. I'm going to start attacking with the micros and see how it fares. This is the first time I've ever traded Topstep X XFA, so it's going to be an interesting day to say the least.
Very cool. Very, very cool. Micros. All right. Like Hoag was saying, the opening call very volatile last night. China came in with a lot of stimulus measures to, I guess, stimulate their economy. So big sell-off about 2.5 hours ago. Looking at the equities, last trade in the equities 57.85, and I believe we are open right now. It's Tuesday, everybody. Let's get that money. Let's go to Hoag. Hoag, how you feeling, first of all? And second of all, what are you seeing in this open?
I'm doing all right. To get a nice NyQuil hangover here. I'm going to focus here on the S&Ps, at least for now. So we were unable to open with a gap. All right. Well, that's one data set there. Trying to stay patient. 1, 2, 3, day 4 in basically this area of balance here. I was talking to Rips earlier, feeling like these markets are really just kind of idling here, looking for new information with the S&Ps up near their all-time highs. You can see that here. Here's the all-time high up here. We've got the NASDAQ nowhere near all-time highs. Everything is just kind of hovering below weekly kickoff highs here. We got 5,800 in the S&Ps. We got 20,206 in the NASDAQ. Not really looking for too much on the open here. Opening ranges, we've got some pretty substantial opening ranges, 7 points in the S&Ps. Taking a look below the opening ranges here first. Both of the S&P and the NASDAQ have taken out the low of the opening range. Looks like the Dow is about to take out the high of the opening range. Things are looking like this to me, just for probably a bunch of different reasons. Everything seems a little wacky. I'm going to be patient and look for better trade locations as the day goes on.
Okay. Thanks, Hoag, man. Feel better, buddy. Hey, Tess.
Oh, there he is.
Mr. Dakota.
There it is. Rest, Hoag.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Thanks,
Hoag,
guys.
Yeah, later, Hoag.
How to open
so
up?
I'm actually trying to attack this opening range, looking for a bounce here at the VWAP and the NASDAQ. Right now, unsuccessfully, we are just drawing down after we touch that liquidity above 150 there. So seeing if we can actually get anything forming up here at the VWAP that I can start to attack here. Okay. And looking for a little bit of a bounce. Right now, the S&Ps are trying to bounce here as well. So let's see if we can capture that or not.
Right. What's behind Dakota today? Dakota, I see you got a bull behind you. Buy every dip or what?
Buy every dip.
I like that too.
Yeah, in all seriousness, yeah? You guys are both bullish today?
Yeah, in all seriousness, yes. I have an hourly chart open, and if we start breaking above 200, I think this thing's off to the races to like the 500, 600s.
Yeah, I'm trying to attack this again. We bounced right off the VWAP there, so I'm trying to get back in. See if we can resuscitate this move back up to the top side here.
Nice.
Hey, for crude traders today, we hit that 72 level. 72 level. Earlier today on the tilt, we had 70% plus long, and right now it's cooled off big time. As we can see that sellers are back in here, but topping out those 72s. Haven't seen that in a while.
$72. Yes, indeed.
72.40 top here in the crude.
Okay. Thank you, Eddie. Showing on tilt just yet.
Are you long the NASDAQ, Rips?
Yep. Long MNQ right now, looking for this to build some liquidity back above the VWAP here.
That level? What's your level there, Rip?
108 is the VWAP.
That's where you're long from? Okay.
Yep. Looks like I'm not sure how to read the platform yet, but I'll get back to you on that once I'm out of this trade.
Okay.
Love it. Absolutely love it.
Sellers coming in here in NQ and S&Ps. Let's ready to spoos. 57.78. Man, we've looked at these prices for quite some time right now. Hogan's been saying for about 4 days. Volume profile has just been getting wider or fatter and fatter and fatter. Pretty much the same price has been trading for the last 4 days or so. And MP will be joining us here shortly. We've got the house account open. Looking for some
I'm
trades.
long NASDAQ as well.
Cool.
Nice. Love it.
What price?
109. 110.
110. All right.
110.
Oh, guess who that is?
Ding dong.
Hello.
Morning.
Hello.
What's up,
Good
MP?
morning.
What up? Along with you guys. 5 lots.
Cool.
Sorry.
Oh,
I got
good.
09. Yeah. I heard you guys
Little party.
talking. I'm like, get me in. Get me in, coach. And the next thing you know, I'm like, just get yourself in right now. Let them know when you're in. So I got it. Good call.
20,000.
Want me to put your beers in the fridge, Michael?
Yeah, can you put those on ice? We'll have
Yeah,
those
I'll put those in the
about
fridge
10,
for you.
15 minutes.
Couple pops.
Mm.
Couple
Okay.
pops going.
Long 50? Is that?
No, 5 right now.
Just 5 to go to.
But I am. I do not know you guys stopped quite yet. So I would need to know that before.
We put on a
Fair
50.
enough. My stop loss is going to be 83.
Ooh, that's where mine is too. How about
There
that?
we go.
Oh, man.
Great minds.
Yeah, this is looking like sellers are weakening up a little bit. This is where I'd really like to see the market get back up and over these 125s here.
Yeah, 125, 124.
We need to see that explosion back over 125, and then we could probably just let this thing work all the way up to 168, 170.
Ooh.
Yep,
Where your head's
I'm
at.
adding.
Yeah, let's see if we get this blowout at 125s now. It's just a little bit of struggle on both sides here. I got to get my charts looking like yours, Dakota.
It takes a little bit of time to get used to a new platform, but once you're used to it,
Oh, yeah.
it's,
Once you're
it's
used to your I was on T4 for 30 years.
20
No, 20 years. 20 years. 20 years on a platform. 20 years.
I added.
45 years
I
old.
just added.
I like
some
T4.
more.
It was all right. It was a good platform.
I do.
Yeah, we're right now wrestling underneath the session VWAP of 120, so we're in between VWAPs right now. Just having a little bit of struggle getting up and over here. Market's being a little bit stubborn to the top side.
I'm going to add if we break above 21.
I like that.
Tilts.
Okay, we're long 15 from 0975. 15 long, 15 from 0975.
All right.
Man, what a great price.
Yeah. Come on, baby.
Oh, yeah. I said Rips is looking for us to break. Rips is looking for us to break out above the 25s, I believe. We break out above
That
the
is
25s,
right.
Rips. All right.
Yes. Break above 25s would lead us all the way above testing those 131s and then potentially hitting 168 to the top side here. So that's what we're looking out for on this trade.
Added some more.
Looking for that breakout of 121, Dakota.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, this looks like it's firming a little bit here. We just need to see these stops getting popped and that continuation to the top side. Right now, very thin and choppy. I think a lot of traders are going to be waiting for that consumer confidence.
Where's your first couple outs?
83.
I want to wait until we get up to 168 on this trade.
All right, we're
My
trading
ultimate
20.
target on this. My ultimate target on this is 20,500.
Ooh, I like that. Yeah, we're running into a little bit of traffic here at 25. We just need to get up and over. We're running into the situation where we are losing buyers, we're losing that steam, but we just need to see some stops getting popped. And once we get up and over,
Here we go.
it should be a chain reaction of stops getting popped to the top side here.
Wow. Okay.
My stop loss is now at 96.
Good stuff, guys. You guys came sharp.
Yeah, we just need to see this price action really starting to develop above these 25s with the quickness here. I don't like how we're running out of steam, and the buyers are thinning up quite a bit here, unfortunately, which I'm not a huge fan of, but we'll stick this trade out
Tilt
here.
in the NASDAQ, basically about 50-50.
Yeah, I can see that.
When you're looking at
we go.
this and it's thinning up like that, guys, we're trading 20,125. And it's thinning up
Be
like
slow
that.
to take profits. Be slow to take profits.
Okay. I was just gonna. That's exactly what I was gonna ask. How do you start?
Yeah, we have some traffic here at 130s that we need to get through next.
Long haul
This is at
truckers. We're trading
131 level.
20,125. 20,125.
Give them the long haul truckers, man. Breaker,
I started
breaker.
a trucking.
Here we go
It's you.
again.
Always, man. Eddie, he should have been a trucker. In another previous life, he was a long haul trucker.
On the road again, man.
Now, once
On the road.
again,
My
we're running into
brother-in-law's
an
got his
issue
own
here
rig.
at 121.
Yeah, I noticed that up there when it hit the 125s.
Yeah, we're just, I mean, it's very, very low liquidity right now. I think a lot of larger institutions are waiting for that consumer confidence read that's going to be out in about 20 minutes from now. And so we just kind of have a little bit of rinsing going on as we're waiting here.
Earlier, we had Bowman talking. Bowman came in
That's right.
early this morning.
What else we got, Eddie?
Michelle was against the big rate hike.
Oh, Bowman.
Yeah,
Bowman.
she didn't like that at all. And I think she was the first one to non-vote since 2005, a long time ago.
All right. NASDAQ last trade 20,011, 2010. Right here, VWAP. S&P's last trade
Just
57.
dealing with this pressure underneath the VWAP right now. Looking very, very heavy. We did have an exchange up at those 120s, and that's where I started to not like the trade so much, but I'm going to leave this thing on. If we get stopped out, we get stopped out.
Stops 93, 97, or 83s. What was it?
I'm at 83 for my stop.
Yeah, 83 is fine for.
Well,
Yeah, I did
crude
not
tilt
like
did
that
a
exchange that
180.
we saw up there.
We are about 70% short. Now, earlier today, it was riding the 70% long in crude. Now we're about 70% short.
Okay.
Tilt.
Okay, we're long 20 from 09.
I like that rejection underneath 100 there, but again, we need to see this exchange above 20s with the quickness, and that should see a lot of this price action rejecting off these lows. So
Now, that was a big league entry after we just ran liquidity at 98, 96. That was a great entry right there.
yeah, we're once
Bounced
again
off
dealing
the
with
trade.
running out of buying pressure as we are moving up. Very lack of buying liquidity, buy side liquidity on this, unfortunately. We're just not seeing it show up. So I'm losing a lot of confidence in this trade currently. When we bring the auction up above 10s there, we should see buyers attacking the price, and we're just not seeing it right here and now. We are seeing a little bit of absorption on the bid side, which is nice, but there's just a lack of buyers on the tape currently. And we need to see something to induce those buyers, and that would come in the form of stops being popped, and we're just not seeing that yet.
Yeah, I want to see a break through 114. 114 now.
Yeah, we are just losing steam on the buy side here. Very few buyers on this tape currently.
Pull up your Edward Jones and your.
Start buying stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, a
I
lot
like
of
those SPYs.
lack of buyers here still. The point of control has moved to the 10s. And again, we still are just running that same issue where we just do not have any buyers on this tape. We're bringing the price up and then we just lose any kind of interest from the buy side. Very, very spotty liquidity, very jumpy. They are moving the auction around quite a bit, but not a lot of liquidity being exchanged currently. I think, again, we're waiting for the bigger players to come in with that consumer confidence read, which could definitely change the entire sentiment of the market here. That is a big piece of news coming out today.
Really is.
What time's that at?
It's going to be in 17 minutes.
Yeah, yo.
Let's see if we get over these 114s.
Yeah, we're just running to the issue where we just do not have any meaningful buyers on this tape currently. The only way that I think we see buyers before the consumer confidence read is if we have stops getting popped, and I'm yet to see that on the tape.
Last trade, 20.
I'm shaving 5.
There we go. Come on, hold these 114s.
Take a little profit. See money, take money.
One of those days, Eddie. Yep. We're upset about 15 minutes.
That
Got
right, Andre.
consumer confidence, top of the hour. In the meantime,
I'm
upper
looking at
left-hand
a
corner.
103.5. Right, previous is 103.3. See if they
Good
can
number.
skew it a bit.
Row
We
3.
also do have Richmond.
Yeah, real quick before we get to consumer confidence, also see it pinned to the top of the chat. See Topstep daily levels. Make sure to have that open somewhere on your screen. Have some real estate for levels. We'll be referencing them all day, as well as upper left-hand corner on the screen. You'll see hashtag fast markets. Hit us up at TopstepTV. Use the hashtag fast markets. Submit your swag, your memes, Trader Station setups, whatever you want to share with us. We'll turn that around to everyone in about 2.5 hours, 2 hours or so.
Oh, yeah.
Meantime, we got.
Oh, what's this?
Whoa.
What's this? Hey, don't forget, today at 1 o'clock p.m., Brian Shannon's going to be with us, pioneer of anchored VWAPs. Stick around 1 o'clock. He's going to be discussing how he uses that indicator and how it's helped his trading. 1 o'clock, Brian Shannon.
Yeah, pumped about that one.
You see anything change yet, Rips?
Still not. Just kind of some push and pull here. If we get up and over 119, the story can change. So that's the level I'm watching for. We are seeing volume slightly tick up, but I'm not seeing confidence on either side just yet. So still kind of have the same. There we go. We got some stops being popped through 120 there.
That was a rip.
We can actually see some continuation through 125. That's going to be the tell here. We are seeing some cappers into 23, absorbing that liquidity, potentially heading into 25s here. So that's definitely something to watch out for. And they are rejecting that almost immediately there.
See that? Yeah.
Trying to pick
So again, the trigger point still being that stop pop area above 25s. If we can have buyers in control, they can really start to put the shorts in a little bit of a world of hurt if they get that area attacked. But the defense is too strong right now. Folks are front running those 25s currently.
And it's the 150, 160 level.
Oh,
What was that? Fat finger?
I got out of 5. I had my hotkeys on. My hand hit 5. Sorry.
Hey, it
I'm
happens.
sorry. Yes.
John, we were trading. We were trading the house account here. Michael Patak is trading the house account.
Yeah.
I do believe that Rips is on an XFA. So, yes.
That's correct.
Real money here.
Oh, yeah. Real money, real trades, real execution, real payouts.
And real people.
Real people, too, Eddie, believe it or not. With real hearts.
That's up for debate.
You're not AI here. Not at all.
No.
Yeah, again, we're still dealing with this troubled traffic here. We need to get up and over 25s. We need to see that area pushed on, and then we need to see continuation out of the buyers once we get above that level. So
You got
it's
Are you
just
guys
this
in chat
precarious
feeling-
area where I think we're going to continue washing around pre-consumer confidence rinse.
Yeah, you guys in chat feeling this? You guys can feel the 20s. When we get us up there in the 20s, 25s, it runs out of steam. But it's down there in the evens. Touched that and didn't want anything to do below 20,000. 20,000.
We did
we're
have
in 100. I mean,
So we did have some
Right.
steam, Michael, into those 25s, but there was a defender at 23s with about 400 lots on the offer that kind of put a wet blanket on that party.
Yeah, I saw 85 of those. So maybe you're seeing much deeper than I'm seeing. I know that.
Right. Yeah. So, it is what it is. We just kind of have to be patient and wait to see if we can actually have those stops getting popped. But right now, lots of defense on the upper end of this that is not allowing us to bust on through. And I think that it's going to take that consumer confidence read for us to actually have the liquidity to push through. And at least we'll see those orders getting pulled on either side.
Number 11 minutes. Consumer
Are we long
confidence.
15 still?
Long
There's
10.
10. Okay.
Yeah, every single day I have a hotkey screw up. It's kind of fun.
That's the thing
I
about
have the
hotkeys. They are hot.
They're hot. And every day I spill coffee on myself every single day. So I have
Hey, we got a poll here in the
Better.
chat. Opinion on NQ going into today. Bullish, bearish, waiting for the news. 15 votes.
Who's with us? Who's fading us? Who's driving into the city? Who's leaving the city?
Yes.
Yeah, big seller there on the tape. Huge, massive seller coming in there. Some stops being popped to the downside. Let's see if we can have absorption at these hundreds. If we can, that's a good sign for us because we've been coming down and testing this level. So we want to see that the bidders are in control here. So far, looking not as strong as I'd like to see out of that pop from, we had some stops getting popped there just below 108. Big orders going off there. Looks like
So I'm back in the same position.
about 1,000 contracts exchanged there on the
Okay,
wayside.
awesome.
Wow.
I'm still looking very heavy here. Buyers have yet to find that control point above those 20s. Still heavy sellers trying to attack these hundreds now, just as those buyers were trying to attack those 20s, and then we are ripping there.
Ooh, that was a
Stops
stop.
getting demolished there to the downside.
Last trade 20,090.
See if we can get this liquidity back above the hundreds. If we can reclaim those hundreds, that's a strong point for the buyers here, and that could be that single draw of liquidity through that stop of 83 that we're looking for. If that's the case, we could be back in business for a strong long here and that attack over those 20s.
Man, what a rejection right there.
Yeah, it was.
Big rejection
Yeah,
right
well.
below 83.
If we pull back, I mean, we're long 15, right? 25?
We're like 20. We're like 25. We got 5 more down at 92.
Once again,
I like
we
it.
are holding above the hundreds, but buyers are losing steam here. So I'm losing a lot of confidence still in this trade. We're not showing any kind of buy side strength once we get these pops back up, which is when the buyers can emerge and take major control over this tape. And we're just not seeing it here now.
Gotta need a push.
Be slow at
Yep.
taking profit, please. Because if this thing
Ouch.
goes, we could go in a big way.
That rejection, Dakota, got you feeling confident a little bit, right?
Yes,
Solid.
yes. That's one where I say we 25. I don't think 50 lots is valid for the Nasdaq, but 25s is like 50 in the ES. So
Okay, we have some stops getting popped above the 10s there, but again, no follow through from the buyers, which is what we want to really see in this tape. So again, still just holding this original trade idea. Seeing if we can get back above these ones. Say, there we go. Got some pops above the VWAP. Let's see if we can hold this strength. Want to
Don't
see
take
now
profit
120s
yet.
being blown through. Again, a lot of defense. Buyers are very scared to attack this tape, I guess, before this consumer confidence print here.
8 minutes till the number.
I took 5 off up there at 17. I'm keeping 20 on.
All right, we're trying to be slow with profit taking.
no, that's
I know.
Leader
fine. I
lagger
was on
today.
the
It seems like
locked in
Carlos
right
thinks
before
the
a
ES
major
is.
number.
Okay, stops are getting popped once again into those 20s, but again, huge defense coming in from the offer side. We're having a lack of follow through on both sides, which is normal before a print happens, but I'd really like to see buyers starting to take control of this tape. They're getting ample opportunities and nobody's seizing the day when it's the opportunity is arising, unfortunately.
News in 8 minutes. So yeah, I was fine with taking
8 minutes.
profits.
50-50 on the tilt. Looking here, last trade,
Back to those
20,000.
control at the 10s here.
Looking at the ES.
Do we want to
as
be
the leader
flat
today.
before the number? Is the next
Yeah,
question.
Let it roll. Why
Be a big
not? At
number.
this point,
Let it rip.
you're stopping
geez.
there.
Famous last words here.
Oh, yeah.
No, I do like being flat. into a number. Or not even up on the day. Andre, nice.
Last trade 57.75. Slash trade GC 26.60. Looking for some new all-time highs. 26.64. CL last trade $71.84. High of the day $72.40. YM, I think I saw new all-time highs in the YM 42.616. High of the day last trade 42.53. 42.539. Poll in the chat. Should we be flat into the number? Yes or no?
My vote is going to be yes.
Oh, better safe than sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
85%.
So let's we could probably find buyers right here.
We got
at
time.
101, 102. Yeah, we still have
We've got
20 minutes.
Yep,
We
we are
are
closing in on
bullish
the
as I
news here
am.
about 6 minutes until the consumer confidence read comes out. And very, very choppy leading into that print. Buyers are showing a big lack of control here. The Magnificent Seven is bleeding off really, really hard here. So again, still not liking the long trade that I'm in here, but my stop still hasn't been ticked. So I have to leave the trade on. It's just generally how I trade. We are leaving the area of balance. We have not found any meaningful buyers on this tape. So until we see meaningful buyers above 25, my thesis will remain the same, that this tape is weak, but the consumer confidence read can change that instantly.
Yep. Consumer confidence 6 minutes. Still got some time here. But yeah.
Pretty much our poll that we had is it's coinciding with our tilt. So it's about a 50-50 here right now.
Yeah, the consensus expectation is 104.0. The prior read was 103.3. So we are expecting consumers to be much more confident in this latest print here. So let's see if that coincides with a rip in the market. If that does come in a little bit hotter than expected, I think that we could see equities rally, specifically the tech heavy Mag 7.
Last trade 20,106, 20,107.
Can we peel some
Oh,
off
there
on
we
this
go.
little bounce? If we get
Big poll number there. Thanks.
see that,
Dolby time.
I'm
5
taking
minutes remaining.
I'm leaving 10 on right now so far. I'm not holding this into the number.
I'd keep peeling it off as we bounce up towards those 15s.
What's interesting is that we are seeing the auction taking this a little bit higher here, but on lower liquidity. So that can be taken either way, that they're bringing it higher before a huge flush of CETO, or they're simply auctioning it higher because nobody's selling this market. But currently we are just wrestling right around the hundreds, which is tucked right below that 110 point of control. VWAP is in different spots right now, about 118, 115, depending on which platform you're using.
Nick Furtick, you talked about divergence. I'd get out. That's personally. Tell us more about that one in there. Guys, grab chat. When Nick's in there, grab him. Saw that one.
3.5 minutes till the number. Just not a whole lot of direction. No conviction one way or another. Like Rip's saying, once this number comes out, players perhaps might get back in there. 60% short and crude. Haven't seen very many heavy tilts yet, one way or another.
No. I've been watching it early too, except for crude.
Yeah, we saw a big one in crude yesterday. I think while 72%, we saw a nice sell-off after that.
True to form, sellers coming in here on
3
crude.
minutes. 3 minutes.
All right.
I'm okay if you want to flatten it up here on any bounce.
Don't want to wire here. Bowman says it's hard for the Fed to measure the impact of immigration on the labor
Still
market.
don't.
Flat.
Just hitting the wire.
Bowman's still
Sorry,
speaking. Okay. Yeah. Selling off here in ES. Just getting a little heavy, getting drugged down here. 57.73 last trade.
Well, like
NQ
Carlos
last
said,
trade.
ES the leader. ES is the leader.
20,100 last trade in the NQ. Still seeing a
Nick
bit of a
Furtick
fall.
agrees. ES seems to be leading.
Thank you, Eddie. NQ Choppy Wiki.
Yeah, I still
Very
might
much
be
so.
long
And that's
NASDAQ,
indicative that we do have a large print coming out.
Yeah. Yeah, still see
Still a lot of heaviness here in the Mag 7. A tremendous amount of heaviness coming out of Microsoft right now, which is dragging the NQ down. We are seeing Amazon as well, Google, Meta, all very, very soft here, which is dragging the indices down. Tesla, however, showing a lot of strength.
Tesla strong yesterday also.
Correct. 1 minute, 40 seconds.
Yeah, 5,500 people watching. Click like, click subscribe. Big number coming in 90 seconds on TopstepTV. You're watching Fast Markets. Again, hashtag Fast Markets. Hit us up at X. At TopstepTV. We got our own Twitter handle, man. We're big time now.
I noticed that. That Twitter handle became active.
Yes.
On up.
We're real.
Yeah.
It's real now. Official.
It's real.
Yeah. All right. Again, Eddie, what was the number?
We're looking at
103.
We'll say 104. Expectation, the prior 103.3. So they're looking a bit higher. Got a minute here. Higher reading is going to be expected as a positive bullish for the U.S. dollar.
Yes.
Here we go.
Cancel.
We're now back at those lows of 82, 83. And the market is looking tremendously heavy here.
No, Ellen, you all gambling the news? No. Everyone's flat right now. I believe everyone's flat.
Yeah, cancel all to folks that are not holding positions and want to be out. I wouldn't. I've one of my worst days ever. And I've never had a good crushing day of trading into a number.
All right, Richmond came out already. Negative 21 versus the 12, if that's correct.
Nice flatten on the
release on the Richmond Fed index. Big skew on that one.
MP, you know my feeling about holding to the news.
It got you that one time. All right, here we go. Eddie, go ahead.
All right, coming in here. Wow, 98.7.
Yikes.
They were looking at 104, coming in at 98.7. Another skewed number. The Richmond Fed, they were looking at negative 12, coming in at negative 21. Blackjack, I will hold. That's when I got Andre back to you.
Wow. Bad print. Starting to see some sellers here in the ES. Last trade 57.65. 66 is
well, that was a good look, guys. I mean, the 83 stopped. If we would have held it, we would have stopped at 83. It would have been what it would have been.
Oh, yeah. That would have been painful. Good job. Nice flatten. 20,058's last trade. Sellers are in the house right now. Nothing on the tilt. Yeah, 93. Poor reading on the consumer confidence.
Across the board.
Okay. Down we go.
More sellers.
Tug of War Tuesday.
29s. Will we see 960s? 20,000 would be in.
Wow, more selling here.
20,020s.
Yeah, it is. Bad confidence reading.
Yeah, 20,020s.
Nothing on tilt just yet. Looking at Topstep daily levels here. Let's trade 20,040, 040. We are at the lower end of zone 3. Zone 3, 20,039. 20,039 value low. Value low on Topstep daily levels.
Alrighty.
Last trade in ES 57.66. 57.66, upper end of zone 3. Value area low right here, 57.67. Couple value lows, value area low in ES and NQ according to Topstep daily levels.
I'd like to know, we had a pull out for who was flat at the number 24%. How many of that 24% caught it the right way?
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't like that's crazy. Yeah,
at least half, right?
Yeah, half, and another quarter were right, but got stopped out somehow.
Hey, what's up? Good morning, Jack.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Jack. Hey, buddy.
Hey, Jackson. Hey.
Grab a beer, Bo.
Jack, did you get the new car?
I did. They're doing the lawn care for the next 5 minutes outside. I'll get back to you on that.
Very good. Gotcha.
Somebody cares.
Jack has landscapers. Very nice, Jack. Very nice.
Own a parking spot for it.
20,030. More selling here in the NASDAQ. Just making new lows. Lows of the day, 20,027. We are well into zone 4 in the Topstep daily levels. We're selling here 70% short in crude oil.
Crude.
Sellers as well.
That was quick.
Right now, Bear in control.
Whoa.
Here we
Yeah,
go.
wow.
20,000.
20,000.
Yeah, 20,000 trading out right now. 20,000.
Yep.
Yep. Well,
20,000
the day we
NASDAQ.
did see the 19,000 handle print very quick. Wow, more sellers coming in here. Wow, it is just a puke fest right now. Bears are in control.
Well,
Dakota has switched the back of his screen. Dakota is now bearish.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
and
Yeah, we're
gold has
breaking
hit a
down.
high, and now we got sellers in here.
Sheesh.
Yep. 1960 is what I'm going to see next. Maybe.
Sorry, call it your trades, guys. You guys do see a trade. We got the house account open. Nice flatten on the house account there.
Yeah.
Going into the number.
I like the look. I like that look. You guys all saw it. Well, both you guys. When I say saw it well, you guys saw that it was trying. It was doing the I think I can. It just ran
What does that
into.
look like?
I mean, it
What does
was.
that
It was
think?
20s, straight 20,120s, 20,120s,
Yep.
20,110s, 20, and popped to 25s and sold all the way back to 20,100s, and then floor fell out. Floor fell out, guys, because of news. Big reason why we don't trade.
Yep.
I guarantee you there's a ton of people that just busted out right now. I guarantee you there's. I know
we gotta pull
for a
up.
fact. There's a ton of
Yeah,
people
pull
that
up in the
busted out right
chat.
now.
Pull up in the chat. Did you play the news release? Yes. Won? Yes, I lost. No.
Yep.
Hey, 68% said no. Good.
And when I say busted out, it ain't just that top step. All over the place. Personal brokerage account, boom, whacked. Kids' college fund, gone. Somebody got wiped out.
Oh no, that's not good.
Daredevil trading is not
That's why you
recommended.
got. Always think about downside capital preservation.
Big old bounce there, back above 20,000. We hit a low of 985. We are trading back above 20,008 there.
Yeah. If we get to like the 20s or maybe the 30s, maybe a chance to short this.
I would like to see this back up above the 12s and then show weakness for a short there. That's what I'd be looking at there.
Cool. All right, Dakota, we got a P&L update. Rips, can we get a P&L update? Sorry.
Lost $2,000, so hit max loss on a 50K XFA.
Down 2K. Dakota, can we get we got you up there. House account also. All right, cool.
Yeah, 20,025, 20,030 would be an area that I'm looking to short.
What's that price again, Dakota?
I would say around the 20,030 zone.
2030, cool. 2030 zone. All right, we are last trade 20,010. 20,010.
But I do see what Rips is seeing right at those 12s.
Yeah, I mean, I should have just taken my own advice when I said that we had no buyers and just flipped it short. But yeah, sometimes you just have the trade on. And I'm one of those people where if I put on a trade, I usually keep that trade on.
Yeah, your
Even
read
though
was
the tape was telling me otherwise. I said it probably 100 times. I just couldn't convince myself to flip.
yeah. Did you keep your stop at 83? Because
I hit max loss, so the account's gone.
Yeah, no, that happens, guys. That happens too. See, there's one. There's a perfect example of that too. But the read again was trying its ass off to get above the 25. We were just talking about it, like, hey guys, and I did the whole. You guys see what this is doing in the 20s.
We did reject up at those 12s though. That was a definite trade to take there.
Yeah.
The 12 reject back short.
And then you were reading it well when you were talking about the sellers having much more action than the buyers coming in around that 10s, 20,110s. Just remember this, guys. Write it down. That's where there was some business being done right there, and the sellers won.
Yeah, well, sellers, the number pushed it. It swayed it one way or another for sure. The sellers did win.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, we just see something. And then we saw another push. So when MP was doing the play-by-play there, we were in the 20,000. Then we did bottom out 19,985. Right now, NASDAQ's trying to figure out what to do this 20,000 even level. About 6 points above that. Yes, last trade 57.62. Popped a little bit slower. All right, Dakota, we still like keep an eye on those 20,030 level.
I like the 12s. Yeah. Like this. I like the 12s here. If you like these, go for 30s.
Yeah, these 15s. I mean, it just depends on where you want to get in short. I could see either both of them. I mean, I see both playing.
12s. I like the short here now.
Yeah, like the short.
Yeah. The September confidence falls the most in 3 years. Maybe you already said that.
Snap. No, so where'd you see that? I didn't know the numbers the worst.
My trusty CNBC, a 5-minute late push notification.
Oh, I'm looking at Jamie Dimon talking about being skeptical about a Goldilocks scenario.
Coach Paul's talking about a 30-minute 200 SMA in the NASDAQ at 19,988.
Ooh, MP loves 200 SMAs.
Oh, yeah, Great Wall of China, as I call it.
Great Wall. I was just gonna say, one's a speed bump, one's a chain link fence.
Speed bump's like a 50.
What about chain
Still
link
like
fence?
the short here, by the way. Still love the short.
All right, are we in?
I don't think so.
All right, Rips. What Dakota? Hit us with a price. You just want to go to market?
5,700. Nick for ticks.
Yeah, it
holding
was
above.
012s, 015s.
If you guys take a trade, please holler it out. Rips
Got
does
a little
like
news.
short.
What do you guys got to trade? Let us know.
Yep.
Those in the chat, you guys up or down thus far today? You are 30 minutes into trading. Who's up? Who's down?
Yeah, we are. Buyers coming in here. S&Ps. S&Ps seem to be the leader right now. Just about retraced about half of that sell-off off the number in the S&Ps. NASDAQ following suit.
That's what Nick Vertick and Carlos said earlier. Leader of the day here, S&Ps.
Up,
right, Dakota,
up,
keep an eye on
down.
those 30s.
Flat.
Dakota, keep an eye on those 30s.
Yeah.
Just seemed earlier that we were fighting direction.
Yeah, big rejection over those 12s again. Still love the short.
All right, Rips
Yeah,
likes
this
the
is
short
a good zone
MP.
to short.
All right, boom,
Yeah.
short.
Let's watch gold here. Gold again testing its tops.
Gold testing is
Short
yes,
10.
it is.
Short 10 from 11. 2011.
I'm short at 14.5.
All right.
Crude, 70% short on the tilt.
House count is up, so I'll say we are up on the chat. Crude last trade $71.65.
Short 15 from 14.
Yeah, I
Wait,
added as
hold
well
on.
right here.
Short
at
15 from
19.
14. Okay. 19. Dakota added 19. House count. House count update. Short 15 contracts from 20,014.
What stop do you guys have on this?
I am.
56 and a quarter.
Yeah, I would say 48 would be okay with a stop.
You know, ladies and gentlemen, you'll come for the entertainment, but you'll stay for the canned ham giveaway.
Yes, tradertainment at its best.
How'd you get that, Eddie? Yes, it is. Last trade 20,040.
Short 20 from the price of 20. 19 quarter.
019 quarter. Let's trade 20,000. 039. Andy, I'm a trader and I'm tamed. Good to see. Click like, click subscribe. We've got 5,500 people watching right now. TopstepTV, fast markets. NQ 70%. Ooh, I just moved on. It's crude 70% short.
Crude, yeah. Once again.
Yeah. I was NQ for a
As
second.
you were going to say, Andre, let's get some likes, subscribe.
Click the
A
like.
lot of people, new people here. I'd like to welcome a lot of new people to Topstep TV.
How many new people do you think we get a day? I think we get
I think about a few hundred.
A few hundred.
100. All right. Well, if you're new, welcome aboard. Topstep TV. Topstep turns 12 years old this week, folks. We're 12
Wow.
years old. We are in the 5th grade, I believe. No. 6th grade. I think 12 year olds are
What
6th
date?
grade. The exact birth date? I think there's only one person that would know that. The man. What's our exact
I don't
birth?
put that. I mean, and my kids, I put in my calendar, born on July 17th, 9 pounds, 4 ounces at 925.
What
With
was
Topstep?
Topstep? How many pounds, how many ounces?
Yeah.
Was Topstep?
We weren't a heavy hitter in the beginning.
little
No.
premature, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, we're in the incubation stage for a while.
yes. Look at us now, though. Strong.
Oh, yeah.
6'5", 250 pounds, just cut, man. Run through.
Baby making factory.
Yeah.
Northwestern
Waller.
University of Chicago. Yeah. So why we were down there trading 20,000s. Poked your head down there. Looking like the shorts we were saying we got into want to continue. How does the flush? How does the like I'm just started trading. I'm like it popped right now. Who's coming in here? Is the shorts all holding? Like what's your feel? There's more buyers and sellers. I'm just trying to ask a question on if I just started trading yesterday and I saw this right now, and I just said, hey, these guys just want to get short, and it just started popped, and it's just been selling off. So we were going with the quote unquote out of the gate trend thus far, selling the first little pop, which was 10s. But then it's really exaggerated on this move, coming back to 29s, but it went all the way up to 47s. You were saying 48s, Dakota. As a trader that's new, what am I supposed to be? How do I add all this up and try to understand?
I mean, essentially, what we've done is we've broke down from this morning, right? We was looking to buy it. We got a news event, and the news event caused this market to sell off, and then we got a pullback or a bounce that's against the trend, or a move against the trend, which is to the long side. And then we look for an area or a zone that would be a good, to get short and continue this trend. And so I've added to my short position right here into these 40s. My average price is 37.25. And we're looking for this trend to continue to the downside and maybe test 20,000, a break of 20,000. And I could even see us getting to, what was it? 960, even 920s. 920s is very reasonable as well.
19,960/920. Hoag's being a trooper today. Hoag's getting some rest. If you guys are wondering where he's at, he is very much under the weather.
Hopefully he's tuning in.
He's probably got one eye still watching this, but we're targeting 960. Looking for weekly kickoff lows.
Yeah, I'd like to see this as low as 938, to be honest, if we can hold it out for that long.
Weekly kickoff low is 19,000. Dakota, 19,500 weekly kickoff low, or 525 to be exact. We got some plenty of room to that downside. That's just for the week, though. See if we can get there.
Are we short 15 or 20, MP?
Short 15. Sorry about that. Yeah.
15. Okay.
Yep.
Short 15 from 19 quarter. We have
21 half. Sorry. 21 half.
Better price.
It's a FIFO.
Yes, it is.
First in, first out.
What's LIFO? He's coming up with. He's trying to think of a joke, everybody. He's trying to think of a joke. He knows exactly what LIFO is. He's trying to think of a joke right now. All right, 20,000.
If we can, Gabe wants us to go around the table for position updates. Position-wise, what do we got going?
Yeah, house is short 15 from 21 half.
I'm short 4 from 37.25.
27
minis
Dakota?
From 17.
Wow, 17s, 27s, 21s.
Yes, screw this market. We're all short it.
Wow.
I mean, this is when I'm not up for doing anything to cats, but this is what I like to have a dead cat bounce happen. Right about
you bounce. Would?
I'd love to have a dead cat bounce. That's what it is right now, right?
Where's that saying come from?
If it falls apart, if the market falls apart right now, this would be considered a dead cat bounce. Right? Jack, what do you think? I'm throwing cats off?
Jack's defensive about
What'd you
cats.
say? What'd you say over there?
No, I hate cats actually, but
all right, come on.
I thought you wanted another dead cat.
No hate. There's no hate.
People hate cats.
You look like a tiger.
Tiger lions.
I would like to leave this trade on as long as possible too. If we start clearing below like 987, because there's a good chance this thing could really unwind because the Mag 7 is so heavy right now.
Is it?
I'd really like to see. I mean, potential target even like 858. If you see that as well, Dakota.
858. Ooh, baby.
Let's see. Oh yeah, I could see 870s, 880s. 900 even would be the first.
He rips.
But yeah,
Which of the
I think this would be one very similar to Friday. If we do start to break down, we just trail this. And
Yeah, I just don't want to trail it too tight. I really want to get as much juice out of this squeeze to the downside.
I mean, it's people to start understanding that it's this 3-year low in consumer confidence. It's going to start weighing on some people.
It's got to mean
Start
something.
weighing on some.
Yes. 3-year low.
This is the digestion of news. When news comes out, guys, there's the release. Whatever happens, that's a crapshoot. That's why we got flat earlier. Hopefully, you're paying attention here. All the newbie traders, don't trade the news. Just watch, listen, and learn, and watch other people get, either handed it to them or whatever. I know, percentage speaking, we did this before. Majority of people bomb out on holding through the news. We've done this. We've been 14 years. I know we say 12 is our birthday, but I'm going to talk to you guys. We've been around for 14 years, watching traders, thousands and tens of thousands, almost hundreds.
We got a poll out.
Here's the big question.
Cats, dogs,
I like
both?
turtles.
I like turtles.
Yeah, there it is. Good job. Who had that ready to go? Is that you? I had the turtle. I voted for turtles.
Can we add to this? Is going to be the question. That's going to be the question of this trade.
I would love to see an ad to this, especially if we're breaking below 987 retesting. I'd love to see an ad like a 50 lot position here.
Yeah, I don't get jealous very often, but I'm jealous of your entry, Dakota. 37s around there. That's a really great entry.
Yeah, I closed off one, and then I added to it, and yeah.
So you kind of dance around the idea. You dance around the idea, right? The trade idea is short, and you kind of trade around it or trade to it, trade into it.
I'd be okay with adding 10 right here.
Ooh.
I would want to add on a pop, so a rejection under 30s.
Yields are screaming lower. This could be it. If we want to hold all day in a big old trade.
Yeah, I'd like this to be a 6-figure trade, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Well, with
Topstep called anything above 20s, even a 30 head fake.
I would say
30 head fake would be the juiciest one.
30 head fake, guys. Just started trading yesterday. I'm going to repeat this. It's when the market pops.
I'm right here, right now, kind of guy.
Yeah,
right here, right now.
I mean, you could easily do like 5 here.
Boom. How much now?
We just did 5 there.
Okay, short 25.
Head fakes. Like, think about a basketball player that does a head fake, kind of gets you in the air and then takes it. And then that's kind of what, when we say head fakes, what we mean. The market does a little pop up and then goes a direction.
Like Barry Sanders head fake.
Right.
Barry
You
Sanders.
think the buyers are taking over, but actually it's a short-lived vision, and the sellers run it deep.
Yeah.
Coming over the wire here right now. Traders boost odds half-point November Fed rate cut to 50%.
We're doing this again?
They're seeing a 60% chance of 25 basis points in Rocktober. It's just coming hot out of the oven off the wire.
Yeah, Michael, Barry Sanders. Fake right, go left.
That's
the
a
head
juke.
fake.
Kobe does a head fake.
The juke.
Basketball's head fake.
Oh,
I'd
not
be okay with
football.
Adding 5 or 10 if we break below 10 and a quarter.
All right.
We're short 20 from 20 quarter.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's a
So-
good. You're sitting there. Let's watch the ES though. I mean, ES leader, lagger still.
Yeah.
Good
Short
question,
10 more
Eddie.
right here.
Short 10 more.
Yeah,
And
I love adding.
Yeah. Who's leading? Who's lagging right now? Those that are
love
new
an ad here.
leaders are the ones that are kind of like S&P. We'll find out who Eddie, follow up with who's leader and lagger, and then explain that when you get a chance.
Sucker was going to fall.
Well, earlier we had Nick and Carlos saying that they like the ES as the leader. It was earlier.
What's up,
It
Carlos?
did, it did show true.
There's that blow through 20,000. Beautiful. Did we get that
Gold's
extra
still hanging
add-on?
around the top.
President Biden has begun speaking at the UN as well.
God. Here we go.
Yep, this is definitely rolling hard here.
I like that Alt-I function.
Beautiful move here.
Oh, hold on. Oh,
Gorgeous move here.
Hold on. Okay.
Wait, what happened?
I
What
had
did you do?
I had working brackets in there. I'm out of
Well,
the position.
You can put it back on if you get a pop here. Do some real
I
trading.
know. If we put it back on, we got 66. We got 66s down there. I had a working brackets that automatically were in there. I didn't cancel them.
All right.
This thing could pick up steam fast.
If it pops, I'm getting back in.
Okay.
I have an auto bracket, whatever.
Join the ask. Let's do it.
Biden speaking and gold is dropping.
Short 15 from 76 now. We got out of all of them at 66. All right, short 20 from 77. I've got to I have this auto bracket and I got to cancel all now.
Let's see. Okay, we're going to retest these 90s.
All right, let's see what happens here at 987. We're going to retest 20,000 here. If this is defended, a good sign. But right now, we are seeing some buyers come in here.
Short 25, average price. 80.
Okay, let's see if we sweep back below 20,000 here. What's your average?
80.
Okay.
We had realized 16,000 on that. It was out there. Did that flush out, and I had a working order out there.
Gotcha.
We're up 6K.
Bracket.
Okay.
See if we can
Let's see if we can have this become. This is where we started the original breakdown.
Right here, yeah, 20,000. Oh, 20,000. Yeah, 20,000.
Wait, yeah.
57.64 last trade. Yes, nothing showing on tilt.
We rejected under 12s again, which is a strong signal. If we get back below 20,000 here, there's definitely room for an add to bring the average up, and then looking for that target of 987 for a flush to the downside here. So watching 20,000s, looking for sellers to come back in here.
Short 30 from 84.
This is the big confirmation. If we get this failure right here, big confirmation right below this level. Watching.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Let's
Beautiful.
be slow to take profit. It's
Yep.
if we
Agreed.
break through that.
Here we go. We need to flush 87 here and now. We are seeing defense above.
800.
Give it a push here, downside. Nothing showing on tilt. Delta. Where's Hogue with my Delta? Bottom picker sinking slower. Yeah, resting up.
Okay, nice rejection there at 20,000. We need to see follow through below 95 now.
Yeah.
Some big buyers there at 92. We should be able to cut through those. Checking again here, 92s. A little price check. 92, there was a 200 lot player there. We just need to cut through that 200 lot.
Push it.
Tilt S&P NASDAQ 50-50.
Man, haven't
Okay,
seen
there's
tilt
that
one way
check
or
at
another.
92 once more.
Talk
Checked
to
it
us,
for 20
Ribs.
lots. $20,000 still being defended, but not very heavily here. Looking for this to check through 92 again.
Austin.
There are some people that are covering right here and now because the price is just holding. Let's see if we can sweep
This
back
is a
below these 20,000s here.
Yeah, this is a big zone. This is important zone.
Very big zone here.
My stop loss is still at 53.5.
Okay, point of control has moved down to 20,000 here. Totally normal.
Yeah. Yeah, we got downside targets 960 to 920.
858 would
Yes,
be my
I have my
downside
charts
target if we feel
inverted.
987 here.
858. Okay. Keep moving it lower. All right. Well, that's a lot of room. I like it.
Yep.
What stops do you have on this?
Mine's at 53.
56. 53, 56. So we're doing that check again down here at 92. If that player is still there, we can cut through that. It's not a lot of bid side liquidity, but there could be other players joining that bid. So we just want to be watching for that. Still a lot of heavy sellers on the tape showing market sells here.
Look for a tick.
Market searching for buyers and coming up with nothing. That's a good sign.
This video low of the days.
Watching here for 92s. 92s tested once more. There's a 50 lot there. I think we can cut through on this push since 20,000 showing us that weakness still.
Oh, 994.
Watching for a 92 check again.
Yeah, I could really.
Here's your 92 check. They're still there. And broken. There you go. There's that 92 check into that pull. Beautiful. Gorgeous. Now, if we can defend 92 here, there's a good reason to add. There are other people having the same idea here. Overhead supply is increasing above 92 all the way up to 20,000. There's your pull. Beautiful.
Yeah, I could see getting to 900 quick. Let me take a look.
Man, okay. And how's it
Some shorts covering there at 82s now. 10 handles below our 92 pull.
Nick for a tick, 5703 ES. Seems likely if we get a new low of the day in the spoos.
Still heavy weakness. I love this. Lots of heavy weakness here. We're only running into shorts covering right now on the buy side.
Break below 54 is going to be really huge.
87 here and now.
I'm sitting here with
rejection at 87 brings us straight down to value town. Okay, here comes this test again, 87. That's where most of the liquidity is being gathered right here. So we have this pull through. You can see they're bid stacking here. We just have to fight through this area. 87, big area here. If we do confirm below 87, this is room for an add, 10, 20 lots.
Getting to winners. I like this.
Winners add to winners, Dre.
That's right.
What's up 87 here? You need to see clear rejection underneath 87 here. Most of the liquidity being transacted between 82 and 92. Midpoint of 87. Right now, 87's in control here. So this is the point that we need to watch for a rejection.
MP House goes short 30 or 20?
20,000, rejecting right below 20,000 here.
30. Thank you.
Here's that 87 pull again, testing again underneath. Buyers still in control. We do have some shorts covering just underneath 87. We see a 200 lot, a 400 lot.
We go
Iceberg order at 81 rather.
We did make a new high in gold.
Oh, yeah.
26.6430. Market pulls back here, but I don't understand. It's tilt 62% short as we just made a new high.
Okay.
10-year all the way back to 3.75.
What's that? Hey, Jack, on Fed Watch 2, are they talking about... We're talking about another 50 basis point cut?
The odds are increasing a little bit, but nothing drastic so far. We got a lot of time until then, so it would probably take more than that retail number.
Okay.
We're still consolidating inside this previous main.
Yeah, we're seeing some stops getting popped above 20,000 here. So if we have a clear rejection of this, then we would have that test back down at 82, 87.
Pulling teeth around here, man.
Market's never moving straight lines. This is what you have to deal with.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Looking at the NQ tilt, 61% short. When I'm referencing tilt, I'm not looking across what's scrolling across the top of the screen. I'm looking at Topstep X. Real-time tilt is exclusive to Topstep X. What you're seeing across the top of the screen
nice
is
clear rejection underneath 20,000 there. It's good for an ad.
Short 35 from 85, 75.
Oh, man, I love this. I love it.
19,985.
If you're new here at Topstep, wondering what we keep calling the tilt,
yeah,
it displays the aggregated trader sentiment analysis for all the Topstep sim traders. Of course, this is for only data for entertainment purposes only and should be used, not be used as a buy or sell.
Oh. Let's trade
I tell you, the
20,000.
S&P and the NASDAQ, you can superimpose those charts and they look just the same.
You ever have a position on, like Biden's talking right now, and like wanted them to say like the worst thing in the world? So the markets will go a certain direction.
Subconsciously.
I've thought
By the
about
way, we're
that.
going to
Yeah,
declare
I know.
war. We're going to declare war on everybody.
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 Yeah, well, yeah. I mean,
Was it WorldCom? Remember WorldCom? You guys ever remember that? The
oh,
gas
yeah.
trader,
What was the scandal?
energy traders. Watch
Yes.
World. It's the document. You get just like the traders talking, just like we're talking right now. It's what they're doing over their thing, and they're like, "I hope California burns to the effing ground," because they were
It was
energy traders.
Enron, wasn't it?
Yeah, Enron. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Enron.
Thank you, Andrew.
They get long
Yeah, break
energy.
below
There's your,
80 is
there's your
where,
sweep back below 20,000. That's a
Push.
good confirmation. If we can get back down to 87 and reject 87s, we will be in the driver's seat in this trade right now. Big ifs across the board here, and that's what trading is.
Nothing's guaranteed. Break below 80 is what I want to see.
Yep, I'm with you on that one. Nice flush between 80s, below 80s rather. Be very, very good for us.
20,000 is such a psychological number, and I'm
Yes.
okay to see this consolidate more here. It's fair, it's healthy. The longer we consolidate, and then if we do break, we'll have a lot of momentum to the downside.
Yeah, I am seeing a lot of longs starting to puke into offered liquidity on the bid. So that is a good sign, too, that you are seeing longs starting to panic a little bit here.
Ooh, here we go.
I'd really like to see that panic below 80, and we'll see pure panic at the bids go here.
Oh, I see what you did there. Looking at
The bids go.
yeah, the disco. The bids go, the
Spot-
disco.
Spot NASDAQ at 19,793.
ES is leading this thing. ES getting heavier here.
Yep, I like the heaviness on ES. The top wicks on the 15-minute bars are very reassuring right now. We just need to see this price entertain below the 80s and that snap reaction of stops being popped. Right now, 87 halves are the level to snap on the NASDAQ here.
I moved over to the 15 minutes. So those that are just heard reps say that can see the wicks that are the 15 minutes that are on the 15-minute.
Already
I'm
five.
launching the wire, seeing if I could catch anything that Biden's saying, and then I see nothing.
The only
Somebody
thing
hands
I'm
him the
seeing that's
microphone.
really green is Tesla's only up 0.5%. The rest of the market's turning red. Nvidia is
Okay, we're going
continuing
down for a
to
test here. 87 halves is this big level that we really need to break through here. So this is the confirmation that both Dakota and I are looking for on this trade right here and now. If we can get this price offered below 80s, we would see that clear confirmation and potentially some stops being popped to the downside.
900 is the target.
S&P a point and a half, handle and a half off its lows. Pretty far off our lows.
Okay, here we go.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Boom.
We had entertainment
Slow to
below
take
80s
profits.
there. Let's see if we get that follow through now. Watching
Slow to take
carefully here.
profits.
S&P a point off our lows.
Still seeing sellers in control here. We want to see a sweep of 75s now in the NQ here for follow through.
Crude selling off, but right now, all eyes on NQ and ES. ES looks like it's going to try to drag the NQ down. ES about a point and a half off its lows. ES going to try to test the lows here. Probably some stops beneath. Here we
That's
go.
a new low.
75. They did take out the liquidity at 75. Looks like about 250 contracts there. Sellers are still in control, which is very,
Slow
very
to
good.
take
Some buy
profit.
stops going off there at 75 to give that price action a little slight pop there.
Coach Paul's got a downside stop at 19,945.
That would be nice.
It works.
Yeah, if we
Seeing
break
an
this thing's
iceberg here
gonna-
at 19,962. Jay's talking about that.
Offer? Jay, what do you got there?
960.
Jay Fusion chat.
Oh,
Coach Jay, Eddie.
Sellers are still in control here. So still looking for 75s to have a clear takeout. We want to see a clean takeout candle to the downside in both the S&Ps here and in the NASDAQ. Right now, we do see a lot of short covering, but no real strong buyers still on the tape yet. Still meandering right around that 87 key target level. We do need to see the auction very weak below that for confirmation.
Got some comments from Biden talking about AI.
Gold pushing higher, high of the days. He's probably all-time highs in gold. Last trade in the S&P is 57.58. Points off the lows here. Looked like I want to take a peek to the downside. I chop around the lows here. NQ last trade, 19,988. 95.
Most traders got some Biden info. Together, we must ensure that Iran will never obtain nuclear weapons. Biden global rules needed for artificial intelligence, as I mentioned. Also saying, where's my Jell-O?
There he is. Eddie.
Oh, man.
There's not a guy more neutral in my life. Right here, right now, 85.75.
Yeah, we could see 100 points down from here.
Easy.
Or 35.
There's your 80 test. Again, a lot of sellers still on the tape here. Buyers have left the building.
Can we get
this is a big area for us to break here. Right now, the only buyers are shorts that I'm seeing that are covering here. We just need to get this break all the way down through 65. We should see stops below 65 getting popped. Okay, there's your stops right there at 78. Watching here for a 75 takeout now. 75 takeout on deck. The defense at 75 is good. We're looking very strong here for a roll into 65s now.
Slow to take profits?
Yep, slow to take profits is the move here.
All right.
I could see 900 evens coming into play.
100%. Yeah, a lot of these defenders will get wiped out. 65 test right there through 65. Stops being popped as expected there. Ooh. Beautiful trade, MP. Love to see this. Now some buy stops going off just below 65 there, but still showing a lot of downside strength here as long as we're defending underneath 87 halves.
Yeah, 54. Break below 54 is going to be the next level I see. Stops being below.
Oh, shit.
Tesla just went red.
Keep talking to those guys. It's good stuff. Really good stuff.
Yeah, once we get down to 38, I'm happy with what do we have on right now? How many lots? 35. I'm happy with peeling about 15 off at 38. You can put an order at maybe 39, 40. Right, that's a fair trade right there.
I will.
40
okay. Yes.
40 bid on 15.
I agree with that one, Rips.
I'd say even you can walk it up 41s. You don't have a way to work in the algorithm so you can have an iceberg, right? MP, you can't show one at 41.
No, if I can peel off when you guys tell me to peel off, or when you guys are thinking. Don't tell me. You guys think about your own trade.
I want to see you because we're going to get a flash through 50s. I want to see you peeling 41. So 15 at 41 seems prescient to do.
Okay.
41 bid on 15, Michael.
Yeah.
Thank you, Andre.
I'm clerking. It's like my clerking days.
You can spread it out.
Got to get it in. Got to get it in. Get it in, MP. They really need to wipe these 50s.
Okay.
So we had some folks that are covering. They're having the same idea that we have at 41, but they're doing it at 50 stack. So we have 53 through 60 being stacked right now. It's still not strong enough to hold the price up. So we should shoot right through 50, tag our 41s, and see a small micro bounce.
And I'm okay with holding till 900.
Yep, I'm with you on that one. Here comes our 50 test.
Yeah.
What's the biggest house account trade currently?
This. No, we had a 30.
Well, no, we've done 50 lots. Never holding like this.
No, I'm talking P&L wise. I need to know what we need to do.
Probably 30.
Okay.
Yeah, we had a
I don't
30
think
banger.
we've never hit
Friday.
We've never hit our daily loss limit. That's I'm proud of. As we built this plane in the air,
So we are rejecting 50s right now. Again, the same thesis is in play that if we are rejecting below 87s, this is a strong rejection. I'm just hoping that we're not 10 handles off this move.
We got out of some, right?
We got out of some.
We got out of 5 down there at 62. No,
Current position is 30 contracts.
25.
25. Okay.
We got a
Average price MP on the 25 lot. Don't worry about it. We'll
90.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Yes, stay locked in.
Okay, 80s are rejecting here. There's a chance that you can actually add to this here because we bounce right off at 87 halves. So there is a chance that we can put on 10, peel it off into 50.
All right. We covered 10 down in 62s, and then we just put 10
I would
more.
put a 10 lot at like 50, 5 at 57, 5 at 54.
Okay. Short 35 again. Trading around our position, short position.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah.
They're watching professional traders at their finest right now. Rips in the house.
New high in gold and
MP in the
crude
house.
tagging the 7117s.
Click like, click subscribe. Got 6,000 people watching right here. Go start sharing. Put it on social media. Start sharing. Our house account in play with the best traders. We got gold making new highs here. Gold just popped about $3-4 here.
Yeah,
these are all
big
new
run here in
all-time
gold.
highs. 26.67 last trade, and gold still popping here. Nothing showing on tilt too.
No.
Catch this move as well, but we got crude selling off here. $71.46, about 30 cents off the lows. And house account short 35. We are locked in here, folks, on this Tuesday. We just see Mag 7. We saw NVIDIA pressure, and what was the other one?
Yeah, NVIDIA's down 0.7.
Okay.
Yeah, a little bounce from Google there.
Cool.
A little bounce from Microsoft. A little bounce from Meta.
All right.
Seeing some covers at 87 halves here. I want to see us cut through these covers. Some defense at 20,000 there.
Good.
Hey, check out. We just posted the Twitter link Gabe did there. We're documenting this trade.
Share it with your buddies.
Get
Retweet
someone new
it.
in here.
Share it with your
Somebody new
friends.
in here.
Share it with your family. Share it with your enemies. Just share it.
The cat lovers in your life. Get all of them.
Everybody. Here we go.
Okay, I want to see this sweep back through 20,000 here, and I want to see that being a harsh rejection above 20,000 with this defense here. We need to see that here and now. That's the point of control. We get back to 90s here and now. That's super strong for bears still being in control here.
What happened to the elevator down? Remember elevator downstairs up? Like, what the hell? Where's the elevator?
Slides faster than it glides.
Slides faster than it
We
glides.
got a lot of ring-a-ding-dingers.
Oh, there's always one. There's
20,000.
always
Such a big level. There's no craziness that we just see consolidation 20,000 for a little bit, but yeah, I'm short 037. My stop loss is at 53, and this is one where I'd be on until like noon to see.
Little
I
nooner.
could really see these 900s, 880s come into play.
Wow.
Now, if we don't defend above 12s here, the trade's idea is off because I think that once we start getting above 30s, we could see a big reversal on this, and I don't want to take that much heat. So if we don't defend 12s here and get back below 20,000, I'm happy with killing the trade.
Stops are roughly where right now?
Okay.
Where would you guys put a stop?
My stop is at 53. Let me see.
Buyers coming in here. S&Ps. Buyer coming in here. NASDAQ.
50s even would be a decent stop.
Wow.
I got 30.
I'm trying to think. What would Hogue be saying right now? What would Hogue be saying right now? Did we preempt the failed downside auction? I'm trying to get Hogue, trying to channel my inner Hogue right now.
Yeah, if we get back below 20,000 here, that's a huge rejection off these the 12 liquidity here. So that's what I'm watching out for. Not giving up hope. Right now we have some lick at 15. Seeing if we have sellers that are interested in taking that.
Hey, man, you guys are watching the best. Rips has been dialed in all morning. Dakota as well.
But here's your 12s again. This is a big, big area in the market. 12s are huge.
Okay. Channel that hogue, Andre. Channel that hogue.
I'm trying, man. I'm trying. We've been around each other for so, yeah.
Gold going to make another high here. I got some momentum. Yes, we are a new high here in gold.
So 12s are the area of traffic again. We need to get below those 12s and show that weakness below 12s here.
Gold still pushing higher here.
Yes, Andy, gold is scooting.
We're short 35 from what price? 80 something?
87, 88.
Okay.
I think whatever. 90s. 87 or 90s.
Okay, testing these 12s again. Still not showing that strength that I want to see to the downside just yet. Clear rejection below 12s would be what we're looking for, and then we'll entertain that liquidity back at 20,000 if we get below these 12s.
Yeah, break below 09 would be kind of a little technical pattern.
A lot of defense right now.
A lot of defense. Yep. Oh, my.
Well, just to look down the road, we don't have any numbers until 12 o'clock with our 2-year note yield bid to cover. That's about it.
This is good stuff, man. 6,000 people watching.
Mm.
Click subscribe. Bigger and better here.
Feels like Friday.
This is like Friday to go.
Thumbs up. Oh, and here goes gold
Friday
again.
Dakota. Yeah, gold's still going here. Gold.
Love it.
I'm telling you, I don't know.
Yeah, we came down to the 12s and we're not rejecting on the 12s. So, yeah, we didn't get what we were looking for. We wanted to have that rejection at the 12s and we just didn't get there. We need to see that weakness at the 12s. And right now we're just building up steam. So
is this a cover?
Yeah, I'm for cover here.
All right, cool. We're down 10. Nice trade, guys. That was good. That was a good read. If we get back, if we have something that gets us back in, you guys let us know.
Fair enough. I'm still short. Short from 37. Stop losses at 50.
Yeah, you got to.
All right, cool. All right, Jack. Jack, if you're ready to do, we got some things to cross off the list. Jack, I'm gonna throw it to you. We got some news for the peeps. Boy, that was wild. Good morning so far. All right, Jack, go ahead.
That was a trade. Well, this will pale in comparison, but just wanted to point out the equity put call ratio fell to sub 50. I guess how you say it, probability. 1/2 yesterday for the first time since August. Means there's a lot more calls being transacted there than puts. Take that for what you will. Also, an interesting thing is that the previous quarter, the Magnificent Seven underperformed the S&P for the first time since Q4 of 2022. So we've seen the rest of the market taking up some of the mantle, so to speak, but obviously we're still looking very closely at those companies worth $2, $3, or more trillion dollars. And then a little business stuff here. It's almost October. So I want to talk about horror movies. I don't know if you guys have been paying attention to the box office. But horror movies are really the only thing that's profitable. So this is the change in North American box office growth.
That's true.
From 2013 to 2023, a 70% increase from horror movies at the box office. Everything else getting killed. No more adult thrillers like the 80s. Comedy, not doing it. Drama, action, doing okay. I have one more image of this. Check this out.
Horror
Top
movies,
100 movies by worldwide box office. All right. What they have here is the production budget versus the share of the return. And you can see why they make these horror movies, because they are cheap. So expect this October to see all sort. And MP, maybe if you want to diversify, you can make a horror movie.
I've been bugging them forever. I've been bugging them forever.
You get it really quiet, build up the intense, and then just go boom. And you're like, oh shit, that's scary.
Bugging them
I mean,
forever.
like,
Let's invest in
you don't need high
scriptures.
production, do you? Blair
No,
Witch
I'm-
Project.
I'm gonna make a Slack themed horror movie with Michael. Just
Right.
getting Slack notifications. Where are
Oh,
they coming from?
that would be similar. Yes, that's low budget, Jack. That might work too.
We'll put something together.
I like a short here with a tight leash. I don't know about you, Dakota.
I'm gonna say that I was just gonna say the same thing. We did bounce up to these 51s. We could put that exact same trade on.
Yep. Tight leash.
All right, short 30 from right here.
Gold still pushing higher here. 26.7. These are new all-time highs, folks. Air horn.
Watch this
Nick.
gold. Gold is running here.
Yeah. Nothing doing on tilt all day today. Interesting.
No. Gold tilt about 50.
Gold all time highs. More just pushing 2,700. Are we gonna see 2,700
2700s,
in gold?
Dakota. 2700s.
Watch.
Jack, you get a minivan?
Where's Nick with the air horns?
How'd you know? How'd that show up on your radar
did.
just now?
I did. I might get kicked out by JD right now, but
Where did you
yes,
see that?
Danielle put it in Slack. I'm going,
Oh, did
like
she?
I said, like Lambo Raul. I'm going to be Sienna Jack.
Hey,
I got a
The Sienna
I'm
Jack.
short.
murdered out
I'm adding
Sienna.
my short here at 52.
All right.
I'm
What's
adding
your
to the
stop?
short. My stop is going to be 81. 81 is my stop. If we do break down, if we break into these 30s, then my stop is going to be 60, 62, 61.
All right, we're
I like
short
that.
40 from right here. Average price is 43 half. 43
half, short 20. 43 half. Short 40, 43 half. Cool. Take a look until it's 60% long in the YM. What do we got coming up here? JD. Yeah, JD coming up here shortly. We got some leaderboards. We got some payouts. Maybe series 3
I love
for
that
you.
new leaderboard, Andre. Absolutely
Bigger.
love it.
It's bigger,
Yeah.
Dakota. Yeah.
100%.
I was talking to I don't know his name off the top. Number 8 on the leaderboard at 4 a.m. on Twitter.
I think that's a tool.
Yeah, it is. It is. He's interested, or he's not interested. He's like, sign me up, brother. So he's gonna come on. I think we're sending him some swag. I think.
There he is in the chat. Yep, that was me. A tool. What's up, man?
There you go. You're up early.
Tool in the chat. Shout out, Tool.
I need to refresh the chat.
I think you're already talking to the team, so yeah, cool.
You should get direct access to the man with how many followers do you have now, Michael? You know exactly how many followers. How many followers you have?
I hate Twitter.
Exactly how many followers.
Oh, there goes my camera.
Yesterday, he corrected me. He's like,
Family doesn't count.
He knows.
Family doesn't count.
Let's trade 20,000 054 in Q.
Yeah, this
That's
price
right.
action is getting very stubborn here to the north side.
Really
We're
is.
not getting any kind of failed breakdown here. Or sorry, failed upside. Right now we're perking up through the VWAP and the S&P, and we are getting continuation. So
Yeah, this was the support.
trade idea is definitely fading here.
Well, I have that stop
had,
at 83. Are you not liking the position? And Dakota, you're still in the position.
Yeah, I really like this position because this was the support from 5 a.m., 6 a.m.
Yeah, the
And if
48.
the
Remember the
support is gonna be
47s?
resistant-
Yeah, you said the 48s, and remember it came up to the 47s. Then
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I don't like this. This is driving too hard, too fast here. We're not getting any kind of clear rejection below 47 there. We're coming right up to the VWAP, and I think that we're going to follow suit with the S&P and start driving through that.
What's the VWAP at?
67.
Right here, right now.
There it goes. Yeah.
yeah, it's running.
My
I have the
stop loss
83
is at
stop.
81.
Yeah, okay.
MP, that was the worst consumer confidence in 3 years.
That's what they said.
Unreal. Nick for a tick. The fumble by sellers is enough for me to call it a day. I kind of feel you there, Nick for a tick. Worse than 3 years. Buy it.
I like rejecting these 70s.
This kind of the strength has been, there hasn't been a blow off the top yet.
Bad news, good
which
news.
is always,
You can always spin it for that. Bad news, good news type BS like that. I mean, we've seen it all by now.
Yeah, this drive up is very, very strong. It's not like this is a weak drive up, and I think that that's the only issue that I'm seeing with this is it's we're driving very strong here, and we haven't seen any kind of pullback and weakness here. So
yep, sure
I'm not a big fan of this trade any longer, especially off that rejection of 47 there. A clear rejection off 47.
Well, gold doing a little spinning wheel here. What goes up must come down.
Yes, it is.
Tops here. 2668 last.
Let's trade the NQ 20,065. Tilt's been absolutely 50-50 for pretty much most of the day.
Most of the day.
Unreal. I don't see much in Delta here. Gold was, like I was saying, a bit of a pullback here. We got JD. We got JD coming in here next.
We got Things squeezing any of the shorts.
Last trade. Even on this gold. Gold's making all-time highs. What's up, Atul? We see you. Stop at what, 80? 80-ish?
83.
Cool.
That's I mean, because we're probably gonna whip right into that.
Hammer. Wow, what a retrade. All right, thank you, JD. Once we close this trade out, JD.
Here's a squeeze.
You can feel it.
Yeah, it's building up big. You see a lot of green across the board right now too. We didn't see that failure right there. When we needed to at 47, that was kind of the outs.
Last trade. 1,000. This is line of sand.
Yeah,
And we're just going to continue to squeeze.
There's your squeeze. Ouch.
Yep.
This is where like flirts with it, goes to the tick. Or does it?
Sitting here at those 78s.
Yeah. Yes. Oh no, still in this. Come on. It's like that one trade Dakota where we came like a tick away.
We had a hugs level. We had a hugs level on the charts. Top step level 955. Way down there that we bounced up.
This might be that. This might be just to fall out of bed right here. Worst
yesterday's
super confidence in 3 years.
Yesterday's low. That's what it was. Yesterday's low.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, still hovering in these 70s. Like to see it break down to retest 20,000s.
All right, guys, let's recap this. We're still in this trade. Let's recap this trade in terms of the shorts, rips. Dakota, let's recap this trade. Again, house count still is short. We're seeing the shorts at 20,000 at 44. Saw some sell pressure coming in. Looked like it wanted to go. ES was trying to take us lower.
Yeah, I mean, for me, a recap is just I like the trade where we had the breakdown and the sell-off early, and then we were getting in with a trend on a pullback. I mean, it's trying to get in with the trend
Mhm.
at the area of
Mhm.
resistance. And I mean, that was a very valid trade this morning. It worked out really great. Yeah, that's always with hindsight. You wish you would have covered, but I definitely could see this market going down to like 900, 880s. That was definitely an area. And here we are again. Like this is a huge rally off those lows right into this area of resistance. Right now it's a zone. One could argue it's at 50s. One could argue maybe it's at 85. I mean, this market just gained legs, like you were saying, Rips, through those 45s, 47s. And yeah,
All right, we got stopped
that's
out.
basically it.
Okay, so that was a strong rally. It didn't, and the top didn't still get blown off on it. Like it just keeps creeping. So guys, watch for the top to be blown off this because there's other shorts in here besides our short that was in there. At the top, you'll see it kind of wick up.
All right, I'm going to JD now. JD, if you're ready, come on in with some stats. We got some catching up to do. Go ahead, JD.
We sure do. I'm going to rip through these right now. We got definitely a little playing catch up to do here. Here's yesterday's best live funded PNLs. Here we go. All right, Nicholas had a massive day in the live funded account. $24,130 trading the NASDAQ yesterday. Way to go, Nicholas. House account on the list for the second day in a row. 2-day running total of $24,000 in profits. We made about $3,300 during fast markets yesterday. We put on a trade during power players, held it through the close for a nice $5,600 profit. And then Coach Robert made about $135 trade in the Dow during Strategy Lab for a total of $9,119 in profits for ye old house account yesterday. Then we have Raul, Augustine, and Paiwen, all with nice days trading the NASDAQ. $5,048 for Raul, $47.82 for Augustine, and $31.23 for Paiwen. All right, let's take a look at we're not going to do XFAs just because we're short on time.
Right.
Give me a quick over under. What do you think yesterday's total payouts were?
6-8.
Probably about
650.
750.
Say average payouts will be above 2,000.
All right, you ready for this?
Yeah, we always are now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Something's becoming the new norm around here, and it's $1 million
Are you
payout
kidding
days.
me?
Oh my.
Wow. At least yesterday was
In the
Monday.
last 2 weeks, 6 out of 10 business days were $1 million payout days. 7 out of 11 if you include yesterday. So payout days, $1 million payout days are becoming the new norm. They're just getting bigger. 513 of them for $1,900 average payout per trader. Not bad. These 5 payouts accounted for 13.7% of all of those payouts. Michael T, 33,600. D, 24,800. Ka, 24,750. Steven, 23,283. And Lawrence, 19,903. Again, these 5 payouts were 13.75% of all funds paid out yesterday. 13% of that cool $1 million going out to our traders.
He's been on the leaderboard quite a bit, right? Michael T.
Yes, he was on a payouts list yesterday too. He's creeping up there. He's making money and taking payouts. Michael T.
Where's he at on the leaderboard?
Let's take a look. Let me pull that up. I'm not going to show you the leaderboard right now.
We don't need to go on the leaderboard yet.
But like, it's shared. Matthew T. Not in the top 25 right now. He took.
Let's start tracking some of these guys.
Yeah, for sure. I think once his accounting catches up, he might be transferring some funds over. And that takes a little time to catch up on the data boards. So I'll keep you posted on Matthew T for sure.
Thank you. $1 million in payouts. Wow.
All right.
Wow.
I'll be back with hot streaks in just a little bit.
A jiffy. Thank you, JD.
Do you see the one funded trader,
live
funded trader?
That's a daily.
See the one live funded trader that I posted last night or whatever? Got pulled up live, and if we have the Twitter post, let's post it. Pulled up live, and then got a Topstep license plate from Ontario.
Ontario.
Pretty badass.
Yes.
Like Ontario
with Topstep. Yes.
Well, let's bring in Robert. I know Robert. I see him in the green room. Bring in Robert for a quick drop in. Robert, tell the people what you got for us. What's up, Robert?
Hey, Andre. Yeah, it was an interesting morning over there. What we have is a little, I don't say challenge, a little bit of help here for the traders. I'm going to make this really quick. I'm going to drop a poll in there. Gabe's got that poll ready for me. What we're going to do is we have a choice of two things we're going to provide. I'm going to build this behind the scenes, going to do this thing called a deep dive on a specific topic. I'm going to let the chat decide, let our viewers decide, since we have a lot of viewers watching. So here we go. I'm going to choose a difference between the types of charts to use them simultaneously to give us a more detailed view of the market. This can give us potentially better entries and exits, meaning let's say we have a 15-minute chart, but we want to have a 5-minute chart, but we have a 15-minute Fibonacci chart, and then we trade off of like a Renko chart. Just the different types of charts, different time frames, give us that really granular view. Hopefully can get us in and out better and quicker. The second option is I'm going to build a spreadsheet type calculator where you enter your account size, let's say a 50K combine, what your current balance is, what your profit is, your distance to your loss limit, what you trade, and I will have this all calculated out for you. It will give you your correct risk parameters so you can save your account. In other words, we don't want to go, if we have a $800 buffer to our loss limit, we want to make sure that our trades aren't going to be losing $1,000. So I can put one of these two together for you and let the chat decide. So Gabe's got the poll in there. Go ahead and vote on it. I'm going to bounce out. We'll leave that up there for a couple of minutes, see what the traders want. And this is going to be prepared over the next day or two. We will present it all on group coaching on Thursday.
Thank you, Robert. I like the Robert drop-ins. All right, what do we got next?
Dre, I got 800. I got 800 goats showing up to the house today.
How'd that go? Which one? The snowmass?
800?
Are you mowing a lawn?
Pretty
We're
much.
mowing pasture.
Why is Dakota coming to your house?
I see what you did there. 800 Dakotas coming to our house. No, it's it's a natural. It's a natural way to like weed out the weeds. They're what are they, grazers? No, they're prowlers. No, something like that.
It's the same guy's got all 800.
How big of a pasture do you have? What is it? Just like a few acres?
5, 15. There's 3 pastures. There's about 6 acres each. But then
Hello.
I mean, they'll be done in 8 days.
What are you gonna do with them? Do you have horses or something else that you
we have a thistle issue. So it's like weeding out the weeds. And then the best way I'm like, how the hell do we do this? And then while they're doing that, they're fertilizing. While they're doing that, their hooves are aerating or whatever, blah, blah, blah. It's called goat green. And it's the most natural way to clean up your land. I've seen them around in the valley.
I've seen them before too. I said, what the hell are they doing?
They get after it.
And then as a bonus, after they're all done, you get goat burgers.
Yep.
No, that's what they do. The lady goes to me. She's like, we never kill them when they never go slaughter. They start with us and they end with us their entire life. And we ship them around the country to bring people's land up to the natural way they should be brought. So pretty
interesting. So they never have to pay for food.
What a life. Yeah, Michael, take pics. Please take pics and send them.
I will. No, they're unloading today. Yeah.
Wow. Look at this rally.
There's your blowout top, MP.
What did you got?
300s.
Look, worst consumer confidence in 3 years, folks. We are pushing higher. Can we go to highs of the day? This is why trading is tricky.
Buy the freaking dip. Buy the dip.
So 20,100s where all this started. This whole stuff started at 20,100. And we were looking for the continuation, but we got stopped up, slowed down at yesterday's low. And guys, when we're coming out to this, I'm going to need Eddie, Andre, or who's ever in the backdrop, looking at the daily levels when we come down to it. So then we're always sharing that. It was yesterday's low where we bounced right off of 19,955. I have it on my chart. I just didn't know what it was called. So when it comes down there, I will need help.
Yeah, we did peak below it for a moment though.
Yeah,
we got Yeah, just a little bit below it.
And then this is the area where we initially started our short. So the 20,109s and 10s and all that. Remember we were talking about because it went up to the 25s and it couldn't go higher. We're right back up to the scene of the crime. The whole thing. You got the sell-off. Yep. We were deep in the money. And then we thought it was going to continue. And it just about face.
Yep.
And that's how the cookie crumbles. Obla-dee, obla-da, trade goes on. Learn from each one of these.
Seven last trade.
Learn from each one of these.
Tilt's been absolutely nothing there. Oh, here we go. Finally, maybe some signs of life in the tilt. Just tells you everyone been 50-50 in our simulated traders. 64% long in the ES average price. Where are they long from? I can only imagine. 57.71. So about 6 points in the money there.
This shows you how strong this market is, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I saw someone in the chat. Bad news, good news. Clears a way for more rate cuts. Only consumer confidence was going to make or break. Like Jack said, we got a lot of data still till November 7th. That's the next FOMC announcement. So 50-50 now. Look at Fed Watch tool if they're going to do 25 points or 50 basis point cut.
Getting a little tilty on the 70% longs in the NASDAQ right now.
Where do you got 7? You got 70?
70. Average price, 20,052.
All right, cool. It's slowly becoming one of my favorite stats. JT, let's hit him with hot streaks. Is you know who's still up there?
Oh my. Oh my.
Yeah, this is your boy Dakota. This is your boy JD.
You know, there's
You
a
ready?
chance.
Yeah.
Oh, JD's here too. I love it when we're both.
Oh
on.
yeah.
Get it, JD.
Who we got?
Oh, Jackson, I took Hogue spot for a little while. Yeah.
There you go.
We're all good, Jack. All right. Yeah. You wanted it. You got it. Here it is. Oh, I hit the fade button.
You know who? Folks, this guy's going for 3 months straight of win streaks.
There
3
he
months
is.
straight. Closing in on 3 months straight. Yeah.
Blah, blah, blah. Getting a little tired of talking about this guy. $15 for Delesh yesterday. Good for you, Delesh. All right, let's move on. Jonathan made about $330 trading the NQ, now on a 26-day hot streak. This next guy, I've been watching this guy for a couple of weeks now. Michael A. He's been one $200 trading day away from payout eligibility since the beginning of the month. I think August 3rd was his last. September 3rd was his last $200 day.
What?
So I've been checking in on him. Every day, and he finally did it yesterday. So Michael A is now eligible for a payout. So he gets his hot streak recognized on Topstep TV.
Well done.
He's been winning for 26 days straight. His hot streaks actually started on August 15th, and yesterday he made $260 trading the NASDAQ. Way to go, Michael. It's time to start paying yourself. 26 days. Finally eligible for a payout. Way to go, Michael. All right.
Michael.
Right. Then we have Eric. Eric made $367 trading the Micro ES. He's now on a 24-day hot streak worth $9,300. And Joseph is back after a short break. Joseph took about a week off. Picked up $385 trading the NASDAQ to extend his streak to 24 days worth close to $10,000. All right. There are your hot streaks for today. I'll be back with some VIP and leaderboard updates in just a few minutes.
Delesh.
Sweet.
You dirty dog, Delesh. Go for 60. Go for 60, Delesh. 3 months, folks. This is since July. As I had to lose
You know what I'm
July.
still surprised by?
What are you surprised by, Dakota?
I've the sticker shock from chat.
It's sticker shock. I get it. Yes, I know. Everybody's just got to
I wish
building
we
the
could
plane
change
in
it
the
to,
air.
point
Keep
with
building
ticks,
the plane in the air. Yeah.
If
I'm
we could
totally
change
okay
it
with
to
everything.
points or ticks.
Points to ticks. I don't know if that'd still be sticker shock because everybody gets used to ticks and they're like, whoa. The goal of this, again, is building the plane in the air. Learn as we go with the funded traders that we have. We come on here and also in chat too, the ones that we are funding. And we had a good read, guys. The market just it didn't continue. It firmed up.
Yeah, we
Now
would have
it's
been
back.
up. Our target was 900. I mean, that's the thing is, if we would have got to our target, and it just what was it, a 2-to-1 or a 1-to-1 risk reward? Entry price was 87, so we was going to get 87
True.
points, correct?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so 87. We was in what, 40 contracts.
Well, we were in 40 in the last one, 35. We averaged around 30 to 35.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah,
I'll say 30. So was risking what is this, 43 to make
BRB, guys.
60?
Go ahead with these announcements.
Yeah.
BRB.
Yeah, that's what it was. Risking 43 to make 60.
Yes, that's where we're at right now. One. Yeah, it was is within our sights. Within our sights. And guys, you could think about that on just a one lot. What was it? 60 to 43. What's that? 1 point. What is that? Risk to reward.
You'd be risk like 1,000 to make 1,500 basically on a one lot.
You know the best traders, we've done the stats, have a 1.7 to 1 risk to reward ratio.
Yeah,
Pretty
some of the ones I
common.
review at
1.7.
night.
Yeah.
I mean, last night I was reviewing some trader statistics too. I mean, 30% win rate, but a 2-to-1 risk reward, and that's extremely profitable.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Right
Well, while
back
we're
at
waiting for
those.
Andre to get back, I do have a tidbit for you. I was talking about my Series 3 practice exam the other day, so I figured it was time. I talked about regulatory
Well, here we go.
stuff. We're going to get a whole bunch of regulatory
my.
questions. I think this
All
one's
right, boys,
an
girls.
easier one to get started off with. So with that, let's see what we got here. Only bona fide hedgers are exempt from A, daily reporting requirements of the CFTC, B, position limits required of the CFTC, C, margin requirements of the
Oh,
exchange,
this is a good one.
or D, delivery procedures established by the clearinghouse.
I'm going to say A
No,
or
they have-
B on this one. Ooh.
Bona fide hedgers. This is a very good one. This was on the test. I remember this one.
Well, let me give you a little clue. Somebody who's hedging a physical commodity that they have, say a whole bunch of corn, are they not going to allow them to hedge it?
No.
Should be
When you become you have to like register to become a bona fide hedger, right?
Would it be position limit requirements then, right? I mean, I'm going to just throw my hat out at B. Final answer.
C.
All right. Let's see what we
Hey.
got here.
Yes, let's see.
It is the
D.
position limit requirements. They do have to notify in advance they're going to do this, but if you are a bona fide hedger, you're always allowed to hedge.
Yep.
So if you had enough of the physical commodity, you could hedge it.
Do you know I
Yeah,
had
that's what I figured.
Good job.
I had position limit that I got notified when I had I'd be short in the Dow mini, long in the Dow, and it got so big that there's position limits that you have to. Like I remember getting that because it got so big because they're fungible. Fungible means 5 micro. How many is it in the Dow again? Is it 2? It's 2. Two minis to one big Dow. If you have 2 minis long, one big Dow short, you're technically flat. So I would trade all day in the pit and the screen and all that. And there would be a long, or there'd be a position for minis and a position for bigs in the pit. And they would then be fungible at a certain time. I don't know if they did them every day, how they did it. But when it got so big, then you would kind of, I just remember, nothing really happens except they're like, hey, your account got flagged for position limits. But if you tell them, bona fide hedger, probably tell them, then you don't get position limits because you're telling them. That's interesting.
Yeah.
A true bona fide hedger would have that. I'll pass.
I mean, you can imagine like some major companies. I mean, like with like cattle or corn or crops, they have so much of that physical commodity that you can't really put a limit on it, right? Then how are they truly going to hedge?
Yeah. Okay, I'll be right back. I got out of the bathroom.
Yeah, this market just went straight up to right where we opened, and we're just going sideways. Is gold still rallying? Is gold still making
Are you
all-time
in any
highs?
positions right now, Dakota?
Nah, no highs.
No,
right now.
I'm flat.
Okay.
Nope, I'm flat.
Anything that's tickling your fancy up here, either on the ES or on the NQ?
Honestly, no. This is, I mean, take a look at this rally. Like, just a huge rally. Starting right where we covered some of them right there at 54s, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then just there's no pullbacks. It was just straight up. Yeah, I seen chat called out this 3-bar reversal. This is a rough 3-bar reversal to see on a 5-minute chart. Just because we was getting so much chop here right around 20,000, and then we just bounced. We just completely bounced, tore through everything, no pullbacks, straight up to 20,100, and yeah, still no pullbacks. If what I would look for is a pullback of some sort, maybe a pullback to 90, maybe a pullback to 50 or 60, and then look for continuation to the long side. But we're not getting any pullbacks. And this is just one of those moments in the market where it's you buy a 10-point pullback and we just keep grinding higher.
Yeah. I'm looking for an exchange up at 131, which was the original level that I was tracking in the onset this morning. So I'd like to see what happens at 131. Potential we could find continuation there. It's tough to say if we still have shorts that are being trapped in this tape. I think most of them got popped out into that 100 pull. So, it makes this a little bit difficult to trade if we did get a pullback to 82 and show some strength, which is kind of that area that we have this stop. I could see us finding a rally higher.
Yeah. I'm still liking 20,500s for more of like the not really long term, but intermediate term.
Okay.
20,500 to 20,600. But yeah, that's just unfortunate. And you know what I appreciate? I appreciate that good or bad, it's being shown.
Mm-hmm.
Always.
Yeah, that's the beauty.
Always.
100%.
All right, let's go 66% long the NASDAQ right now, looking at the tilts. Average price of 20,069. Wow. They're well in the money on this one. What a grind higher.
Yeah, we were about 11 points away from that next upside target of 131. So
Okay,
I want to see what happens up there.
Here's the
Hey, we got a
20,000.
London close here in 5 minutes.
Thank you, Eddie.
Here's here's the 20,120s. This is where we started the whole thing. And the 25s had a hard time staying above. It had a hard time staying above the 25s. 20,125. This is at what, first 30 minutes of the day? We were talking about this. We're into 68%, 69% long.
Yeah, look what price they're long from, too.
59, 69s.
Yeah.
There.
Very nice.
69. 50.
Yeah, last trade 117, 20,117. We were watching gold make new all-time highs. Hey, don't stop now. Just put in new all-time highs. 26.72. About 50 cents off of that.
I think we could be patient and wait for an exchange around 131 and then give it a 5 or 15-minute bar to develop and then make a decision from there.
131.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything either. Ugh.
Muhammad sees a short from 20,120.
Look at this on the 15-minute. What?
I know.
Let me get
Your 3-bar reversal on the 15-minute page.
That's a 3-bar reversal.
If I've ever seen one.
Yeah,
That was a market that was oversold. That's what that was. Very much oversold. We were 10 points off our target. We were trying to peel off at 41s. We got 51s, and the market said, nope, that's it. And went to Boomtown.
yeah, 150 points.
We got Euro close 3 minutes.
Yeah, Euro close is coming in less than 2 minutes now.
Okay. Got some announcements still. Got some leaderboards still. Go ahead, Eddie, if you got some announcements.
I was just going to say gold made another new high.
Man, what a run.
Gold
Where's
on the
the air
highs and
horns?
crude on the lows. Keep an eye open here. But
Oh my.
yes, I've got some stuff. Just want to mention,
Go ahead.
I want to remind everybody. Are we on here? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I want to mention everybody today at 1:00 p.m. We've got Brian Shannon going to be with us here. Now, some of us might remember him. We've brought him on here before. Pioneer of the anchored VWAP, and he's going to be coming in to discuss how the indicator is used and how it has impacted his trading. So that's 1:00. And remember, if you're new here, we use Central Times. So anytime we do talk about it, will be Central Time. Also, you want to pass with the pros? You want to pass with the pros? Want to try to pass your trading combine on air? Some of us do. Some of us are excited about it. We passed this yesterday. We're trying something new here to allow traders a chance to potentially pass the trading combine live on Topstep TV. And we're going to launch this tomorrow at 1 p.m. Central Time. And I've got the link in the chat. I'm going to post that right now. There it is. Okay, there's the link for that. Pass with the pros. Also, Discord. If you're new here, I've got a lot of new people here. We got a Discord channel that is just packed with information, great traders. Find yourself a trading buddy, sharing of markets, strategies. So if you like what we're doing, interact with our Topstep community more. I'm going to post the link here for our Topstep Discord channel. I got 2 links for everybody, and yes, no charge. There is a no cover charge, but there is a 7-drink minimum to get into this Discord. So have at it.
Minimum.
There it is. I'm just kidding on the drink minimum.
Thank you.
Have at it. Enjoy yourselves, and welcome to Topstep TV. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie.
Real quick.
Man, 50-50 until
the house account is live real money, everybody.
Oh, yeah.
I think we even showed it yesterday on the DOM, the order going through in the depth of the market. So it's not a demo account. That's live real money.
Yeah, you'll see it. Go to I want to sell the 41 quarters right now. I want to sell them. And I'm going to put a 40 lot in at 41.25 in the NASDAQ. And you'll see there's 45 of them there. Now I want to cancel because I no longer like this price. And you'll see there's 5 there.
I love you, MP.
Yeah, you know what I was doing.
It's a paper account.
Yeah, it's not paper. It's live. Everything's being shown and transparent. Remember Friday, right? We had a $30,000 winner trade. I think even yesterday we made what, 3,000-4,000, and then
we made 9 yesterday, right?
They made another 6K. So everything's live and real.
Oh yeah.
Whenever you get close to your daily loss limit, it just starts to, it sucks. Halfway to your daily loss limit, we always see, and this is another stat. I remember when we would always be like, hey, get a stat. We're gonna start bringing you guys more stats. We have so much like spaghetti code of data all over the place that we're trying to collect and then start to feed you guys what we're seeing and what the community, so you can help understand it. I just lost my train of thought. What was it? Because the data, help me out. What was I just gonna say?
Squirrel.
I know. Nobody here is paying attention. Wow.
All good. When
No,
you get
no,
a chance,
I got it.
let's
No, I got it. I just need help on it because there's a point to here. Oh, halfway to your daily loss limit. Thanks for listening, guys. Halfway to your daily loss limit. Halfway to your daily loss limit, we see more and more. Thank you guys in there. 50% of daily loss limit. Thank you, Josh. Halfway to your daily loss limit, we see people flip all the way. Like if you've already gone halfway to your daily loss limit, the percentage that you're going to hit your daily loss limit is like large. So this is the kind of the getting halfway to your daily loss limit. We haven't hit our daily loss limit. $7,000 away. You know, if it's a $500 daily loss limit, you guys can go. You're down $430. You know, kind of that type of deal. You're feeling it. So halfway to your $500 daily loss limit, you're down $250. I'm not seeing it. Halfway to your daily loss limit, if you're $3,000 daily loss limit, $1,500. It gets slippery after the $1,500, and we see a lot of trading that starts to happen like that. So that's just something too. Again, I want to start bringing these stats more. I have our stat folks, but we have to like prioritize. But the more I can get them to share this, the more you guys, we're going to shed light on what's happening behind the scenes. I just said 1.7 to 1 risk reward is what we see our most successful traders trading with a risk reward. That's 17 ticks to 10 ticks. You could say it just like that, or 17 points to 10 points, however you want to do it. $170 to $100, however you want to do it. But that's the stats that we're going to start sharing you guys more. And you get those also your own, some of those at the end of the month in your email. So the more we can get this data, feed it to you guys all, and help you guys become smarter with it, the more you're going to understand better trading, better habits, and all that kind of good stuff.
Yep.
This
is part of the training. Hey, all right, really quick. We got 20 minutes left here in Fast Breakers. So I'm going to throw it to JD. JD's got some stats. JD, if you're ready, hit us up with some stats.
Yeah, let's do it. Hey, James, let's start with some VIP updates. First, we got Coach J's Lunatics. I went over this yesterday, but Coach J's Lunatics, currently they have Coach J's team has 1 trader in an XFA, 34 traders in the trading combine. We're going to rip through these real fast. Next up, we got Coach Ray's Market Makers. 3 traders in the XFA, 28 traders in trading combines currently. Again, this is just a recap of what we did yesterday. And Coach Vinch's Stop Hunters, 4 traders in the XFA, 28 traders in the trading combine currently. All right, payouts. I mentioned payouts just for a minute yesterday. Here are your top VIP payouts.
Like those
all right.
cartoon faces. I want one.
Yep.
Ooh, VIP getting paid. Nice.
That should say Monique. Monique should be at top there. $2,200. Monique and Miguel are the only 2 traders left on this list, on the VIP payout list, that are still in trading combine or XFAs at the moment. Petrus, Travis, and Van D have all been eliminated from the VIP experience, but they didn't walk away empty-handed. You know, they got on this experience on us, and they walked away with some money. So good job on those 3 traders.
Nice.
Yep. Payouts from the VIP.
Payouts from the VIP. And here's our VIP leaderboard. We're going to do something a little different with the leaderboard. Nobody moved on the leaderboard from yesterday. So we're going to show... I thought we'd do a little something different. So we're going to take a look at some rank changes. There's a lot of movement on the lower end of these boards. But if we show the bottom half... so every time
I'm short the NASDAQ. Resets, sorry, just shouting it out there. Short the NASDAQ at 124.
You got it.
What are you liking about the short right now? And Rips, what are you seeing?
We're at that 131 level.
Yes.
Yeah, we rejected 131. So I do like the short from here. And we've been slowing down for the last 40 minutes.
Okay.
We're either going to sweep above 150s, tag 160s, but I like this short as well. Again, tight leash. Tight leash is the key here.
We have a very tight leash.
What are we in? How many?
We're short 10 right now because the leash is pretty tight. We have 7,000 to work with. And then you have a stop going where?
41 and a quarter.
Yeah, that seems about right. 44 and a quarter was the pre-market high. So have a tight leash.
Your girl put you on a tight leash, Rips?
MP, never. Please. Please, that leash is about 60 miles long, my friend.
So a different area code. Okay, got it. Oh boy. You guys are acting like this is the trading pits again, man. The pits. Careful. All right. House gone short. We got 21s. Short 10 from 21s. We have a stop at 41s.
Yep.
All right.
Looking to see if we could get to 100 even. 100 even.
111s are the point of control that we're seeing from the pre-market as well. So we have to flush through that. Confirmations below 100s, resets of 100s with weakness would show this trade really coming down to those 82s.
It's about 19 minutes left here in fast markets. Man,
19 minutes to make 40 G's. We got this, Andre.
we got it. Hey, we got
it.
A comeback.
I've done crazier things.
Oh yeah.
I cut it in half. Cut it in half to me is always one of those more doable plays. It's the people that, and I think we've all been there before. We're like, I'm gonna get out of this hole and I'm gonna be up money.
Process over profits.
It's a chip process over profits and chip away.
Yeah, a couple of things we're looking for on this trade. Fade of 111s and fade of 82s. Those two things happen, confirmation. Be looking for the trade down to VWAP, but lots of ifs on this trade.
Mm-hmm.
We're seeing equities soften up a little bit, running into various EMAs, VWAPs. So we get that confirmation. By the way, NVIDIA is a rocket ship here. NVIDIA is going nuts.
Really? Go figure.
Yeah. We put on a short. NVIDIA puts it out. Some kind of news hitting the wire about NVIDIA. I'm looking to see if we have anything here.
Yeah, let's see how we react right here in these 30s. This is a tight stop for me.
All right. Tight leash.
Tight leash. Tight leash.
See if we can get a push here. We got. What else we got? We got Eddie. We got that. We got some appreciations of that. And
There's only 20 minutes left in fast markets.
Dude, it goes by quick. Like they said, we got Brian Shannon coming up. Shoulder tag. We got power players coming up. Chad joining us for power players with Robert and myself. What a squeeze.
Yep, we did not.
Thank you, NVIDIA, for that. The moment we put on the trade, NVIDIA had a press release. So tough to time that.
Oh, what's it called? Asystematic risk versus systematic risk. I remember reading about that one where the CEO of NVIDIA just got a DUI. And you're only trading NVIDIA, like you're wiped. But trading indexes is systematic risk. You're susceptible to you're not susceptible to that one individual or one. It's the reason why I got into trading indexes. I know that from stocks when I did the transition from stocks to indexes.
Why? Like one blindsided by headline risk?
Yeah, blindsided by one headline risk about one stupid thing, wiped you out. So I went into
That's why it's super important to have squawks. That if you are deciding to trade single stocks, single equity names, it's important to be up to date with breaking news that is released throughout the day.
Like an Elon Musk tweet moves.
Yeah.
So that's systemic risk versus idiosyncratic risk.
Okay, thank you.
There you go.
So explain both of them. Can you real quick?
Sure. Systemic risk is, something bad happens in the macro and it affects everything, like the indices. Idiosyncratic risk is specific to one something, be it one asset, one stock, whatever. It's the individual risk for a component versus the whole economy or whole stock market.
In layman's terms, one's systematized and one's for idiots.
There you go.
So idiot risk has to do with single stocks.
Idiot risk, yes.
Idiosyncratic, yes. Thank you.
that's why I moved away from it. I was getting idioted too much.
Yeah, Nvidia is just going ballistic here. Trading 119 halves almost now. This is
What was
crazy.
the headline? Or what was the press release?
Something with Intel. I still don't have a read on it.
There you go.
I don't
There
know.
you go.
Something Intel. So still not seeing anything.
AI
All right, we got leaderboard. Everyone's favorite thing. New leaderboard coming at us. We got JD with the leaderboard. Hello, JD. Happy Tuesday. What's up on the leaderboard?
Here we go, guys. Get your screenshots ready.
Oh, this is what I'm
I
excited
am
for.
sharing my screen.
Now,
There is your top 25 today. Not a whole lot of movement. Everybody in the top 25 was in the top 40 yesterday, with the exception of William down there in 15th place. I took a look at William's record. This is today will be William's 5th day in his XFA. He started
Well, real quick, Dakota, did you get out?
yeah, I'm flat. I'm flat.
Okay. All right, we're out. All right. Go ahead.
Cool. So last week on the 18th, William was in 338th place, moved up to 192nd place the day after that, and by Friday he was in 64th place. Today in 39th place. So you can see sort of the movement of these traders as they're moving up the list, which is something else I want to show you right now. We can actually filter out rank changes
This.
day to day.
Oh, wow.
So look at this.
Whoa.
Our biggest mover yesterday.
I like this.
Our biggest mover yesterday, Jordan, moved 344 spots on the list. Currently ranked 143. He was in 487th yesterday. Can't go through every single one of these traders' trade reports before we get on here, but you could see throughout the week, throughout the month, how they're progressing on the leaderboard. You can also see the traders if we scroll down far enough. Who's doing not so great?
380
Some big movers. Some big movers on the lower side too. Gets into the thousands
I
actually.
absolutely love this.
Yeah, I was going to say, what's the other side look like? It can definitely do that. Look
Big
at that leaderboard,
drops.
folks.
A couple traders losing accounts down there. But yeah, we have a whole lot of data to share. I hope everybody got a shot of the top 25. Let me get back up there. I'll give you one more second to take a screenshot of it.
We're scrolling through a lot of leaderboard right there. We're scrolling through a lot of. We're showing a whole lot of leaderboard there.
Scroll left a little bit. Can't quite see the
New high. Cruising on the highs. What a push to the upside.
What do you want to see, MP?
No, straighten it out a little bit. It was all good.
Oh, cool.
The rows are just really wide.
Yeah. Just to get the every
Nvidia
time I
just broke
every time I
120s, by
reset
the
it,
way.
Rank change.
every time I set this, it resets. But yeah, go ahead, get your screenshots in right now. We're gonna take this off in just a second.
Where's rank change? 1. Previous rank 2.
A whole lot of leaderboard.
So where's number 1?
Number 1, far left side, rank.
This
Rafa.
2. There's a 2.
That
I'm
number's
seeing it.
still off from yesterday. The data guys were working on this yesterday. It was off yesterday. It should have been ready to go today, but just shifted down by 1 for some reason.
Savage asking questions in the chat.
A rank change. I don't. Okay. Where's
All right,
one,
let's
two,
rank
three,
change
four?
from
we get stuck
yesterday.
on this. We're gonna get stuck on this. We can do this behind the scenes, but yeah, we got the top 25. Pretty sweet.
Yep.
You see the movement. Biggest
So, MP, if you
movers.
see today's,
Yes,
so for
please.
Brian C, today's rank 6th place, previous day's rank 13th. That's a move rank change of 7 spots on the board. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, I just don't see the first place. Maybe our video's in the way.
Yeah, it's being cut off on the
I'll
left.
explain it so even you can
Being
understand.
cut off. I see what you're saying. Okay. Do some readjustment for that.
All right. Yeah, Marie loves the leaderboard look. Yeah. It's getting
Yeah,
deeper. We're still pushing higher here in
yeah.
the NASDAQ. 20,158. Now NASDAQ's to become the leader. What's ES? No, I guess that makes sense. What's NVIDIA? Headline popped.
Yeah, Nvidia broke 117's, headed straight for 120s. That's a lot of market cap from 117 to 120. Massive move.
Yeah, 3%. We were down almost 1% earlier.
Incredible.
Yeah, that was a huge move out of NVIDIA there. Just insane.
Yeah.
So we
Microsoft's
have
still down 1.
a 200-point move in the NASDAQ since an hour and 15 ago.
69% short in the GC as we did make new all-time highs.
Yeah, screw Robbins Cup. This is the leader. This leaderboard's transparent, and Robbins Cup is built in the 80s.
I love that. I love that leaderboard so much.
It is version 1. It will only be getting better.
Yes. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, it'd be cool to have that posted on a website that people could go to and see.
Yeah, that's what we're working on that one too, and we're probably gonna
in our meetings, Rips. Sounds like you've been sitting in our meetings.
Yeah, I'm actually on every Zoom call, Andre. You didn't see me?
He was sitting in our meeting,
creeping in there.
Almost like you know we got a link coming out for that. Yes.
Oh, you guys could follow your favorite trader.
That's kind of the goal.
You might be onto something there, Dakota.
Might be onto something, Dakota.
You've been listening.
Oh.
And you too could be a mentor. We're calling them mentors, though. The ones that will kind of get on here, because you two guys are mentors more than influencers. I don't like influencers because it sounds like you're just like, what product am I going to hold up today and sell? No, it's mentorship and having a community around you. And I had a mentor. It's very, very important to have a mentor, I think, in your shorting or staying in tune with the markets, shortening of your learning curve, however. I know
Dakota
you guys are
actually launching a program. I don't know if you are aware of this, MP. It's called How to Mentor Yourself Out of $50,000 in Less Than an Hour.
$47,082. $47,082. Just makes it way easier.
Semantics. I'm sorry.
What a route. Look at all these green bars on the 5-minute. Very, very impressive. It's definitely NASDAQ.
No follow-through.
NASDAQ last trade, 20,157. High of the day, 20,179. So about 20 points off of that. We are cruising higher. Look at the Dow. Dow just taking a nosedive. Pretty much inverse to what we're seeing in the NASDAQ. Just definitely just nosedive and rotating down here in the Dow. Here we go. Another green bar coming in here on the 5-minute.
This is insane. 168's big level here.
Yeah, this is just a strength. Okay, so Caleb's got a serious question, and I think this is a good question. Why didn't either of you guys or us, Dakota and Reps, going direct, why didn't either of you guys look for longs during that big rally? Teach us what you're looking for and what didn't see, please. High five. Okay, so
for me
question
personally,
is, why didn't either of you look for the longs during the big rally? Teach us what you were looking for and didn't see.
For me personally, I was interested in longs at that rejection off of 47, but we were already in a short at that time, and I don't want to step on anybody's toes. My trade idea was to long at 47, and that's where I saw it long, but unfortunately, it wasn't what could be.
I was putting in. I had 41s. Remember 41s, 47, somewhere. Yeah,
correct. We had that. We had that pullback at 47s, and that's where we were looking at potentially flipping.
And I remember you're saying all that, and we were going to peel off a bunch right around the 40. I had like 555. I remember that. No, they didn't get hit on that one that we. And then look, firmed up right there on the edge. 10 handles away, 10 points away from the low of the day. We were looking to cover quite a bit of.
I think next week it might be prudent to trade on the S&Ps versus the NASDAQ because there is more room for discussion because it doesn't move as quickly as the NAS.
True.
I think that will give us a lot more time to kind of agree on certain price points, and I think that can give us a little bit more edge because it is difficult to trade 3 players to one machine here.
Yeah, 10 points off the highs here, and that's just a complete, absolute, I don't even know, this is not even short squeeze. I mean, this is just grinding higher here. It's more than that. We got the ES lagging now behind.
3.5.
Yeah, this is a bananas rally, and anybody who got this off the lows is sitting very pretty today.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, you could just trail that stop. I mean, these are like if you only had a runner.
Oh yeah,
Right.
There's
If
your
you just
runner.
trail your
No.
stop, you're absolutely crushing. Hey, let's throw up in the chat here.
Overnight.
Did you catch the
180?
bottoms there or anywhere along this rally for the last, hell, hour and 10 minutes? You really catch this. Did you, you trailed your stop. Did you actually get stopped out? New highs in the NASDAQ.
We keep going. Yeah.
200-point rally.
Yeah. I do like those 500s, 20,500s. But looking for a pullback to get in and not seeing it. Was thinking we could get there, and
all right,
we hesitated for a minute. That was it.
All right, let's we got some hashtag. We asked you for some hashtag fat. Look at this rally, just power rally at this point, just popping off right now.
Have you caught any of this rally?
Wow. Gotta love these markets, man. Nice pull.
Yeah, this
any of
is
you
bonkers.
caught this rally? Any of you caught this rally? Boy, it's only 50-50 right out the gate. Man, yeah, everyone's a little gun shy on this rally. This was a tricky one. This was tricky. Trading's tricky.
They came for our
If
stops.
anybody caught it.
The rally came for our stops, guys. The rally came for our stops.
Wow. If you had a runner, this is like the ultimate. You got this. All right, let's do some hashtag fast markets. Again, we asked you to submit hashtag. Hit us up at TopstepTV. Use the hashtag fast markets. Gabe, go ahead.
What's up, guys? Yes, we have fast market content, but before that, I want to air something we showed last Friday. But Michael, you were out. We got a great crowd here, and I want you to see this too.
So what do you think you're going to shoot today?
We got one thing that Team Par does is we send it.
That's not.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Come on.
Oh yeah! Let's go! Par! Sitting in the car, trying to hang out, and I go, call me if you need me. What do they do?
It's Gabe and Michael out here. If anyone would hit me with the ball, I think it would be Michael. What did I tell you, people? What did I tell you, people?
Come out here, I give you like 47, 48%. We're not playing that well. We're trying our damnedest. You suck. This might be best ball. Best ball of the day. We're one under. To the pin. Closest to the pin. We're one under. You're one under? No chance. Yeah. Danny, really? -1?
That's what he says, but Brooke said he's being a pain in the ass, so.
Good talk, Danny. Good talk. There's a lot of frustration on our team right now. There's no unity. Yes! And then we have Nick. They said we're playing 9.
You know, Mike, we've been in so many meetings about this. Aggressively discussed.
Looks like a guy who set this thing all up failed to communicate. Let's just get out of here. Let's keep driving.
So,
Wow.
You guys
Danny and I
a pair of clubs?
we were barking at each other. He set up the whole thing. It got very confusing towards the end. Danny did a hell of a job.
it was all taken by the very own
John Witt.
Danielle.
John Witt, you might be onto something. All right, let's.
Posted to our
All
Topstep
right,
TV
this
Instagram page.
New highs,
Follow it if
NASDAQ.
you haven't.
Oh yeah, we were.
Here's that license plate Michael was talking about earlier. Just want to make sure we got that.
Yeah,
And
there
again,
we
this
go.
is too cool.
wild.
And now on to some quick fast markets so we can get ourselves out of here. But from Danielle, this was her submission. It's Sienna
the
Jack
van.
in his new van.
Those Sienna, those are
Oh
nice.
my.
I don't know if that's actually a Sienna because she asked what car it was afterwards. But from our community, yeah, afterwards. Aaron B, been a while since I posted. Took a break for a while. Back at it fresh with a new mindset. Here is my new fast market setup. 3 days a week, learning how to incorporate
Oh.
order flow and volume profile in my trading.
Nice.
How do you drive? How do you drive when you got that? All right, I'll ask those questions later. Thank you for tuning in.
From Trader Don C, just passed this 150K combine. Hello, brand new XFAs.
Ooh,
LFG Top Step for life.
LFG. Yes.
So good work there. And that's all I got this morning for you, Andre. I'll go ahead and pass it back to you.
James. All right, let's start to the chat real quick. Chat, what are you appreciative for on this Tuesday? Markets are on. The Bulls are in control. Just an absolute incredible squeeze. Push to the upside. This is more than a squeeze. This is a rally.
Yeah,
That flash pop,
250 points.
Yeah.
Incredible movement today. What are you appreciative for in the chat? We'll go here first. Rips, what are you appreciative for?
Always appreciative to hang out with you folks this morning in chat and the Top Step crew. Even though we had a red day today, I still think that the trade ideas were there. There's room for improvement. So I'm ready to improve next week and see what we can do next week on the show.
Awesome. Sweet. Dakota, what are you appreciative for?
Love that. Yep, small steps. I'm appreciative for the chat. I always love everyone's opinions and seeing it, and we all learn from it too. We have new traders tuning in every single day, and they're here to learn. And without transparency, they don't learn. So I love both sides of the fence. I love everywhere in between. And so any constructive criticism is always great to see in the chat, and it allows for that transparency.
100%. MP, what are you appreciative for?
Almost the same. Probably is the same community. A trading community. We about hit our daily loss limit today. Many folks hit their daily loss limit. Lots of folks hit their max loss limit today. Either here or whatever other guys out there, personal brokerage account. But if you have a community that's strong, that works together, positive, I mean, it makes the journey that much more special. Love trading, even if it's a bad red day, you want to call it. Come back, as Rip said, learn from it, get better each and every day. So that's what we'll do.
Sweet. And I'm super appreciative for segments we have on the other side of this for power players. This is the first timer, Chad. He's from Denver, Colorado. Join Topstep TV for the first time. The scalper. This guy's traveled to 90. I said, repeat that, 90 different countries across the world. Stay tuned. We got Chad N coming up on Power Players next. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Topstep was created from an idea born out of the trading pits in Chicago. The idea that we could provide traders education, access, experience, and capital to use in the markets. A decade later, with tens of thousands of traders in over 100 different countries, we know exactly what our traders want. That gave us another idea, to build a platform specifically for our traders and their unique needs.
Wait, a trading platform and an evaluation company in one? Does that exist?
Well, it does now.
Introducing Topstep X, the first of its kind trading platform built by and for futures traders, creating the first end-to-end ultimate trading experience. Topstep X is purpose-built for your unique needs, using over a decade of insights, customer feedback, and experience. Featuring integrated licensed trading view charts, our proprietary trading indicator, the Tilt, a built-in trade copier, our own dedicated data feed direct from the CME, and even a live stream of TopstepTV. And get this, with our extra fast connection, once you sign up, you are trading within 30 seconds. No connection instructions needed. It's web-based, so you can use it on your Mac or PC, with a dedicated mobile app for iOS and Android coming very soon. We haven't just built a trading platform. Topstep X is a fully immersive trading environment, and it will continue to evolve with new features, becoming your go-to source for trade execution and funding, education, community, support, and even entertainment. Oh yeah, never pay any commissions on Topstep X. That's right, Topstep X is the only platform in the futures industry that has no commissions. Experience the future today.
Yes, making his debut here on Topstep TV. Just entered the 5K payout club. Those is a runner on right now on Power Players. So welcome everybody. Chad, welcome to Power Players. You are now a Topstep Power Player. Let's get started. The first question I always ask someone that's new to coming to Power Players is, how did you find Topstep and how did Topstep find you, Chad?
Awesome. I found Topstep. My friend Brad's been trading with Topstep for a while and kind of showed me around. And I've been trading futures for a long time, usually with NinjaTrader, build algos for NinjaTrader and all of that stuff for a while. But I have never quite found something that let the risk be laid with somebody else. So I was excited to try it out. Excited now. I've maxed out on 5 XFAs, and yesterday I just took a payout that will put me in the 5K club. So I guess now I look back, I'm like, well, what would I be doing without Topstep? Probably still be, maybe my own account, and I don't know. I don't know. I wasn't doing all that great with that sometimes. So this is good.
Welcome aboard. Love the hoodie you're rocking today. Love seeing that, Chad.
And I got the full hat here, authentic.
Oh man, you are styling and profiling today, Chad. Chad, all right, you got a trade on right now. Tell us about this. Just in the green room. You got a run around. What is this runner?
Got a runner on the micro NQ. I'm a big fan of micros, especially on the NQ side. Usually trade in lots of 3 micros at a time. In this case, we were kind of bouncing down there. I really like to use a 3-minute chart, a 2000 SMA, especially on the ES and sometimes on the NASDAQ. On a 5-minute chart, that relates to a 1200. Sometimes that's a kind of a point of control that I like to trade off of. It kind of bounced there a few times, so I made some money on the bounces, and I was a little quick to get out just because it does feel a little shaky. But after I kind of started to see it running, I added. I'm a big fan of Thomas, I forget his last name, Trader Tom. Kind of adding to your runners or adding to your winners as it's going up. It's hard to do, when you see those. It's like, I think he says, like, you should be hopeful when you're fearful. You should be fearful when you're hopeful. And it really is. It's like a mental thing to do that every single time. It's like, do I really add here when I feel like I should be locking in? But for me, it's easier with micros because you can just, keep it small and yet you're still in the trade. So it's like, even if you're walking away and it just completely goes against you, you feel like, all right, well, I'm in a trade. I don't have that desire to like be in.
Fair enough. All right. So just to update your position, you are long 1 micro.
Yep, 1 micro. It's up about 450 on the 1 micro. Average entry price is right at 20,000.
Oh, micro. Micro. Got you. That micro. Okay. Long from 20,000. Beautiful. Well, last trade 20,000, 198, 20,000, 200s. Just traded.
Yeah.
Okay. You touched on the algos you used to do. Tell us about your algo background.
My background in general is in programming, C#, Python, things like that. And I launched a company a few years back called Nash Tech that builds on top of NinjaTrader. So these are basically C# algos. I focus on a number of things, but I like, topping tails, bottoming tails, turnaround bars that are about equal size. I'll do Rinko bars. Everything from squeeze type setups, things like that.
Yeah, that's amazing. You caught my ear when I heard about that.
Yes,
And welcome to the show there, Chad. Yeah, you hear algos and start talking coding. You got my attention. I like to play along with that stuff also. And this is I was interested to hear, like, you go from Python. So TradingView is this Pine script. It's kind of a version of Python. And NinjaTrader is actually Ninja script. It's a version of C#. And
right.
To be honest, I didn't like it. I use Quant Tower now. It's native C#. Just works a heck of a lot cleaner. 4,000 lines of code in Ninja, 400 in Quant Tower.
Yeah,
so
NinjaTrader
like
sometimes is a little legacy, for sure.
Yeah, it can be. It can be. So this trade that you have on, did you base it this long? Because we want to make sure we talk the markets here. On this NQ trade, I pulled up an NQ chart and getting it's a little rough sharing that in the background just so our viewers know that we want to get everybody's charts on here when you have there's a little funky thing that happens. We want to make sure you're on here. So we're just looking at mine momentarily. And I pulled it up. That's a really nice position you had there on that on your MNQ, and I like the fact you're doing the micros and you can bring them in and out. So tell us a little bit about what made you get into that trade. What lined up for you to get in there and still holding on?
Initially at pre-market, I was a little thinking short side just because it felt like almost too good to be true. Where it was kind of going long through the night, and it kind of felt like everybody was ready to be on the long side. So when that didn't really pull through at the open, and when we were waiting for the consumer confidence news, I really thought could be a short trending day, to be honest. So I had made a little money on the short side going down there, but when I kept seeing it bounce, it bounced maybe 3 or 4 times off of those lows. And you just know when you start to see those smaller green candles, it's like, how many times are you short and you just start looking at those green candles slowly going against you, and you just want to, you keep adding when you should be reversing, So yeah, down there at one point I kind of stayed out. I let it do its battle. But once I saw it break a few of those lower highs on a 3-minute chart, and it was bouncing off that 2000 SMA, which I follow on a 3-minute chart. I saw it. So yeah, if you add an SMA 2000 on a 3-minute chart, you'll see like where that struggle is at, and that's obviously it's not a key level. It's not one of like a daily or a Hoag's awesome key levels, but it is something I found, especially on the ES, and when you can kind of have some confluence between the ES and the NQ, it's a good time to go short if it's maintaining below it, or if it's bouncing above it. It's a good time to go high, is what I found.
Okay, well, thanks for that. I'm setting up my chart like yours right here, so traders can see it. I'm glad you chose 3-minute. I'm not a time-based guy myself, but if I was going to use time and was going to do NQ, it would be a 3-minute chart. It's just so here we have it all set up for you. Take all this.
Yeah, so that's a 2000 SMA.
That is a 2000 SMA calculated on the close.
2000.
Yep. Let's see if that's
on 3-minute chart. I'll back it up.
Yeah, mine is running through. Let me see if mine is a little. This is on the micro NQ. I don't know if that matters.
Well, let me switch it over for you.
So 2000 on the close, SMA, smoothing of 9, right?
Yep. So I'm going to put on. So I need to add let me make sure that's come back on there. Indicators, SMA.
Or just moving average. Maybe I'm just selecting move. Yeah, and then I'm choosing SMA in the.
There it is.
Yeah, under inputs.
Plot it. 2000.
All right. Well, while you guys work that out, let's do a quick recap.
That's okay. Go ahead.
Markets are at 20,194 last trade in NQ. Kind of looks like perhaps a bull flag. Setting up, looking at the 5 minutes. Oh, same here in the ES. Last trade 57.86. High today 57.91. So about 5 points off the highs there in the ES. NQ about 30 points off the highs there. YM saw a nosedive as NQ rallies starting about almost 2 hours ago. Let's trade in the YM 42,528. Pretty much right there at VWAP. Take a look at the crude oil. Last trade $71.31. Low of the day $71.09. Big sell off from the high of the day $72.40. And looking at gold, continue to make new all-time highs. Last new all-time high of the day, new all-time high, 26.75. Last trade, 26.73. It's been a hell of a morning, Robert. Go ahead. You guys got this charts ready to go?
Oh, yeah, we got it set up. I run off tick charts. I had to switch it over to MNQ, 3-minute chart. We have a moving average, 2000, calculated on close, and I believe that's exactly what you're looking for because I can see the spot. I'll make this a little bigger. We can see a spot, and I'm pretty much sure you're talking about this area down.
That's what I wasn't seeing on the last one, so I knew it wasn't something that was quite right. So yeah, that's
absolutely.
I've found over time that this setup, especially on the ES, I usually trade the NQ before instead of the ES. But if they're kind of both pointing in this direction, I found 1200 on the 5-minute chart, 2000 on the 3-minute chart to be a great resource. And at that time, I think I had about 7 contracts. I closed half of those along the way up, and then I just left a runner. A runner is so easy on the micros because, it can really add up, especially in the micro NASDAQ. If this thing goes on a multi-100 point run, you're looking at especially in an XFA, you're looking at a nice little win. But I can also go walk away from it, not without too much risk. Like it's like these are one of the types of setups where if I can get an overnight play like this and just let it run, maybe set my stop loss break even or a tight stop, those things you can wake up to a really good morning.
Even on the micros, and you must be doing it right because you're a funded trader. You have multiple XFAs, and I thought I saw a hat over there. Did you have one of those hats? One of those special ones?
Where'd you get that
Not
hat?
the XFA 5K hats yet, but I mean, it's only been a day I've been there, so I suppose shipping takes more than 24 hours.
Well, congratulations, because you're a power player here. So good trade, very, very good trade. I was going through some of your stats. Go ahead, Andre. I'm gonna look at some of these stats for him.
All right, cool. Look at these stats. All right, well, I've got you. You got yes. So some of the things you are you trading in a bubble? I see this. What do you mean by are you trading in a bubble? What does that exactly does that mean? What does that look like?
Well, a bubble is maybe just like your own biases and your own opinions, or you haven't really ever ventured out past, it's kind of like if you're trading only equities and you never even looked into futures or something. So I think it's good at times, just like, when I was in Europe a few weeks ago, to start trading like London times, or if you're trading in a bubble where you just decide you're only going to trade the NASDAQ or something, and you've never even heard of trading the 6E or the 6J or anything that might be a little different for you. So it's good to kind of get outside of your bubble. And I also think it's really good to know your bias. Most of my buddies that I trade with, they have a very long bias in general. I don't know why. I'm a bullish bear. What
does that mean?
It just means I'm still a very optimistic guy, but when it comes down to it, I just know that my bias is more naturally on the bearish side. And so I actually take that into account when I'm making some trade decisions because of that, they have the same problem going short sometimes. They just really can't do it. And I have a hard time going long, and I actually will lean on a bias more to the long side because I know I personally am thinking it can go short. So because of that, I kind of give, let's just say, a few extra points. If I'm deciding like short or long, probably should be going to the long side.
You being a bullish bear, is that essentially what played into this trade? Because you said you were trying to take, you saw the U.S. consumer confidence number coming out 3-year low, and you thought we should have been breaking a trend day lower. Did being a bullish bear, so to speak, kind of get you out of that unmarried to that bias and get you long to the upside?
Well, the thing is when you really tend to go short, you find yourself in those situations where you're just all day hanging on to these small green candles that just are eating you alive, So I think maybe I really like the rush of those, especially with scalping. I really like the rush of the downside because it can knock out so much at one time. But then at the end of the day, when I start seeing, a little bit of I have to remind myself not to get in that position where I keep adding on every one of those little green candles. I think you guys have called it something on here like zombie walk or something like
rallies.
that, right? Zombie rally. And when I see that, look, I've just learned it's winning or learning, right? So I've lost a lot at times when I've been on the wrong way of the zombie crawl, and I don't want to be the zombie rally. So I do know, and I'm good about switching places. Tom's book, Best Loser Wins, is really good about realizing, look, you're not in the right place. What am I fighting? Why am I fighting this? And going the other way.
Interesting. Okay, well, back to your question about are you in a bubble? Are you trading in a bubble? Are you talking about bubble like physically? Say, whether you say you're in London, how for a person that travels as much as you do. For instance, for those that don't know, she has been over 90 countries on this planet. So, how are you? I would say you're never in a bubble, or are you? Explain to me why you are sometimes in a bubble. I guess you're in your hometown, you're in headquarters right now in the Denver, Colorado area. But for someone that's travels so much, how would you ever be in a bubble?
I would say mostly if you're always trading in the same time, if you refuse to ever it's not necessarily a bubble as much as it is like have you mixed things up enough to know that that's your best, best time of day to trade, best instruments to trade? Have you ever, there's one thing about overloading your charts with 15 million indicators that are going to confuse you and cause you to, we all know that doesn't work, right? So usually the fewer the better. Throw on a VMA maybe, or an EMA and maybe a VWAP or something, and some key levels maybe. But other than that, they're not really helping you. But I think for me that is, have I tried trading RTY? Have I tried trading the YMs? Do I feel like it took me a while to learn at different times? Hey, I can actually do really well trading 6E. And I feel like a bubble is never reaching out and looking at, what types of other markets to trade, what types, especially using top steps. There are restrictions with the number of lots. Obviously, you're going to get a lot more with the NQ with 3 lots than you are, the 6E. But that could be to your advantage too. So it's just, I would say a bubble is just not looking to do anything outside of what you normally do.
Right. Not expanding your horizons in terms of trading. Have you tried different time frames? Have you tried different markets? Have you tried different products? Oh, you've tried different physical, geographical locations to try to trade in.
Right.
You never know. So I want to talk about one more. Chad, when did you realize that you were in a bubble at one point? And what bubble were you in? Was it crude? Was it NASDAQ? What bubble?
For sure, you have bad days and weeks where it's funny. Sometimes when you're trading a market, you really feel like the short term bias of the global consciousness that's moving the markets, right? Whatever that is. And it's interesting, sometimes that can be such a strong energy that you think will carry over the next day. And it's so crazy how the next day it can be the exact opposite, right? Like you could have 2 down days and you just think, wow, this thing's going to just drop. And the next morning you wake up and you think, well, wait a minute, what happened to all of that vibe yesterday? That it was just like you couldn't find a lower bottom, So and then yeah, for sure, you start fighting it, and I think every good trader has had that experience of walking away, whatever it is, like revenge trading, walking away with taking going from a 5K up day to a 10K down day, things like that. So I think that the bubble would be maintaining any form of extreme confidence that you know what you're doing, which way it's going to go.
That's great. Chad, you are practicing what you preach here, because I'm looking at your stats. You do trade, not just the MNQ, but also the full-size NQ as well. But you also trade MCL, so that's micro crude oil, and also 6E. So those are vastly different products. Even though you have, NQ, MNQ are similar, but you have the equities in there, you have commodities in there, you have the energies in there, right? It's currencies in there. So you really need to take a look at what you're doing, what you're trading, and look at them differently. And as you said, when you have certain contracts, well, if you have 2 or 3 on one product, it's not going to give you the same result as on another product. And that can lead to an internal battle, because we're talking about being in this bubble. So how about you, we all have those voices in our heads. We all have these alter ego trading that talks with us one on one shoulder, one on the other. Am I long? Am I short? What should I trade today? Should I go more? Should I go less? Should I add to a trade? So let's talk about that just a little bit. How do you deal with that? How do you control them? How do you talk to these other voices that are coming in your head? We all have them.
Right.
We all have them. How do you talk with them? How do you deal with them? And talk us through that process, please.
Well, I guess for me, the best thing to do is identify them. And see, here's the thing. It's kind of like when you're in the zone, like when you're actually trading, and you change. Maybe you go into that revenge or the overconfidence or the I just don't care what happens now. Let me lose it. It's like later on when you come out of that trade or the next night or an hour later, you think, who was that? Who was that person? That was not my intention. I had my intention. My stop loss was here. It's really literally like you are a different person when that happens. And so it's very difficult when that's happening to say, hey, you remember this guy? We told you this guy comes up. This guy, so I have names for him, right? If it's looseless, reckless behavior, I call it her Chadleen. you know.
Oh, okay.
And Chadleen needs to go to bed. She's had a few too many margs, and she's at the craps table, and she's
Yes.
looking a little sloppy, you know. And sometimes just doing that adds, you know, and if it's a little overconfidence, you know, I call that guy Marco, you know. So it's like, hey, Marco,
Really?
like you need to maybe chill out a little bit, right? So
I like this.
by just kind of identifying it and making it a little humorous, it adds to enough. Sometimes you just need that little breakaway that will say, go get your hoagie sandwich, or go, you know, obviously we know we all need to go do some meditation, a little Zen work here and there. We need to be in a good spot, you know, vibrationally at times that we're not. So if you can just get that tiny little crack in the door, you can break it enough to say, Marco, let's get out of here. Like we've been through this before, and send Chadleen to bed.
Chadleen, interesting. So we got Chadleen, we got Marco. Excellent. Hey, Robert, also, let's do a quick, I know you got the YM up, Robert. If you see any trades, please feel free to take them. Last trade in the YM, 42,474. 42,474. If you see anything over there, Robert, let's go take it to you, Robert, real quick. What do you see in the YM, the Dow Minis right now?
Yeah, I'm going to take a look at that. Let me reset this back up just a bit. I want to make sure we had it set up for his charts. I have to get back to my own little screen here and actually save a template on this so we can just easily call it back. As a matter of fact, I do have a template. It's part of the Topstep X. I'm going to just go into my YM journey, and that will load the chart exactly the way I like to have it say, which is a beautiful thing. So what do we have in the YM? I don't have a heck of a lot seeing right now. I want to get down past the lows. Low around, mouse over here. We start breaking under 42,460. We'll start looking for a continuation down, but I will keep it up on the YM while we're having this discussion because I do want to jump into something myself. So far, we're on a pretty good streak, a 3 days in a row. Not big wins, but we're just keeping the process happening, and we'll take it as it comes here. Speaking of making good trades, Chad, you got 5 XFAs going over here. I took a quick glance. You have a winning day percentage here of 100%, winning trade percentage of 76%, average P&L of $383, and a 1-to-1 risk reward. That is absolutely hammering it, my friend. Those are some stellar numbers right there. Congratulations, and it's probably why you're funded and you have you're a power player and you have your payout pin coming along to you.
Thanks, I appreciate that. I definitely struggle with, if you look at the winning days versus losing and the amounts, I'm sure that I struggle, as with so many people, with letting the losing days sometimes make up a couple winning days. But you know, it just depends. Like those are the daily like how we try to improve ourselves.
Correct. And it was Tom Hogart was, I believe, who you were talking about.
Yeah, he's one of those books where you just want to, like, him and Trading in the Zone. I think with Douglas was like
Mark Douglas.
Those are my two go-to books for, I would call it like vibrational trading, or sort of emotional, like understanding your emotions. And only, traders, every good trader knows that there's a major part of whatever trading strategy they have, it deals with emotions. Whatever entries they have, it deals with emotions. So, and Best Loser Wins was his book that really goes into the percentage of traders out there losing and why they're, how they're doing that. And then you look and you think, oh, yeah, that's right. That is what I'm doing. Like, I'm losing and I am hopeful that my position is going to come back. And the moment I see that flip to green, I'm like, oh my gosh, should I close it? Should I close it? Should I lock in profits? It's like, wait a minute, you just let this loss run to 2,000, but now you're wanting to lock in $50 in profits? Like, I can tell you how that's going to go long term.
I've done that before.
That's
I've definitely done that before. I've definitely done that before.
Everybody has.
Is that so Marco?
Bad. Yeah, is that Marco or Chadleen?
Actually, that's probably Marco. Yeah, that's his.
Yeah,
get him out of there.
All right, cool. All right, well, let's take a recap. All right, Chad, you are long MNQ from 20,000. Are you just gonna go runner all day on it and just do a trailing stop? How do you manage a trade like this? You have this 200 points in the money.
At this point, because it's a micro and because it's the last one I have, I mean, honestly, I would normally my gut right now normally would be to go short, even though this thing keeps crawling up, because I just think, oh gosh, it's just hanging up here. It's kind of like, it hasn't really shown enough confidence to keep going yet. It's kind of at a place I could see it turning around. My normal instinct in the past would probably be to take a short, and I don't think it would work out. This thing could keep running another 150 points if it passes here. We could get a long trend day all the rest of the day. And then you get stuck losing all the money you had in. So I like my long because it's small. I have a stop all the way down to, it would only be $100 loss. Right now I'm at a $400 unrealized. I've already locked in $500 on this XFA today. So my worst case is I'm going to end the day with probably a $400 end of day realized. And my best case, I love that because with something like this that is a runner, even with a micro, this could be up $1,000 at the end of the day. You don't really know.
What is your
and
cutoff?
I think if it was a standard contract long, I would be stressed out being on the call with you, or being at the Zoom. I'd be watching it. I'd be watching it too much. We know what it's like to be at dinner with your wife and think, oh yeah, honey, here we go. No, everything's fine as you're looking at your phone.
Yeah, yeah. Those days are can't do those days anymore. When you're away from the screens, you are away from the screens. Although when I did see the headline come out, I was at dinner last night and I saw the headlines come out about China, and I had to step away from the table and see what the hell was going on. I got in trouble for it, but I had to see what was going on. It's the trader in me; it'll never stop. But yes, keeping a hawk eye on some of these trades. Yes, easier. You have to manage. You have to watch this. Anyways. Robert, I'm seeing 69% long in the YM right now. See a bit of a bounce off those 480s. Maybe perhaps a bear.
Yep.
What is tilt
Yeah,
showing?
just pull the tilt up down there. So go ahead.
69% long in the YM. Besides that, I'm just kind of trading sideways a little bit. Keep an eye on gold. Gold's a big mover today. New all-time highs
So one
in
of
the
the things,
gold. Go ahead, Robert.
Sorry about that. I didn't know if you could talk about gold there, Andre. So that long, because I have the YM up, and that's what I'm doing for this YM journey. And Chad, I don't know if you saw that, but we basically asked our viewers what they wanted to see us trade, outside of the norm. They actually chose YM. We're going to run that for another week. Yep. Next month, we're going to do another product, and we're just going to throw it on there. I have to come up with some rules for it. And that's what I did for the YM. And it's pretty straightforward. It is a rules-based system. And one of the big things about trading that we get those voices, those personalities, those egos, right, in our head. Well, that's an emotional component of it. And if my mindset on this is the following: if one of the largest reasons that traders don't do well, they struggle, is due to emotional component, then that's the first thing I want to tackle and get control of. And the way I do that is by making it more of a mechanical process. And I don't mean by algo and coding and stuff, because we do that too, but I mean just a mechanical process. So that's what we do. We put this together. That's why we have the YM up here. And Andre, you said we have a whole bunch of traders being long right now. One of the rules is that I'm not going to trade close to the point of control. So I have ADX down the bottom. We are right about 30, which is what I like to see. We have these two MAs on a 100-tick chart that are curling up. And Chad, those MAs are calculated different. I have a faster one on the close and a slower one on the open. So it gives me a more granular view of what just happened in the market rather than waiting for something to come around. It's a little quick thing. We trade intraday only when we're here, short term. So I had to make these little quicker responsiveness to these MAs. So that's what we do. And the only other rule on it is that we're not trading around the point of control. And right now we are right at the point of control. 42524 is the point of control. So I need to justify all those. I have the ADX, we have the direction going up, we have the MAs going along. I'm just not going to get in until we get up and over around 42, 5, maybe 540 or 550. Then I'll worry about going through a long. I'm going to get away from that point of control.
Gotcha. 540s upside. That's perhaps jump on the momentum. Right now we're in the point of control, like Robert said. 540 last trade, 526, 42,526. Robert's looking for a pop of about 15 points, more or less. Hey, just a quick update, just a heads up at the top of the hour here. We got a 2-year bond, 2-year auction coming out at the top of the hour. Typically not the biggest market mover, but hey, if those bid to covers come in out of whack, you will see an impact here on equities or bonds, depending on what you're trading. Hey, new highs here in gold. Every time I say new highs in gold, these are all-time highs. Last trade, 26.77. High of the day, high of the day, and high of all times, 26.78. So about $1 off. We just made new all-time highs in the gold. Looking here at crude, $71.37. Last trade, about 30 cents above, 30 cents off the lows of the day here. Chad, you got this long on from 20,000. You're sitting pretty here. Kind of looks like we're going bull flag up here in the NQ. You see perhaps a lot of shorts coming in. Not seeing it necessarily reflected in the tilt. It's going to take us another leg higher. We're starting the ES, pushing higher here. New highs in the ES. 57.90 last trade. 57.90 last trade. See if we can continue to push here as we go higher.
Yeah, I still like it long from here. I mean,
I think so.
I think the longer it's in this continuation pattern, the better chance it has of popping.
I would generally, yes, I would agree with that. All right, I got another question for you. Have you switched up heating? Okay, yes, this goes along lines and your alter egos. Yes. All right, so when you're trading in the zone, Chad, are you just Chad? Is that the ego you're just saying when you're in the zone? You're
That would be
that
would hopefully, yeah, that would be good. That would be the non-concerned. I could walk away from the trading desk and feel pretty good because I've made some good decisions. Maybe there is a lot of risk, but I still feel okay about it. You know, so if I have to watch it so closely, we all know that feeling when we are typically overstretched and like it's so crazy. I'm always like, how is it when I overcommit? It's like when I go big, why is it the first time it's going to just reverse on me? It's like you could have 2 contracts and just be going along. You're like, you know what? Let's just add, and then there's something that happens with, and you can usually emotionally feel it. There's something that happens when you feel like this, like, I feel like a little trapped in this now. Now I'm starting to maneuver my situation. Should I also take a short the other way, or should I take a long? Should I? That's not a really good place to be at, and that's how you're dealing with overcommitted, overstretched.
I love that. All right, Chad. Well, the tip of the week here at Topstep is risk management. Okay, never lose more than you can afford to lose on one single trade. Use stop loss orders to limit potential losers. Diversify your portfolio to spread risk. Give the audience some tips on how Chad manages his risk properly. You trade micros. You keep your stop losses.
I trade
you use
micros.
DLL.
I look, it's really hard. I'll say this. It's really hard for me, even though I attempt not to trade my P&L and something. It's really hard that I don't eventually kind of look at that. I do sometimes, especially in the XFAs when you're trying to lock in 200 and then that kind of counts as a day. Like definitely I know that that's a weakness I have that I don't want, but I still do it. I'd like Dakota's quote the other day. I think it was in one of the newsletters that basically said, micros is a form of risk management. And I would say that I definitely use that as risk management more than I do, as much stop losses. Because here's the thing, if I'm trading just a single micro, even through the night, that thing I know what it's going to move, and it's not going to probably go towards a place that's going to really affect my account, right? No matter, even if it really is a bad, move. If I'm trading outside of that, of course, I'm going to have stops in. Right now, the stop is a very minimal. I've already, I'm not going to do break even because it's bounced off of there twice, but it's just basically right below the low of the day. And it's just because I've already locked in so much. So should I be trading it that way? No, I guess I'm trading my P&L now, right? I just told you, but I kind of am. So that's my
Hey, it's natural. I know Coach Jay is literally covering up his P&L he started this last week. He's not going to look at his P&L for the next 2 weeks, or I guess it'll be another week starting this week. And I'm really interested to see how this exercise goes for him. All right, here we go. New highs. Stops just went off. Stops just went off in the ES. Total bull flag. That's just an all-day bull flag right there. Shorts come in, try to catch the call it top. Market cannot turn over, cannot roll over, cannot go lower. So what happens? Inevitably, they're going to puke. Their stops go off, and we continue to make new highs on the day. Last trade in the ES 57.90. We're about 10 points away from 5,800s. In the S&Ps.
If I was trading,
go ahead.
Sorry. If I was trading a regular NQ now, like kind of going non-micros, this would probably be where I would have a stop market order above these highs here for entry. Like, because if it gets above these highs, I think you're going to get carried in about another 10 to 15 points, possibly even really quick. So at times, it's kind of one of the setups I do sometimes is I'll have a stop market order for entry above a consolidation area and not necessarily shoot for the stars with that, which is why I would maybe go non-micro. I would probably go regular, but I would shoot for just, maybe 10 points or something. We'll see. It doesn't always work out, but, and I don't know that it's past it yet. Right now it could, it definitely, that's why you put the order above these highs because it hasn't been there yet.
Right.
I like that. What do you got, Robert? What are you looking here on the YM? I know you're looking for 52,540. Looks like we took a peek above there.
We did. We took a peek above that. I'm going to go back to that screen. I want to check on the MNQ that Chad was talking about, make sure we're on the same page. It did. We took a peek right above that. And while I was waiting for the stronger push and from an ADX to pop up, it's actually started dropping back again, which is perfect why I didn't want to jump into this right away because we'd be in a pretty good drawdown right now. And it just shows the power of having a couple. I'm going to move this up in the bottom so traders can see it, where once it popped up and then pulled back into it, the ADX started turning over. It means the strength of the trend. ADX is the average directional index. It's not the direction, it's the strength of the direction. So as soon as we popped up over it, this next candle, it's at 11:42 Central Time. It closed in, but then the ADX started curling off. It says, hold on a second. You just hit a spot. That strength is not only not as strong, it's actually weakening, and it continued to drop down, and it's a good thing we were at least following the rules of our trading plan, which can put a link in the chat where everybody can follow the same plan, so we have the same results, similar results at the end of the day. The rules worked this time. Now, do they work all the time? Of course not. But in this case, they did, and we had an idea that it may or may not, only because that 42,540 area is a slight resistance area where I put a line on my chart, and I should actually make that a red horizontal line so we know that it's somewhat of a resistance area. And that's what we look for. Hey, is it going up? Is it going up strongly? And is it in an area where we're able to take a trade, we're not going to get chopped up? The answer was 3 of those 4 worked. And then once we reached a level, the ADX flipped over on us and says, hey, this trend is weakening now. We're not going to jump into that trade. If it flips around, we will get right back in it because all the other criteria is in place.
Like that. All right, Chad, I want to get your thoughts. Again, we got a 2-year auction coming out here in 11 minutes, so be careful of that. I'm not seeing anything else on the calendar moving forward. Yeah,
not much, no.
Coming up. No, thank you, Eddie. Yeah, got 2 years at the top of the hour. Besides that, it's pretty much going to be smooth sailing. Chad, all right, we just saw it pop, new highs, 20,214. How do you manage this trade going into for the next 3 hours here in the markets? How does a Chad manage a nice winning trade like this?
I'll probably keep it open, let the runner run. I mean, that's what it's there for, right? Because like so many times I close it and then I just think, man, if I had just left one on the table, right? Like,
I know.
Especially on the NASDAQ, how many times do you look at the NASDAQ and you think, well, it's already been crazy long, crazy day. It can't do another 100 points. And then you're like, what? How can that happen? Right. So, I'm probably going to stay out and just let it run and do its thing. And if it ends up trading in a range, it's okay. If it ends up going down, I've locked in the other contracts. So I still like it here. That's the reason why I would have waited and that's why I use stop market orders for some of those like little breakouts because, it did not pass up there. So you have 2 options, right? You get it at a lower price. And yeah, like then if it does pop above, but without that confidence, you don't really know that it's going to go higher. A lot of people are going to have their stops up there. They're going to if it breaks out above this consolidation area, the likelihood of this popping to maybe 2240, 2250, I see it could be very very easy. And if it doesn't, I definitely see it coming back down, maybe 50% of this move that it's made since the 20,000 range. So I'm going to let this last one just ride out.
Okay, I like that. So let it ride. Just managing it for that way. We got about 7 minutes left here on Power Players. Again, Chad, welcome aboard. How do you think this went, Chad? Were you nervous before you came on here?
No, I wasn't nervous, but I think it went great. I love you guys. You know, I have you guys on all the time, and I don't know. I love all of the music stuff you guys put on, the phrases, the funny everything. I love. Obviously, I love the Hogue, and I put up his key levels on the charts every week. So I love all the new indicator. I love the ability to name it. You guys,
yeah. What do you name yours?
Had our name in the past. You guys put a screenshot I'd had on social media. One of mine was big swinging something. I won't say.
That was you, huh? I remember
me.
that one.
Yeah.
That was you. Look at you.
Yeah. So that was me. And I try to name mine. You know, sometimes I don't know. I'm sure you guys can see the names over there of my XFAs, but I have the Unicorn ATM. I really like to use that because I always go small and just try to pull out maybe 500 a week, something like that, like ATM. I've got Greedy Unicorn, and a couple others. Traveling Unicorn, Gangbang Unicorn. That's because I'm a gang of trades. And
okay, yeah. Look at that fit. Yeah,
gang of trades. I like to bang them out. You know.
Yes, sir. Nice save.
Yeah.
Good clip.
Oh yeah. I don't know what you were thinking. Nothing bad though. Nothing bad there.
I don't know. Yeah, we're just talking trades.
No, we're traders. Yeah.
Yes, we are. I love it. All right, Robert.
I like the ATM one.
It went really well.
I like the
call me
ATM.
back sometime. It's been great.
Oh, of course. We appreciate you. I like the ATM one because that's right. We have to put those plants in our head, where plant those thoughts in our head where it's. I don't want to put a thing. I don't want to call my strategy like losing 101. You just get into the bad headspace. You call an ATM. Hey, I'm gonna take out $500 a week out of this thing. That's a really good positive mindset and just setting yourself up for at least looking in the right direction. That was one of the things we traded in the past. So, you have a password. It could be today is a good day. The O is a 0 and there's a capital letter in there, an exclamation point at the end to cover all the bases, but when you type that in there, it really does hit that subconscious and it really gets you moving in the forward direction. So I really like that one, the ATM one. Then of course the other one where you just kind of bang out those trades. We like to hammer those out too as a scalper.
Right, and I think maybe my next one will probably be called Patience Unicorn. Maybe.
Oh
yeah, that's not as fun as
the other ones. I like Unicorn ATM because I think that one also has had 24 days over 200. So I really have kind of like a lot of respect in a way, your own respect for something. It's like, oh, hey, I got to treat this well. Like this is done good. I've taken multiple payouts from this. I've maintained, not letting Marco get his hands on it, not letting Chadleen take over after a few glasses or bottles of wine. So it's like I respect this one.
A few bottles. You say bottles or glasses?
Sometimes,
oh man,
they make those bottles so small nowadays. So it's like, how many? Yeah, it's like, man, when do we get these 6-ounce or 9-ounce pours? It's like, can you just know? Come on, who's ordering a 6-ounce pour? Who does that?
Chad in Chicago. It's a very generous pour in Chicago. Next time you come here, we'll have a couple glasses of wine together. Anyways, so we got Chad right now joining us from Denver, Colorado. All right, really quick, fun question. Usually we have a fun question. My man Eddie would jump here, ask you the question. I got a question for you. You've been to 90 countries. Whew. Give me the most random remote country you've ever been to out of the 90. Just a random country that I may never even have heard of, Chad.
It's funny. I just came from Cape Verde, and a lot of people have never heard of that country. It's like Western Africa, just south of Portugal. Pretty cool country. Hasn't only been around since like 75 when they broke off from Portugal. Interesting. As far as that goes, though, there's every country is so different, so special. Like Japan is one of those where you feel like you landed on a different, planet. There's a lot of islands that are cool. Easter Island, 5 hours from Chile, and where all the moai are. You can go scuba diving and see a lot of great stuff there. For diving, Palau, a lot of small countries, small islands. Cool. But yeah, for the most random ones, I don't know. They're all usually those tend to be islands. Island vibes is what I like. Seychelles is great. You have a lot of huge
Seychelles. Oh,
tortoises
where's
there.
MP? MP Seychelles. Yes, yes. MP was just in Seychelles a couple summers ago. Had nothing but great things to say. Very cool, man. What gave you the traveling bug? How'd you get into traveling so much? It's very cool.
I split with an ex quite a few years ago, and at that time we just we sold our house, we sold all of our cars and blah blah blah. And I thought, I'll do this for like 3 months, maybe 6 months, and I work wherever I'm at doing software things like that. So after 3 months, I was looking at my bank account, and I was like, well, man, I never really had to touch my reserves, so maybe I'll do 6 months. And whenever you have a house and a life wherever you've built your home and everything like that, and when you don't have that anymore, it's kind of easy to you're actually saving money often. I mean, I'm not kidding. I traveled. You just kind of get into a habit of routine. Sometimes you go cheap. It's really easy to go very affordable in Southeast Asia. And then sometimes you go big. Maybe you get the penthouse, when you're in Singapore or, wherever you want to go big at. Right. And so you basically work it out to where you don't have all of those monthly bills that you are used to having. You're used to having car payments, house payments, insurance, property taxes, all of that. When that's kind of wiped away, it makes it quite easy to travel.
Love it, man. I love it. I love it. I love it. Well, Chad, I cannot thank you enough as well. Robert, thank you so much as well. Stay tuned. We're gonna have more of them. We got group coaching. Robert, how are we doing on group coaching today? We got the form pinned to the top of the chat. Everyone, make sure we got shoulder tab coming up next year. Go ahead.
Awesome. I'll get the submissions in,
coming
give a
up
chance
next.
to look through
Chad,
them.
thank
Go
you so
for
much
it.
for joining us today on Topstep TV. It's been a hell of a day. It's been a hell of a morning. We got more coming up here. Shoulder tab coming up next. Topstep TV. Let's go.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Shoulder Tap. I am Jack, joined by the one-armed man himself, Ben. Sorry to hear about that. You had a mishap, apparently, playing some frisbee.
Yeah, sure did. Today I'm hosting shoulder break instead of shoulder tap. Broke my clavicle. I was in Denver for a regionals tournament with a club ultimate frisbee team that I play with, and dove to the ground, landed with all of my body weight on my shoulder, and broke my clavicle. So first time doing that, rather unpleasant, but not on any opiates or anything today. We're just grinding it out to make sure all the work gets done that needs to be done. There's a lot of it. So yeah, thanks for the well wishes, Jack, but wish I had landed a little more gracefully.
Yeah, well, hope you get on the mend soon. Really appreciate your fortitude in staying off the meds until we get done with this segment, but then take as many as you need. Real quick, we also have a form pinned right now for group coaching questions for Robert. I'll be on with him at 12:30 to take those questions. Send your toughest ones. We'll get on them. So Ben, how are our funded traders doing today?
Yeah, it's a mixed bag today. Lots of positive on the board. Of course, as always, there's plenty of red P&Ls as well. But house account hasn't done that well. I know we're going to talk about that a little bit, Jack. Down 47,000 at the moment. Rips and Dakota hit DLLs kind of alongside that. I know they were involved with talking through those trades. But Rafa, who's someone that a lot of our audience is familiar with, up almost $5,000, up $4,800 right now. Uday up 9,000, Augustine up 8,200, D up 2,200, Sean up 4,000, and Kyoshi up another 4,000. So quite a few live traders are making hay today, despite what has been some negative P&Ls, on the broadcast. But overall, pretty good day, all things considered. Lots of movement and range, it looks like. So that's what we've got in the way of live boards right now, Jack. Do you want to move to house account trading cards? Where do you want to go from here?
Yeah, before we get to the trading cards, I wanted to talk a little bit. I can't tell if I should be putting in a Zin right now or taking a shot of liquor or something, but wanted to talk a little bit about the house account today. And because I was there, I witnessed. I want to try and talk about it without being Captain Hindsight, right? So not about direction, but just about risk management things. And I think a place that we could really learn from there, I have two comments. Is one, how closely were you able to watch that trade today, Ben? Did you see how it went?
Not particularly closely. I mean, monitoring the P&L and position sizing, but as far as entry executions, things like that, we've had a lot going on this morning. So just the minimum monitoring that was happening. As far as the structure of trades and things like that, that's not really something that the risk team is looking to. We're actually looking at the dollars and cents of what's taking place, and making sure that's within what we know is the daily loss limit for this house account, which is the 50,000. So we didn't breach that mark. Obviously, closer to that than certainly anyone at Topstep would like, let alone the risk management team. But no, I didn't see the exact executions within.
Well, I had the distinct pleasure of seeing all of that, and I think some of the people in the chat are picking up on a little bit what I wanted to get at with this. Here's two things I would say. You hear me talk a lot when we look at these cards. Is that I don't love it when somebody is up big and then swings more than their daily loss limit. And I think even though we have that daily loss limit for 50K, there was a point this morning where we had 17K realized and we're up another 15 or 16K unrealized, which means we were essentially up 30 grand. I would say that it is not, if you are up that much, at most, I would say 50K from that high watermark is where we should stop. I mean, we're talking about close to a more than 70, close to 80 grand swing there, which I don't, if you have a 50K daily loss limit, that shouldn't be something you should do really. That would be part one. And part two, I think rather than being so focused on where we're in, where our risk is, I think those things are important, but they also need to dictate your size. If your stop is 10 points versus 30 points or something, well, you should trade a third amount of the size. Because what happens if you just want to trade, if you trade 40, 50 lots on everything, you are by definition putting a lot more risk on whatever trade you have that has the wider stop, right?
Right.
Ultimately, you put dollars into the market and you take dollars out. You know, that's what matters at the end of the day. So I hope we look at our sizing in relation to how much risk we have in points. So maybe more on this in coming days, but just something I wanted to get out there as a matter of accountability there. So we'll be talking. Maybe we'll make some changes to this. Building the plane in the air, as MP would say, but eventually you got to land that plane. So we'll keep working on it. So Ben, with that, that's all I'll say on the house account today. We got some trading cards as well.
Yep. Let's jump into our first card. We've got Raul up. Raul, all of these traders that we're talking about today are going to be live funded traders at Topstep. They're trading in a live account. Raul's trading in a 150K account size. Average daily P&L right now is $1,900 and change. Trading the equities. Really impressive so far. We don't have a tremendous amount of data to look back on, but so far so good. 12 trading days complete, 33% winning days, and 38% winning trades. Average win per trade is $1,013, and average loser is $550. That's pretty big as far as an average winning trade. That's impressive. Taking 15 trades a day, you do end up with some variability in there, you know, and so that can lead to hitting your daily loss limit a little bit more frequently because of that fluctuation that will happen naturally trading that large of a P&L per trade. But nearly a 1-to-1 reward to, or excuse me, 2-to-1 reward to risk ratio, and hold times, you know, over an hour long, hour and 45 on winners to an hour on losers. So overall, I like the trading here. Definitely want to encourage Raul to take a payout. We've got really significant balance in the account at this point. You can take a $20,000 payout. That would go a long way towards whatever it is in your life that you've got going on. I don't know a single person that couldn't use, $22,000. So Raul, if you're listening, please, take that payout that you're qualified for, and let's keep stacking it as we go along. Trade selection, I think it could be refined a little bit. That might be one area that we could improve upon, taking only the best setups, because it looks to me, there's a good amount of positive trading that gets kind of undercut by, some additional trades. So would love to see, profitability, win rates, things like that, stabilize, kind of sit around where they are currently, but that average trade per day, coming down closer to 10 or beneath 10. I think that could really help in the overall variability, reduce the variability in the P&L curve across time. So that's what I had in the way of notes for this trading card, Jack? Is there anything that's really stands out to you or you want to mention about Raul?
Yeah, I mean, this is a club DLL card, but I think that Raul deserves the right to use that 3K limit because of so in this account he has 8 losing days and 6 winning days. So the average losing day is, of course, the DLL essentially. But the smallest of his 6 winning days is $4,100, right? So even his smallest winning day is bigger than that daily loss limit. And if he keeps up this sort of breakdown, yeah, it's going to be profitable. So more so than some of the other swingers that I see on here, trading swingers, this seems like a responsible use of that loss limit. Now, there was a point where he had 5 straight losers. You just got to keep an eye on that. If you start seeing your percentages slip, because this is very profitable when you're doing it with 38% winning days, but maybe adjust if you start getting into one of these extended losing streaks because markets change, strategies always need to change, but great card overall.
Yeah, I hear you on that. One thing I like too, before we move on to the next one, is consistently finishing, near account balance highs. Right, he's not deviating from account balance highs very often, and usually is getting right back up to that mark. So that's we never encourage people to lean into that daily loss limit, right? Unless you have set a personal daily loss limit, something structural that is lower than what is the default. The default daily loss limit in the 150K account size is $3,000, and so you can give up a considerable amount of profit. Even just a week hitting that daily loss limit. But pretty consistently, Raul is sticking near those account balance highs, which, like you said, is a winning recipe. So hope to continue seeing that. We'll check back in with Raul somewhere here in the near future. Let's move on to Santiago as our next trading card.
Locked and loaded.
Trading with. What'd you say?
Said locked and loaded. I got the card.
Indeed. Trading in a 50K account size, so smaller account size, but average daily P&L still looks really good. $326 per day on average. Trading our 4 most popular products, ES, NQ, crude oil, and gold. And lots of positives to take away from here. Average winning day winning day percentage being 50%. That's awesome, especially when you consider that the average winning day is $1,713 and the average losing day is $1,060. So winning more than he's losing on a per trade basis and on a day-to-day basis is kind of complement each other and really reinforce that this trader's putting on winning trades, has positive expectancy with these trades, and then also is taking that money day to day and making sure they're actually locking it in at the end of the day and booking those winning trading days towards a payout in the future. So far it's already taken $6,600 across 2 payouts, another really healthy sign that we're on the right track. And the best day in this account was $5,067 compared to the worst day of just past the daily loss limit, $1,117. So across 28 trading days, Jack, I feel a lot better about that performance and the ability to kind of continue that into the future. Everything looks like green lights to me for the most part. I don't think there's a tremendous amount that needs tinkering with or tweaking. Obviously, like you mentioned on the last card, this is an ever-moving target in financial markets. Conditions change, sentiments change, participation, long and short, change, in an instant and over time. And so what may be working very, very well in this, certain set of circumstances, lean into that, maximize it, make sure you're capitalizing while you can, but also have the, wherewithal to understand if a change occurs, what would that look like? Would you see, your win rate drop? Would you see, you're getting, stopped out more consistently and you end up with daily loss limit days? All of a sudden you have 3 daily loss limits in a row, and that's the first streak that you've been on. That's the type of indication that you need to be aware of and take a look at, see, okay, is there, am I executing my strategy in the same way that I have been? And this is kind of maybe a shift in market conditions, or did I deviate from my strategy? Was I getting greedy or fearful, or was there some kind of other impetus for why that may be changing? So outside of being aware in that way of your own trading going forward, I don't really have a lot of input. They recently requested expanding the daily loss limit in this live account. That's not something that we accommodated at that moment. It came kind of on the heels of a minor losing streak. And so, anytime someone has been losing, a little bit more recently, they're on kind of a cold streak, they reach out to us and ask for expanded daily loss limit. That's almost universally going to be declined, because that's not the time to be expanding your loss limits. That is clearly an indication that you're not seeing markets as well, or conditions might be changing, or whatever the reality of the situation is. It's difficult to evaluate that yourself when you are the trader and you're kind of on that loss streak. But just a word of advice, if anything, you should be reducing that loss limit, reducing your size, getting back onto a winning streak, so that you can then continue forward. And for that matter, Jack, kind of like we were talking about previously, might be good advice for the house account to consider. Reducing that size, get yourself a win streak together, and recover some of those losses, and then lean into it when you have a really, really good setup. Larger time frames, whatever the case may be. So that applies. It has to apply the same to our traders as it does to our crew trading live on TV. We always have to be responsible to our viewership and to the account that we're trading. So slow and steady is working well. I don't see any reason why it wouldn't continue for Santiago, as long as we stay humble, stay the course, and keep chopping away. Everything is green pastures for Santiago, it looks like.
Yeah, he's definitely earned the right to use that. When he loses, he loses the $1,000, but I think that's fine given what he's putting up. But similar to what we said with the house account, and I'm just educated guessing this based on looking at his card here, is that it seems like on individual trades, he's willing to lose about $300, or that's how I see it chopped up. So to get to that 1,000, it looks almost like 3 strikes, you're out. But I know this because I see a lot of days where his DLL days where the maximum P&L is down around $300. That means the highest you were flat. And on some of these winning days, I'll see that minus $300 is the P&L low, which leads me to believe that that's kind of what he's doing. And I think that's not a bad way to trade. I don't like it when I see people just ram a position that goes to the loss limit. But if you define how much you're willing to risk in money, in what you spend, that's a good way to do it. And then you can select the number of contracts, right? Because, you could there's no difference between taking 100 lots for 1 point or 1 lot for 100 points besides the commission.
Right.
They function off of each other. So that's the lesson of the day. Good trading, Santiago.
Yeah, no doubt. Let's move on to our third and final card. We've got Anthony D. Someone that we featured a couple of times, live trader updates, as well as a trading card previously. But Anthony's a 100K live account size. So we hit the gambit. We had a 50K, 100K, and 150K on the trading cards today. All East Coast traders too, and some representation from the New England boys. So good trading here. $284 average daily P&L. Trading the NASDAQ. Pretty similar win rates to reward risk ratio for all 3 of these individuals we've talked about. Winning trade percentage right around, in this case, it's 34%. Everyone we've talked about so far has fallen that 35 to 40% mark, and making 2 for every 1 they're risking on average. So we've got 20 trading days, so right in the middle that we can go back and review here. But a little bit more juice on the best winning day. Best winning day in this account has been $13,092. So that's really impressive. Of course, worst losing day being the daily loss limit, exceeding that by a little bit in $34.80. So those are the statistics on their highs and lows, what it looks like at their best and at their worst. The account balance right now is a little over $20,000. The pattern that I really picked up on as I was going through these trade reports, Jack, is typically there's a big winning day, and that's followed by giving some of that profit back, either in the next day or in several winning days or several losing days afterwards. There's things you can do to mitigate that. I think the easiest one, and some of our best traders, I know Rafa does this, for those that have followed his success over time, he will have a good winning day and then not trade the following day or several days after. I think that's a good, if you've noticed an established pattern in yourself in that way. And I would say that this is an established pattern with Anthony. Make $10,000 or more, take the next day off, right? Find a way to recenter, whatever it is, as you don't want to give that money back the following day or days. So just take the day off, right? That's an easy way to kind of ratchet up those gains as you make them, rather than three steps forward, 1 or 2 steps back. If you're going to lean on the daily loss limit, setting that personal daily loss limit, something mechanical in place through your trading platform that is less than your daily loss limit is perfectly fine. If you're struggling with the self-discipline, as many of us have, probably today, probably will tomorrow, there's nothing wrong if you have the tools, putting something mechanical in place to prevent yourself from getting tilted or blowing past, what you actually are willing to lose in a given day, or even a trade for that matter. So he took a $10,000 payout late last week. Huge kudos on that. As Jack, you've said before, you've basically won the account now. So now we can really relax, go about our trading, be diligent, and then when you strike gold, when you have those really big days, just be, cognizant of that and notice that pattern, and either trade very lightly the following day or even take the day off. There's no rule that says you have to trade every single day, every single session. So those would be the recommendations I have. But overall, it's looking really good. 3 times as long this trader is in winning trades as compared to losing trades. A little bit more than that. 36 minutes on the winners compared to 9 minutes on the losers. So up and down the card, things look really good, especially the fact that he took $10,000 in a payout just last week. So those are the notes I have here, Jack. Overall, lots of positives, 3 really good trading cards today. Anything from Anthony that you'd like to see more of or less of?
Love the 10 grand in payouts. I will point out, more so than the other 2 cards, this card is dependent, kind of lives and dies by the big hitter, in that we have 3 days. We have a $10,800 day, an $11,000 day, and a $13,000 day. When you rely on those, the dispersion of your, how best to say this, the dispersion of your expected future value becomes wider, right? So somebody that's making day in and day out, I don't know, $500 a day, but they never lose more than 100, and they're kind of always in that area, has a more steady future going forward. On the other hand, and we've seen cards like this, if you are someone that had, this is not Anthony, Anthony's trading fine, but if you see someone who has, I'm thinking about someone in particular, like 15 straight DLLs and then a $40,000 day, it's very hard. You may be up the same, but it is very hard to predict whether that will happen again. Some of it is luck. It may happen. You may do more. All I'm saying is that you can't be certain. So I'm glad you took out the 10K. I would say maybe focus on a little bit, more consistency, or knowing when to walk away. I'd love everyone out there too, just to think about what amount of money you have to be up before you, on a blood oath, are not going to go negative. If it'll be different for everyone, but just something to think about. But Anthony, overall, I mean, this is a good card. I didn't mean to call him particularly out on that, just to be careful in the future. But hey, he took a 10K payout, so he's doing swell. He's won the account. We're always glad to see that.
Most definitely. Yeah, that's an interesting point, Jack. That's definitely the takeaway from this segment, I think. What's your number? What are you not willing to give back? You go up 10 grand, what are you not willing to give back? Have those thoughts and those considerations. That's part of visualization. That's part of, what happens when I actually get there. I have the breakthrough that I've been working so hard in my trading to achieve. Visualize that, understand what it's going to feel like, try to, project forward and then be ready for that situation when it happens so that you can lock in, really significant profits that you've earned.
Great stuff. Well, Ben, sorry that you've been infirmed here. Hope you get better soon. The sling looks good. You look tough. And yeah, thanks for joining me today.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for having me, Jack. I'm glad we were able to get together, and we'll do it again a little bit later this week, okay?
We shall. Everyone stick around. We got group coaching next with myself and Robert the Riz. Then going to the 1 o'clock segment today, we got Brian Shannon, the master of VWAP himself, will be here with Robert and Dolby. And then Andre, Dolby, and Rips will close it out with Power Hour. We'll turn it around the house account. Maybe not today, but soon. So we'll be back right after this. Stay cool, everybody. Welcome back, crew. It's group coaching. I got the over ears on now, just like my friend Robert. Robert, how you doing today?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I got a group coaching background back there, but I tell you what, I'm going to click one button here because this is kind of how I'm feeling today. So we'll I don't know which one we should go with. Maybe lots of chat. Do we want to go with the Matrix, or let me get my face out of there? We're doing it. Just get this rock and roll. We got this one, and we got the Matrix. It's just a little short session. Let the chat vote on that while we talk back here, Jack. But I'm doing good. It's been a good day.
Nice. Well, it's raining up a storm. I don't think anyone can hear it, but over in Oak Park, Illinois, it is very wet right now. So hopefully I don't get disconnected. But with that, Robert, excited to do some group coaching today. We have some questions that were submitted here, so we'll hit some of those first. But if you have questions in the chat that you would like us to answer, you can either drop them in the form on top, or maybe, just maybe, we'll be able to get to some of those that come through the chat. I'm looking. So what do you say we get started here, Robert?
I say we get started. Looks like the Matrix wins, but let's rock and roll, buddy.
All right. Let's hope we don't get sued by Warner Brothers. We won't. Anyway,
That's a freebie.
This
I
one
pulled it down. Be sure. It's
oh, excellent. So this one was marked by Robert as must do this one. So I think we should. On Power Players with Chad this morning, you referenced using the ADX and looking for 30 as a trader prerequisite. I noticed that you don't have the plus/minus DMI along with your ADX. Why is that?
Well, Nathaniel, it is a absolute fabulous question. I have it on my chart right now. It's at the bottom. I'm actually going to stretch these things out and make it bigger, and I'll explain it. So ADX is the average directional index. It's basically the strength of the trend. Doesn't matter if it's going up or down. As we can see as the left side over here, this morning at the beginning, the market was going up, and it was going up strongly, so ADX was up as well. And then it started to slow down. The directional strength changed. That means the average directional index drops down. And then once we started picking up strength on the downside, the ADX goes up again. So I just want to be clear on that, because I see a lot of traders will say, are you doing divergence? Are you doing conversions? What are you doing? It's just the strength. So the higher it goes up, the stronger the direction it is, regardless of the direction. Now, to your question, Nathaniel, you make a really good point. The short answer is this. I only use the ADX and not the DI plus and DI minus to simplify it, to make it easier for not just for viewing sake, but for our viewers also. I don't want to clutter the charts up. But here's what I'm going to do. I am going to use the DI version with it, because it does look better. It does give you more information, and I thank you for the suggestion. I did look at both of those. Typically, I'll just use ADX because it's, and I'm gonna put it on here. I'm gonna indicators, and if I just type in DI, it will show the directional movement. And if you notice, I actually already have that marked as one of my favorites. I'm gonna click that one, put that on the chart also. Now let's make these bigger so we can see the difference. Now what this does is, if I look at ADX, the only options I have is there a smoothing in the length of it. The length is 10. That means it's gonna look back 10 periods, not 10 minutes. If it's a minute chart, yes. If it's a 10-minute chart, it'll be 100 minutes. I'm using a 100 tick chart, so it's going to look back 10 periods. So those 10 periods, if the market's moving fast, are going to happen really quickly, which is going to give me a really fast response. If the market is moving slowly and I'm not printing or plotting a lot of these tick candles, that 10 length could span 8 minutes, 10 minutes, or 15 seconds. So this is why I like using like the non-time stuff. But the DI length here is 10. The smoothing is just so it's not as choppy. Now, if we watch the top section, this yellow, if I decrease it, see how it's going to make it really, really, really choppy. And whenever I'm using any type of directional movement, I always double the number. Right or wrong, I just double what it is. If my DI length is 10, I put 20. If my DI length is 20, I put 40. It just gives me a little better average. So that's the ADX. That's all we have. We have a single line in ADX. Now let's go to the DMI, the directory, the ADX, the directional minus and plus, okay? I still have the same thing. I have ADX length and smoothing of 20. Now they match. Length, 20. I'm actually going to save this as default. Well, what else do I have? This is the same line, by the way. If you look at that DI line, DI length, it's right here. It's ADX. I can turn it on and turn it off. It's the same. It looks exactly the same as the one above because the settings are the same. So what is this? This is the positive. This is when the directional strength is increasing to the positive side, and this is when The red is when the directional strength is increasing to the negative side. And again, if it's increasing, even though it's negative, it's going to be going up. And what I do is I chose two different sets. I chose these columns for the green, and I chose an area chart for the red. What does that look like? I'm going to make this really big just so it can really stand out. I have the columns behind it, so we can actually see them a little bit inside of the red. And you can change those colors and make them more visible or less visible. You can change, say, the opacity of it if we want. The red is in front. Notice I have it down a little. If I put it up like this, I can't see anything. If it's too far down, it gets blended. So I believe I had this around 90. It seems to look pretty good. I can see, might not be hard to see on the screen, but on the stream, but we can see the green candles behind it. So I can actually get a feel for what is going on behind it as well. Matter of fact, let's make this a little bit small. Let's put this on 80. No, I don't like that. Let's split the difference. 85. That looks really good. Okay, and I know the whole thing. So I want to be clear on this because this is part of the project, and it's a great suggestion, Nathaniel. I'm also going to save this as my default. So what does that tell me? Well, if I'm only using ADX, which would be the yellow line on both of them, I can see here, what are we at? About 10 a.m. Central Time. The market, the directional flow starts to drop off. But what happens is we can see how before that, the strength of the trend started, move it over, started beforehand. So we can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have almost 5 periods beforehand it starts dropping off because these are instant. So it's going to show me a quicker drop off. And then because we have a 10 period ADX, it's going to react a little slower. And when did it start reacting even faster? When the DI minus started showing up. So not only were the directional strength going to the upside reducing, the directional strength of the downside increased, which bent this ADX over further and faster, which would give me a better indication that we have a change in direction. So Nathaniel, thank you very much. I really like the suggestion, and I'm going to stick with it. I'm going to update the documentation. I'm going to put this all together. So now I'm going to remove my ADX, and I'm going to keep my, it's called directional movement. So directional movement index versus the average directional index. This is the line. So the directional movement index contains the ADX line. So again, one more time, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I am going to leave it like this. I'll update the documentation. I'll put it in the chat, and everybody can follow along. So I really do. That's why I wanted to hit that one, Jack. Thanks for jumping on that right off the bat because I really did like it.
That's a great, thorough answer there, Robert. Next up on the list, we got this. Regarding charts and the bubble that appears on the charts showing your live orders and number of contracts, is it possible to move this bubble out of the way of my charts? Thank you. By the way, Robert, your knowledge is quite impressive.
Oh, wow. Oh, thank you very much, Dan. Yeah, thank you very much, Dan. I appreciate that. Yeah, so the bubbles, if you're talking about the orders, I am in the live account now. So let me not do this. I love doing these demos. Let me simply switch over to the practice just to put this on so I can actually place an order here, place a trade. Okay, so go into our settings. We have our risk parameters on. I'm going to save it. And let's just go in. Mouse jumping here. Let's place a single contract short. So here we can see our orders and our bubbles are on the left side. If they were on the right side and getting in the way, and I don't want them there, I would move them to the left and vice versa. So where do we do that? We go to our settings, and under charts and data, we have the chart alignment right here, left or right. It was on the left, we put it on the right and save it. We'll go back to the chart. You can notice now that they are here on the right-hand side. And that comes in like this by default, but yes, they can get in the way of your trading. So I put them on the left as well. I like them on the left. Again, we go back in here, charts and data, chart plot alignment to show the orders on the left-hand side, save, back to the chart, and they are now on the left-hand side. So hopefully that helps. That is in the, it's also in the YouTube section. We made all these Topstep X in 5 minutes or less. And I'll put that link in the chat as well. Here we have it. I think that answers the question, right? You know, let's flatten this trade. Hey, look, we made $40 in our practice account. See that slippage on it? We had a $40 P&L. I closed, I flattened all, which is a market order to get out. I'm at $27. So there you go. We have slippage. That's how it works.
Very nice. Occasionally we get trolled with something that is good enough for me to point out. We got one from our house accounts become sentient and sent us one that says, I've been losing consistently. I feel like I'm due for a big gain. Should I double my size and trade larger and larger? Well, I don't think so. That was good enough. I'll take that. On another note, yeah, Johnny asks, is there a way to minimize the amount the VPVR sticks out to the left or right? I'm using 4 windows watching different time frames on my laptop. Maybe get a second monitor. That's just an aside by me. And so I would like to minimize the amount the VPVR sticks out to have more candles on the chart. Thank you.
Totally. Yeah, we can totally do that. And I will show you how to do that right now. I love this stuff. And Michael in the chat says, seems like I've studied and tried most indicators. Yeah, you're right. I believe I've studied and tried all of them. Some work well for me, some don't. Some work well for others and some don't. So this one is called the visible range. It's backwards. So we have volume profile, fixed range, and volume profile, visible range. So the difference is one, the fixed range you draw on the chart. It's on the left-hand side that I have over here. I'll show you how to do that. And the visible range will calculate based on how much of the chart is showing. I like both of those, but I really would like the automated one. It would just be the session profile. I would like to start one at the session and have it automatically keep updating. That's in the works. That will be here as well. So the one that you're referring to is the actual indicator versus the drawing tool. Volume profile, visible range. I go to my settings, and it's this section right here. The width of the box is 10%. So you're looking at the entire chart width. This is going to take up 10%. Now let's go to extremes and show you what it looks like. I'm just going to keep increasing it. You can see on the right-hand side, it's increasing. It's coming out. Okay. So here is 46. There is 50% of the chart. So the chart is, let's call this a foot. This is 12 inches wide. It now moved out 6 inches because it's at 50%. I have seen traders use this to go most of the chart to keep it 100%, and they get a really clear view, and they just have it faded in the background. You know, you can change the opacity of this. Excuse me, I have to sneeze.
He's waving away that sneeze. When will he realize that he's still on mute?
Okay, whoo, there we go. Oh, better. It's $5 sneeze. I'll definitely Venmo you afterwards. No, it rained here as well, and it just kicked up a bunch of stuff. When I went out at lunch, I had a little reaction to it. Ta-da! All right. The width of the box shows a percentage. I want to put this back down on 20%. I'll make this a little wider, and since this is the one that is the visible range, it's calculating all the way to currently about just after 10 a.m. Central Time. Now watch what happens. If I widen the chart out, it's only going to calculate with what I have. So we have our volume area, then we have the value area, and we have the high and the low, and there's a point of control based on the time that we are showing. Okay. Now as I stretch it out the other way, I'll shrink it down. It's going to calculate everything that we see on the chart. And you can set these up just like the rest of it. Volume, my value area is 80%. So that's where 80% of the trades have taken place. I have a row size of 500. I like that, making the row size bigger. And I'll show you what it looks like if it's a little smaller. You can see it's pretty clear like this. But watch what happens. I believe it starts with like 50 or something when we, by default. See how it makes these large, wide, I just don't like that look. I want to know what happened within here. I want to know what happened within this range. So I really increase this. I put this up to 500. like that. And it's just, to me, it shows that it's nice and clear. I can see it easier. So to each their own, set it up any way you'd like. But that's how you change it. And that's how you increase it or decrease how far it shows by choosing the width of the box. And you can also choose which side you want it on, just like that. I like it on the right for the full area, just to differentiate it from the one I have over to the left side of my chart, which is the one that you draw. You choose how wide you want this to be drawn on your chart, and it will calculate from there. This is the one I start at the start of the session, and then I keep moving it to the end of the session. Hopefully, when hopefully sooner than later, the automatically one will come in where we'll start the session, just automatically keep extending to the right.
Thank you very much. All right, here's a good meaty question. Are there any daily levels explanation videos out there on the Topstep channel? If not, I would love to understand it live on Topstep TV. Well, Robert, we are live on Topstep TV.
Yeah, we are live on Topstep TV. Let's see. Levels. Let's add it. I actually don't know if I can add. Let me do this. It could be a time chart.
Yeah, to answer the first part of the question, do you happen to know, Robert, do we have any video explainers out there? Is that something we should do at some point?
Okay, the first part of the question, Jack, is there are not right now, and this is the Topstep X 5 minutes or less, where I've done a whole bunch of those. Got to be like 30, 40, 35, 40 of them out there right now. I am doing more of those, but I recently moved to another state. It's a temporary office, and as you can see, it's kind of echoey. I did get my house will be set in 2 weeks, and I'm going to catch up on. There's about 5 different ones that I need to put out there as kind of that green material. It's going to stay there. The evergreen material will stay there. Gabe has done a wonderful job as something gets released. He's done a fabulous job. There'll be something comes out about Topstep X, a new feature, and we'll go through it. And then he does a super job of explaining it and showing it on Topstep TV. And then I'll be making those 5-minute or less videos, catching up with those in about 2 weeks. This will be one of them. It's actually the 3rd time this was asked to go through those. Now, let me see. We have our Topstep daily levels indicator, and I have it on multiple charts, so it's actually not going to show on this, but this is where they are. And if this was what they're talking about, the daily levels explanation, if you mean this, these are pretty self-explanatory. Okay, last week's high, yesterday's high. We can just change the colors if you want. You can plot them differently, make them wider, choose to show them or not show them. Now, the second half of this is if we are talking about the actual levels themselves, which I will pull up on another screen, and I will pull them right in here as well. These are, if we are speaking of these are published each day. They get cleared out at night, obviously because they're daily. The coaches submit them to us as well as Hogue. And you see the pictures. You can mouse over these. This is Coach Paul's resistance. Let me go to the center. You can see it easier. Here's Coach Paul. He's got a couple of them on the zone 1, these high resistance areas. And then we have Coach Ray. He has an average daily range high. And here's a special one. Anyone know this gentleman, Mr. John Hoagland? We just mouse over it. There's little icons, hard to see on the screen, but you can see the little icons on there, little profile images. This is a weekly kickoff high. So obviously this will stay the same. Now we do this for the main instruments, oil, NASDAQ, S&P 500, of course. There are multiple levels. Here's gold, here's the Dow, and Coach Vince is the one that supplies us with the Dow. And then we have the fun ones. We have corn. Coach Jack supplies us with corn and with soybeans. I don't know, maybe we'll get cattle in here or something as well. I don't know, that'll give us some more work. JD does a great job with these. When he was out, we did some playing around with GPT, made the process a little bit easier. But every morning, come in early, literally an hour and a half before the broadcast, prepares these levels, puts them up here for the daily levels, and you basically just need to read them. It shows this one here is the NASDAQ that Coach Paul has given us for a 1 daily range ATR resistance. So he's looking back the daily range, and this is the average true range for it. Weekly kickoff high, we know that. And I don't know, let's go. Here's a 4-hour supply area, and this is given by Coach Ray. They give us this whole spreadsheet. It's really nice, broken down. They do a lot of work on this. Definitely use them. You can find them in Discord also. Each one of these coaches has their own channel, and then there's a community channel for group coaching there as well. Definitely go in there and check it out. But who's this that was asking about that? Harsh, yeah, if this is what you're talking about, it's, well, guess what we're going to do? We're going to put this in the chat as well. There's our daily levels right there.
Yeah, I'll get to the next question. I'll answer a quick one. Some people are already in there talk about someone. Klaus asked, "What is settlement?" It's basically, basically, it is the exchange sets a price at the end of the day that's used to mark futures in the market for P&L purposes. Now, because you're a day trader, that part of it only applies if you were holding it overnight. It's just how they calculate P&L. It's not always the last price traded. It's usually an average. It's usually right around the closing price. The idea in trading that it can attract things is because that's where the P&L on the positions that are held overnight are marked to. So it's where people are flipping from green to red. I remember this from when I was trading. It's maybe not, you can experiment with it. It tends to, just like everything else, you'll have to see how it works for you, but it can become sticky. Other questions? Because I wasn't. Did you do group coaching yesterday, or was it Hogue, Robert?
I believe I did it yesterday.
Okay. Did you guys get to the question about? Because I saw this question from yesterday. I just want to make sure we didn't do it before. It was about should we be using pre-market data for our charts? Did you guys cover that?
We did not cover that yesterday, and it was me, and we didn't get to it yesterday.
Okay, Milo, should we be using pre-market data for our charts? I have heard that the New York Open session is ideal. I believe the start of the session from post-market close is better. I'm asking because of how indicators show. What's ideal?
What's ideal? I think it's going to depend on how you trade. Go ahead, Jack. Go ahead and jump on this one. I'll give you my thoughts on it because we trade a little bit differently.
I can start this one. It's going to be, and I hate to equivocate like this, but yeah, it's going to be dependent on how you trade. I think the most important thing is to understand what the pre-market data is and the differences in volume. I don't think, it's not something to ignore what happened overnight, but as long as you take it with the grain of salt that if you look at your volume bars, there's going to be much lower volume overnight and always a huge spike either at the 7:30 number or the 8:30 New York Open. So I guess it depends on what indicators you're using and what you're trying to do. But I think the most important thing in general for people looking at the charts is to understand that the overnight markets and the open or the regular market hours have far different volumes, and that's just something to be aware of.
My 2 cents in this, Jack. I agree with everything that you said, and I'm going to add one more thing. It depends on how you trade and the instrument you trade. So if you're going to hold something from overnight Asia or London, if you're on with D and you're taking a London session, yeah, you should really consider that information and use that along with your analysis throughout the day. If you're a daytime, simply U.S. session intraday short-term trader, I'm not sure it applies that much other than a couple of key areas like what was the overnight high, the overnight low, what was the high of yesterday, the low of yesterday, and maybe some overnight volume in there. Because there really isn't a lot that happens. If you look at the volume, the first 10 or so minutes of the US market has more volume and activity than the Asian and London sessions combined up to that point. So there's not a heck of a lot there. But as far as levels go, sure, that's something that we can look at. And I think Hogue has one thing that I shouldn't say I think, I know. He says something, whenever there's an overnight high, the US session likes to take that out first. So, or at some point during the day. It doesn't like to leave an empty overnight high there. And if we look at the YM that I have on the left channel, the left side of the screen, the overnight high was around 42,616. I was eyeballing it. And then wouldn't you know, we broke 42,656. So during the US session. So truth be told, that's where it is right there. Hogue is right. And is that right all the time? No. But after I heard him say that maybe 6-7 months ago, it's most of the time. Whenever you have an overnight high, now the difference would be if the overnight high was like the high of the day and the market sold off all night long. Generally, it's not just going to whip back up there just to take it out if it's that far gone. And again, it depends on the market. But since we're mostly trading NQ and ES, yeah, that seems to be a real common occurrence that happens. So yes, I think the short answer, the short answer to that long answer is that depends on what you're trading and how long you're holding on to these as to whether you should use that data or not.
Yeah, and I think you have to go from sort of indicator to indicator. I think the prices absolutely matter, as D points out. Stop runs through the previous session high and lows, common occurrence. It would depend on the indicator that you're using, because sometimes I could see how it would get jumbled up putting in the low volume stuff there. But as far as pure price information, I take everything I can get. So, Robert, we're running out of time here. We want to get time for Brian Shannon, so I think we're gonna have to sign off for now. But anything last you want to say here?
Nope, because I'm on for the next hour with Brian Shannon and Dobie. This is, I think, the third time with Brian Shannon. The guy is fabulous. The founder and the maker of the anchored VWAP. I'm really looking forward to the session. I got some questions set up for him, so looking forward to joining Dobie here in just a few minutes.
All right, we'll give you a few minutes to do what you need to do, Robert. We'll be back with Mr. VWAP himself, Brian Shannon, and then we got Power Hour, so stick around. We'll be back right after this.
Well, hello. We are here. We have Dobie on the side. We all know him. And the man in the middle is the man of the hour. That is Brian Shannon. Brian, how are you doing today?
You guys doing well?
Sound was a little bit broken up there, so I think Gabe will be able to take a check on that for that sound moment. It was just perfect a second ago. Not sure what happened, but he is the author of the Anchored VWAP. We are certainly glad to have him. I think it's third or his fourth time back here, and true to form here, I made a nice little background for VWAP that we're going to use in the AI tool there. It's always fun to do that stuff. Dobie, while he's working on that sound, just a quick thing. How are you doing? I know you're getting ready for Power Hour up next.
We're doing great. Markets are moving. Things are exciting. I think there's lots of opportunity both ways in the market today. You know, if you're on a big enough range, not a whole lot happened because it's still pretty much range bound. I mean, I think looking at the
Excellent.
NASDAQ.
Well, if you see something,
yeah.
If I see
something,
something, we'll go ahead and
seeing
take it.
stuff.
Brian. Yeah, of course. And those ranges happen all the time. Brian, we back here. How's that sound?
It sounds good to me.
Cool.
Sounds perfect for you. Okay, well, so welcome to the show. Welcome back to the show. Hope you're having a stellar day. Tell us about your trades. If the markets are moving, we can put one on. Did you take any trades today? We'll start with that.
Sure. I mean, I've always got something going on. I'm holding a couple of winners, and got into a couple new things as well today. But the new stuff's really not doing much. It's more about managing open positions. And this market got another lifeline today with Nvidia ramping there a couple hours ago after it was reported that their CEO stopped selling shares. That moved Nvidia, of course, as well as the SMH, and everything else followed as well.
Isn't it funny how those markets, a couple of stocks, a couple of companies can just pull the markets down? They say in the NASDAQ, top 100 stocks of the NASDAQ for the NQ futures. It's like the Mag 7, right? And NVIDIA, it's kind of like the Mag 2 going on right now. But that's funny how we do that. Now, a question for you. Did you use VWAP in that analysis, by the way?
In the analysis, well, I mean, I always use VWAP, but as far as Nvidia, I've had my eye on it here in this consolidation the last few days, and I guess we've got the chart up there, so that's good to see. What's been most concerning for me, not concerning, but telling me that I thought we needed more time to digest the gains in Nvidia is the fact that we have this blue declining 50-day moving average and the red declining 20-day moving average. So we've seen this back and forth, and it's looks like it's creating a little bit of an inverted head and shoulders pattern here, which could lead to the next big move higher. And now we are holding the anchor from this prior low. We're back above it. We've just broken some supply here. So I think if we pull back, I mean, Nvidia has the possibility of just continuing here. My scenario that I like best would be a little bit of a pullback and then kind of get going like this in the next day or two. But going, over to this SMH has kind of been giving me a little bit of reason for pause too, because that declining 50-day moving average. But we're still holding, my key intermediate term is this 5-day moving average, which we continue to see is rising. So as long as we're doing that, I give it the benefit of the doubt. The prior resistance in here held as support. So it's still, in an intermediate term uptrend. The daily timeframes are a little bit questionable for semiconductors and NVIDIA. But, for the SMA or for the SPY, the S&P, if we close here, we're just a couple pennies off a new all-time closing high. We maintain above that rising 5-day moving average. So I'm not fighting these trends. We're stretched, but I keep hoping we're going to get a bigger shakeout just to kind of reset things, but the market doesn't want to do that yet.
No, market always makes it very, very hard for bulls to get in or for bears to get in trending markets. I mean, how do you use anchored VWAP to help you get into trending markets? I'm a range trader. I think trending markets are some of the hardest stuff to trade because it always looks expensive when you're trying to get in. How do you leverage anchored VWAP to help you get into a trending market if it is indeed trending?
Yeah, I mean, that's funny because I'm just the opposite. I pull my hair out, which is why I don't have any left during a non-trending environment. I've been doing it that long. That to me, in a sideways range like we saw yesterday, basically, it's just useless to me. So I look at today. It gapped up. It pulled back. It stayed below the volume weighted average price for the first couple hours, and then it got back above not only today's VWAP, but yesterday's VWAP and last Thursday's VWAP, where we saw that gap. And that right there is where the buyers regained control. Now, the problem with that is you just pointed out is sometimes they look like they might have gone too far. And in this case, it just rallied from 566.70 to 569.70. So it just rallied, 20 handles for, I know you guys are ES traders. I would have preferred to see some pullback in here. I did buy a little bit and, just scalped it. But right now, I'm hoping we can either pull back to today's VWAP, which is right here, or more likely, if we put an anchor off of that low right there that we made just prior to the NVIDIA news, then maybe we come down right into this level. And I don't want to buy the dip to that, but if we did this, shook out a little bit, and then I would want to get long right here. At this point, I tried to draw a box with
So
a
Brian,
stop.
I'm sorry to interrupt there. Excuse me, Brian, could you just say the levels? We have a lot of listeners. They can't really see what the level is. So if we can just shout out those numbers, that would be great. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm showing this on the chart of the SPY, the S&P 500, ETF, which is what I look at. I'm not an ES trader, so you'd have to, convert those a little bit. But what I'd be looking for is the daily volume weighted. We're currently at 570.49. The daily VWAP is 569.69. So, we're 2 points or we're a point lower in there. But I think that it's more likely we pull back to about that 570.11 level. So another 40 cents. I wouldn't want to buy it there. So 4 S&P points, just do your math off of that. I guess we're at, where are we in the ES? So that might make it about 779. Pull back to 779 on the basis of the ES. I wouldn't buy that pullback, but if we kind of consolidated there, maybe a little shakeout below the VWAP from that 10:45 a.m. low, and then we're to get back above VWAP, that is where I'd want to purchase and set my stop underneath whatever this pullback low is, 569.80-ish, 569.90 for the SPY. And then look for it to, the path of least resistance is higher. Look for it to maybe go out at a new all-time high in here. We're above the 5-day moving average, the 10, the 20, the 50, the 100, 200, the 5,000-day moving average. You name it. We're, close to all-time highs. The trend is higher.
Yeah, there's some questions here in chat, Brian. You down to answer some questions from the people?
Of course, yeah.
They're gonna be tough ones. Chat has good questions. So here we go.
Good.
G-Man, in his book, Brian Shannon mentions handoff regarding anchored VWAP. Can you show us live how he does it intraday? I use his VWAP strategy on futures.
Sure. I mean, okay. So again, I'm looking at the SPY, which is basically, the same thing. It doesn't, you could say this right here. We have this anchor from 5 days ago. And what we saw today was we pulled back right down to that, and then we reversed. So that was a key inflection point where we saw this rally from. And as you saw prior to that question, I had already put an anchor right there. So that was a handoff of a point of control. That was where this new emergence of momentum came from, and it came at the touch of that prior anchor of significance. So we're handing it off there from the larger time frame control. We're handing it off here on the shorter time frame after testing it. So back to the other question was, do I don't want to buy the touch of that VWAP. I want to see it back above the daily VWAP, and I want to see it there in a low risk way, just the same as we just came down and touched this. And here we're looking at let's just change this to a 2-minute time frame to get a little bit more precision. And let me get rid of that one. So here you can see we've come down and we've touched it. What I had just previously outlined was I'd like to see it maybe undercut a little bit, do this, and then be a buyer here with a stop under there. It's possible that this handoff point has been touched and now the buyers have regained control there. I'm not quite ready to say that yet because I look at We could also look at the anchor off of the high of the day and say, well, we're below the anchor off the high of the day. We just got rejected there. So maybe we're going to now kind of pinch between these. And that's another concept in the book, is the VWAP pinch here on a very short-term time frame, and then buy as the buyers regain control here. Getting back above the anchor from this means the average participant from the highest point of the day is now making money. The average short from the highest point of the day is now losing money. That's why we can say with 100% certainty, that's where the buyers regain control. And if we buy there, maybe we'd set our stop below this low and look for this trend resumption, maybe take a little bit off at daily R2, and then see how it goes, through into the close.
Nice. I have a follow-up question. What do you mean by handoff? I think that might be like a proprietary term in your book. What does that mean to those who haven't read the book yet?
One, buy the book, read the book. Okay. I will give you a very brief version here. So what I'm talking about is, we have a test of a previous volume weighted average price. So for instance, on the SPY on the daily, we saw over here that pullback on August 5th came perfectly into the anchor from the beginning of the year-to-date anchored VWAP. And we can see that has been important previously. So when we see a new trend emerge from there, we're handing off basically a new momentum campaign began at that area. The sellers had control for a little while. It came down to this important year-to-date anchor, and now the buyers have been handed the torch again, and they're running away with it. It's kind of like passing the baton in that area. So we anchor from there. Same thing right over here on this most recent touch here on the daily. You can see that's this green anchor that I have on the 30-minute time frame. That was the most recent touch there, and the buyers regained. So from that low, the average price is now 564, 3.5. If we were to break down instead and do this, I would be looking for the possibility that we touch that, begin to bounce, and then if we get trapped below the 5-day moving average, then perhaps we continue down to the month-to-date volume-weighted average price. So I'm trying to think of it in terms of, okay, on the very short term, maybe we have the possibility of the buyers regaining control in this area. And you can see we're still testing that, which is why you don't want to buy the first touch. And on the daily time frame, if it fails, it might fail in this way on this 30-minute time frame. And then that brings us to a test of the daily time frame, this band of resistance that we just broke from, where we saw the new all-time high. And you can see that the anchor from that low ties that. So that makes 563.5 even more important, because it was prior resistance, and it's the average price from that low that we saw this month. So I covered a lot of little concepts. I covered a lot of concepts there.
Yeah.
And again, it's always about multiple time frame analysis.
It's a multiple time frame, but you also anchor in 3 different positions, and you have to refresh me. There was a time, there was an event, and maybe there was a specific price. And I'm curious, and I was thinking the same thing, and somebody put in the chat with this. Actually, it was Jay Cook, one of our coaches, said, how do you know which event? You just take the most recent event. You take if there's 3 that day, you take the biggest mover. So let's talk about that. The 3 things that you anchor to and the reasons behind them.
Sure. So price, such as important highs and lows, and going back to that daily time frame, I always have the year to date. So the year to date is a time based. Okay, so that is number one. We have time based anchors, and you can see I have the year to date anchor. When we go over here to that 30-minute time frame, this blue one, you can see that's the month to date anchor. And we began the beginning of this month. The market tried to break out here, and then that failed, and we saw sellers. And from that failed breakout, we saw the month to date anchor holding as resistance almost perfectly for the first 5 or 6 days of the month. Then we blasted up through that level. So that is where the average price from the beginning of the month, the buyers had regained control. Even though September is supposedly bearish and all that stuff, the buyers regained control right there. The average long was making money if you were, buying all the way down. The average short at that point was losing money. It made a higher high. The buyers took control. So that's our time-based anchors. A daily VWAP, just a regular VWAP, that's time-based. That's based on the average price of today, the 2-day volume-weighted average price. What occurred yesterday plus what we have so far today is the 2-day VWAP. So that's time. And then price action is things like important highs and lows. So right now, on a different chart, I've got the anchor off of the high that we saw from that gap last week. And we're back above that. So that was a price event as well as this low. Those are price. So we've covered time. We're covering price. And then you have event. So what is the most recent, big event that shook up this market? Well, how about the Fed right here? That was where the Federal Reserve announced. So that is an event that initially the sellers took control. We've seen a lot of back and forth. We're seeing it tested. Now the buyers seem to be in control, but it's not quite convincing yet. And you have to consider, well, what about where have we come from 540 to 570? We've rallied 30 points, 7%, whatever that is. We have to look at that and say, okay, is that going to be my signal to buy and sell? Not necessarily, but it's clearly a line of interest where something's going on there. There's a battle. And I don't think we've convincingly said the buyers are back in control. They have the ability to gain control from there. So we're looking now at the handoff from the low this morning, and we're looking for the buyers to take control in here. So far, it's holding as support, but it doesn't mean it's going to continue to. And there's no momentum to the upside. So I don't want to be a buyer yet, because right now, if we look at the very short term, we have in here, we have these, we have this high, we have this lower high, and we have these little lower lows. So right now, over the last hour, we're in this near-term downtrend, just profit taking towards the anchor from here. So this is a level of interest. If this level of interest fails, then we'll look for it to come down to the daily VWAP and maybe hold in there, or maybe we get a bigger failure. So if you're of the mind that shorting is the best thing, which I don't do with a rising 5-day moving average, then that's an opportunity. I'd rather be in the sidelines because I don't feel the odds are great for a short there. If we see the buyers come up here, rally to this, it breaks back above the VWAP from the high and takes out one of these lower highs. Well, right there would be a good scalp entry, I think, for a long into the end of the day with a worst case stop here. But if it makes a higher low here, then a stop will go under there. Or, so buying here with a stop, maybe half your stop here, the rest of the stop here, it rallies up and does this. Well, then you raise your stop up under here and let the market continue to tell you how long to hold. And it might be to that point right there.
Somebody in the chat said that your VWAP looks like it's triggering along right now, and I don't know what screen you were on when that comment came through, but maybe.
Well, that was my point. Is it's
say,
not,
oh yeah, this is right here. Yeah.
No, what my point is, it's not triggering along. We're at this level of interest, and that's what I was just trying to say. Is this was the handoff, and this is the low of the day. It happened to hand off from the anchor 5 days ago. But this is the low of the day. And what I'm trying, so this is the average price from the low of the day. It's not a buy just because it touched the VWAP. It's a level of interest to say, let's take a careful look. We're still below the anchor from the high of the day. And we have a short term over the last hour pattern of lower highs and lower lows. This is a lower high. We haven't made a higher high yet. We're still below the anchor from the peak, an hour and a half ago. So what I just sketched out to repeat it was, I'd like to see it do this, regain that VWAP from the peak, then make a higher high. If it makes that higher high, that's the point to buy with a stop under here if this is in fact the low. And once it begins to move, raise your stop underneath this higher low. And I think that person needs to go back and review the tape because it is not giving us a reason to buy. It's giving us a reason to look very carefully at this level of interest, but we haven't broken this little pattern of lower highs and lower lows. So it's just guesswork for now. Support is only known after the fact. We're going to have to let it move in our favor a little bit. I'm not the one who's going to try to say I'm making a stand here and saying this is the low, because I've been burned too many times doing that. I want to let other people do the dirty work in there of, coming in and creating a strong enough bid, driving the offers higher. And then when there's a little bit of momentum, then I want to get involved.
Nice.
So you don't want to be the sole person responsible for supporting price at anchored VWAP?
On the largest index on the planet?
Yeah.
I don't think I'm capable. I mean, I'd love to, sure. But I don't think my, whatever order I put in, it's not going to work. No. I don't have that kind of firepower.
That was a great answer. So you're really looking for kind of confirmation in momentum,
Always.
right?
Yep.
So it's more of like a momentum sort of trader in that regard.
Well, yeah, it's momentum of trend. The prevailing trend is higher. We're above the daily VWAP, so the buyers have control for the day. We're above yesterday's VWAP, a week ago VWAP, the year to date. The buyers are in control of this market. We're in a bull market. You can't argue differently. Now, if you shorted over here, you're going to say, well, I'm a scalper and I'm making money on the short side. So my time frame says we're in a bear market, which is great. I want the odds in my favor from all the time frames to be lined up. So I call this just a level of interest. I don't have to be in there pressing the buttons and just guessing. I want to see confirmation. So what I always say is we want to anticipate all potential scenarios. When it gets to that level of interest, I've anticipated that maybe it runs up, pulls back a little bit, then breaks that higher high. And then I want to participate once it confirms what I've looked for. And then the job is simple. It's manage risk. Do I want to take a third of it off as it runs up to a new all-time high on the daily time frame? Maybe, because that's a nice move up to 72.88. And here we are at, let's say it triggers at 70, 70. So maybe I take 2 points on that, on part of it. That's a nice trade. That's 20 handles in the ES. Why wouldn't you take a portion of that off? So for now, it's that time that we wait for confirmation. It's about patience. Let's let the trade set up as it's going to set up. Or if it just breaks down and fails, I don't care. It's not my trade. I'm not in it. If it goes down, I don't need to participate on the downside. My trade that I'm looking for based on trend alignment of all the other timeframes is higher. If it doesn't trigger, then that's fine.
Yeah. So here's a follow-up question. So what does it look like for you, like as when you start taking on a trade, right? So you have these moving averages on your chart, you have your area of interest, and let's say this area of interest, resonates with you. So what's your next step there in analyzing the trade? Are you zooming into the chart? Do other indicators come into effect? Are we still sticking with anchored VWAP and just the play that you described? But what's the difference between analysis and getting prepared to execute? Does anything change?
Well, I'll go over to my level 2 and load up the trade and then decide, when it's time to get involved and watch it carefully and either, bail quickly because it looks like it's going to reverse against me. But I know that my risk would be, let's say it triggered up beyond this level, my risk would be below here. Now, if I just bought that touch, now how am I feeling as it comes down and touches it again and breaks below it? So as it just broke below that on the 2-minute time frame, is that the failure? I'm not going to call it a failure yet. And I'm not looking to get short because the primary trend is higher. So I'm just going to say, this is just choppy little action around my level of interest. I don't have to do anything. It's time to be patient and let the trade develop.
Yeah. And what time frame are you normally operating on, just to give chat some perspective? Because we're anywhere between like 30 seconds and like a 1 hour chart.
Sure. So this here is a 2-minute time frame, and I'm aware of of course the 2-minute time frame. If I'm looking for a scalp, I might go to a 1-minute time frame, which we have right here, just for a little bit more precision. But I want to be aware of what's the direction of the 5-day moving average. Where are we in relation to a prior important level of resistance, which is holding as support? Where are we in terms of what's the direction of that 5-day moving average? I'm not going to short it if the 5-day moving average is rising. That's just a rule that has saved me probably more money than anything in my career, is not buying while we're below a declining 5-day moving average and not shorting when we're above the 5-day moving average. I'm not interested in the short this day. And there's nothing wrong with the short that day if that's your time frame. But for me, I'd rather be a buyer over here, not there because that was the Fed, but I'd rather be a buyer when the trends align and confirm, rather than looking to, just make every trade. And there we see that, so this is a great example for the person who asked the question, saying it looks like it's setting up a buy. I made it clear that doesn't mean it's a buy just because it's bouncing from there yet. We hadn't seen the buyers take control. So instead we came down. We touched the daily VWAP. Is this where the market's going to hold? So let's take a look. Now the anchor off of that low means nothing, except maybe it means, well, if now we rally up to there, and that's not what I meant to, maybe we rally up there and then that traps the market and then we break down from there. That's a possibility I have to think of now as well. So we have what was looking like a decent setup is now invalidated. That trade scenario that I was anticipating is now gone. So I have to say, okay, do I want to trade it because I think I'm right? Or do I want to look and say, the market told me that setup that I was looking for doesn't exist. Let's see if this was, is this a shakeout here, this little bar, and now it's going to maybe recover and do this and go? It could be from failed push lower into the daily VWAP, could lead to a fast push higher later in the day. But what I want to see now, if that is the case, let's just do this again, is that I would like to see it rally up like this, pull back, create a higher low that looks like this. And then if I got involved up here, then my stop would go underneath this level rather than way down here. But that's not setting up. We're seeing that. Let's take a look at the 1-minute time frame. That's not setting up. We saw that, we saw a pretty good volume push lower. And now we're just, we're below this little band of support intraday from the last 2 hours. So there's likely to become supply there. Support broken tends to act as resistance even on the shortest time frame. So do I want to get short this market? Not while we're above the daily VWAP, the 2-day, the 3-day, the 4-day, the 5-day, the 5-day simple moving average, the prior band of resistance. When we go to the daily time frame, we're still holding above that big breakout level. So for me, it just says, hands off in terms of this. I've got other stocks that are working for me. I've got PayPal that I own from over here. I've got 1/3 of that one left. I've got INTA from over here that is still working 1/3. I've got Verizon from today, which is just kind of flattish. I've got First Solar from today, which is kind of flattish. So those are, I'll scalp the indexes. And when I do, that's how I will look at them. But right now, maybe this is the play that sets up too. So you've got to have all these different scenarios in your mind and not let one of them become, don't get attached to them. In other words, I've drawn out, here's what could reverse this whole scenario. But what we were looking for as far as a potential short-term trade here on the long side, that's been invalidated. If we can get back up through here, make the higher low, and then we still have the possibility that this was a little shakeout. And from that failed push lower, the shorts had their opportunity. They're going to get squeezed. Longs are going to come in and push this thing out to new highs for the day is still a possibility.
So Brian, a question here came in as well about the obviously about VWAP, but do you have, great, the VWAP, it's let's say the market's moving up. to a VWAP and you're looking for a possible rejection, do you have funny, no pun there, but do you put any stock into the angle of that VWAP, which I'm on the screen here? You know, if it's just, it's just a little bit of a curve down, maybe you have your 5-day and the moving average, but VWAP's a little too flat for you. Do you have any type of weight that you give to that as well? The angle, the trajectory.
So the angle of today's VWAP is higher, and that's what you're talking about. As we come down to it, that tells me I don't want to short right below it, especially because we just dropped 15 handles on the ES to break that VWAP. So yes, the angle does matter. More so though for the average price. When we get to the average price, realistically, it's flat, right? But what was the angle coming into it, and how steep was that angle coming into it? So as we approached the anchor from this morning, as we had this sharp rally off these lows and we rallied to 20 handles, do I want to be a buyer there? Well, I have to ask myself, where does it come from? Is it a little bit extended? And the angle of that, I would have preferred to see some little shakeout and then rebuild and then break higher here with a stop below this level. So yes, the angle does matter. And when we touch it, mathematically, it is flat. It's the average price. But was the angle coming into it? And does that angle accelerate coming out of it? Well, earlier in the day, when we have less data points, it's much more, it's much more responsive. Later in the day, as the denominator becomes larger, each new piece of information has less impact on the overall average. So it's slower to move unless we were to get, a huge volume spike, which is the difference between a time-based moving average and one that, like the VWAP that puts volume into it. So we can see the VWAP do something like this. It's unusual, but it would happen if we saw some huge prints in terms of volume. If we saw volume all of a sudden get real big like that, well, then that VWAP would take a quick turn higher. But that's not the normal, daily volume pattern.
Yeah.
But all my VWAPs just disappear.
Oh, I got stage fright. Oh, they were back. Okay, good. So it's kind of interesting. So you have your system and your setup. It seems like you're looking for, because you're trading like indices, you're trading stocks. So there's a lot more available to you to trade, to apply your system to. Are you essentially just running like a scanner of some sort and finding the markets that fit your system the best? Because us as day traders for futures, we're maybe picking 1 to 3 markets to execute.
I don't run scanners. I look at a lot of stocks manually. To me, it's better to listen to the market and get the clues from the market. So if I start to see 1 or 2 oil stocks starting to behave well, I'll go look and see the XLE and say, well, does the XLE look bullish? Not really. But if these 2 stocks are the leaders, maybe there's other ones coming. Maybe they're telling me something that maybe after the next pullback down to the anchor for the month and that low, that maybe the buyers are going to gain control and the oil stocks are going to be the next group to go to, rather than just saying, hey, I'm looking for oil stocks. Well, why are you just looking for oil stocks? Because Warren Buffett's buying Oxy? Because Warren Buffett, that's, all people have been talking about for the last 2 years is Warren Buffett is buying Oxy. Well, could you imagine where Oxy would be if Warren Buffett hadn't been buying it on this weekly chart? For the last 2 years, it's trapped in all these buyers who are now losing money, and they're in it because Warren Buffett's in it. Well, Warren Buffett can be wrong in the near term. And, this is a classic stage 4 decline here after this big distribution. So the point is that I'm trying to say is I don't want to tell the market what I want. The market doesn't care what we want. Okay. Instead, I want to say, what are you telling me? Our job is to listen to the message of the market. And if the market says REITs are looking good, which they have been recently, that we've got all these REITs that pay large dividends that are coming out of these long-term declines and breaking out of bases, that they pay a good dividend. And maybe now that we have a lower interest rate environment, that, we've heard about the lower interest rate environment for a while, and it's here now, and these stocks have been kind of leading that. So as these stocks start to show up, and I start to see, hey, we're above all these longer term moving averages on the weekly time frame. How does that look on the daily time frame? Where do I get involved in these trades? Then those are, that's what I'm looking for, is for the market to tell me where it's going rather than me trying to say, here's what I want. So that was a long-winded answer. Sorry about that.
No, that was a great answer. And I love that little nugget of looking to the index and then looking at like individual stocks within the index. That's pretty cool. I'm gonna have to borrow that. We've got a bunch of questions here. Also,
actually, you know what? I apologize. Can I back up a minute? Because I think I
for sure.
miscommunicated if that was the message that you came away with. That my method is a bottoms up approach. In other words, I'm looking at individual stocks first. So if I go through a list of 500 stocks and I notice on my, as I'm going through those, and I write down a list that looks like this, I will say, wait a minute, I have 3 oil stocks, but I know the XLE looks like shit, but I've got these 3 oil stocks that are percolating. Am I going to wait for the average stock in the XLE to start moving higher, or do the leaders lead and they drag the rest of it with them?
Got you.
So I get more intelligence by looking at the components and getting a head start by seeing what's going on under the surface. So in other words, do I want to look at SMH and then try to figure out how to trade NVIDIA? Or do I want to look at NVIDIA and say, NVIDIA is the biggest component in there. Maybe I should be looking at that if I want to trade the SMH.
Perfect. Thank you for catching that. That was a really important clarification there for me and hopefully for all in chat. We got a couple of questions here. I just need to get to the questions, which are in my message.
Yeah, we have a conversation going on indicators as well. And Brian, I'm curious about whether if you're using anything else, not myself, there's others in here, Kelso, if you use anything else along with this. And the one that they had asked specifically for was RSI.
I do not use RSI at all. What you see is what you get. Everything on my charts is what I use. I've got price, I've got volume, moving averages, and I've got time. Multiple time frames is most important to me. I've looked at all the oscillators indicators over the years, and I don't have any particular issue with any of them. I think that if they help your analysis, then that's what you should continue to use. But for me, they've added a different layer of uncertainty rather than providing me with a greater comprehension. That, the VWAP says with 100% certainty, from a certain point, the buyers are in control. The buyers defended the VWAP from today. It was resistance early this morning. It was defended on this pullback. Now we ran up quickly. So what we want to do is we want to look at a 1-minute chart and say, okay, now from this low, the question earlier again was, from that high, we ran right up to that, straight into it. So you don't want to buy that because it got extended there. But now if I want to look really on a 1-minute chart, maybe it's going to come down to this anchor here from that reversal we just saw, do something like this, and maybe then look to be the buyer with a stop under here. So now, as we get new information, the plan the plan changes. We're still above that rising 5-day moving average. So I still look at it as innocent until proven guilty. I'm still not interested in shorting this. So what's the next scenario that might lead to a low risk entry? You could have purchased it over here, and maybe you consider that low risk. I don't. So it's all about what, each individual's perception of risk is and how much they're willing to tolerate and what their time frame is and how, whether they want to just, plunge in and out and gamble, or they want to wait for their perceived edge. And the biggest part of my perceived edge is if we do come down, then where do I set my stop once we start moving back up again? Where do I admit that I'm wrong in this thing and take my lumps?
You can pretty much justify any trade as long as you can justify the risk that you're willing to put on it.
That's why there's so many ways to the finish line in this. And it's, but the people who survive and thrive in this business are the ones that have a tight control on risk. That's just the fact. That's the way it will always be. You can average into a trade over and over and over again until it doesn't work. You can sell puts forever until it doesn't work. And, risk management has to be the cornerstone of any approach. And I'm not saying anything new there.
Skylar Cole put in chat, there is no finish line. It's called risk management. Ain't that the truth? Question here from Andrew Kim. Can you ask Brian if anchored VWAP can be used for stops and profit targets?
I don't use, let's say you had your stop below the anchor from the beginning of the day. You just got shooken out. I think what's more important than a VWAP for a stop or even a target, sometimes I'll use, let's say I got long here. Let's say for whatever reason, I thought, hey, I need to own this. I'm Super Scalper Joe here. I'm going to get involved. I would say, well, if it gets up to the anchor from that peak, well, then I'll likely lighten up. So it's not necessarily a target, but it's a level that says that's the average that, the buyers of the last hour and a half, on average, that's their price. So there might be some supply there. So if it gets up to that level, I'm either going to sell some or really tighten my stop. That becomes my level of interest to possibly take some risk off, but not necessarily a target. My target is always higher and on longs and lower on shorts. And that kind of sounds dickish, but what it really means is that as long as it makes a pattern of higher highs and higher lows, for me to say that the target is 571, maybe it does this and makes these higher highs and higher lows, and I get stopped out at 572.46. Well, a price target doesn't really help you much. So there are always levels of interest. A potential place to buy, like we saw right here, this was a potential place to buy. And it wasn't a place to buy because we were below the anchor off of this. This became a potential place to buy at the daily low. I didn't buy it because, one, I'm talking to you, and two, we were in free fall. I don't like to buy into that. I don't know if there's news. I don't follow the news, so I'm not going to blindly buy into it when I know we've got a lot of Fed governors speaking this week. Maybe that was a Fed governor comment. I don't know.
They just pop up like weeds, Brian. It's just one day, all of a sudden, they're just on the calendar, ready to add volatility to the market. It's so frustrating.
Yeah. So they're all levels of interest. To me, I want to take action based on my reason to act is based on price. So right now, I look at this and I say, okay, we've come up and we've tested the anchor off of the peak twice here. It was extended there. Now, if we can get past this high, I think it's probably worth a buy with a stop, I'd say under here, underneath this little bar there, because that's below the low of the pullback, the anchor of that, and the anchor off of this low. So if my stop goes there, right here, and my buy is above this level, that's...
How many points is that approximately, just for those on the radio?
That's four S&P points. And, do I think that the upside would potentially be, at least to 571.20, so 6 points. I think or that's 5 points, I guess. 5 points to go revisit the high. I think you break past that, you go revisit the high of the day. So am I willing to risk 4 for the potential of 5? Well, if I think 5 is all I have, then I might only want to do a half a risk unit. But I think if we get up there, then it's likely we also continue to go up towards this level. So maybe I would say I'll buy some there and I'll sell half of it at the day's high at that 5 points to reduce my risk. But for that other half, I'm going to see if we can go break beyond the all-time highs from a couple days ago and let this thing, milk it. And if it can make higher highs and higher lows, maybe I hold it overnight and maybe I get stopped out tomorrow at 1:30 Eastern as it breaks below this level. And I've got, an additional 50 handles on those S&Ps.
Wow. Nice. Hope that answered your question, Andrew. I think Robert has a follow-up here.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I follow up to this or that, but Brian, thank you for very much and for going back and reiterating. It's just such a what a good presenter and guest and speaker you are. Where you went through something and we made a comment on a kind of a follow up. And so hold on, let me just re-clarify to make sure the point is across. So really appreciate you doing that. The way your book is and the way you list things out, the way you say things on your website is very well done as well. So we appreciate you having here for that. One thing I want to mention, there's a lot of questions in the chat because we have our own proprietary platform, TopstepX, right? We have the embedded trading view charts in here. There's an anchored VWAP on that as well. I'm going to address two things. I'm going to kick it back over. And you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I believe I'm right, that you anchor VWAP using the open, high, low, close, divided by 4.
Correct.
Yes, yay or nay?
Yep.
Okay, I got that one
absolutely.
right. Yeah, see, we're listening a little bit. Yeah,
So
that's not the default.
Yeah, that's the perfect default. Some people will say, "Hey, I like to know off the highs." Well, why the highs? Do you know that only like 10% of the volume of that 2-minute bar occurred at those highs? We want to know the volume weighted average price, the average of all the participants. So the only way to really get that is the tick data, which accounts for every single trade and all the volume associated with it. But you know how it is to look at a tick chart. Your screen you can't see it anymore. So instead, we'll use a 1 minute or something like that, and then say it's the average of the open, high, low, close divided by 4. That gives us the most complete look that we have available. It's not high, low, close divided by 4, high, low divided by 2. It's all the data given equal. So great point. Good question.
Wonderful. I like that. And second half of that is on TopstepX. There's a lot in the chat. I didn't give you the name. There's like 7, 8 people in here, traders in here. When you're using the anchored VWAP or VWAP on TopstepX, and we know this is a known issue that's being worked out. The anchored VWAP is on the left-hand side. It's a drawing tool. Just go in the drawing tool. We don't have to switch. Oh, we already switched my charts because you don't have to, but I'll show you anyway. Thank you very much, Gabe. He's back there. On the left-hand side, under the forecasting area, there's an anchored VWAP. And to use that, if I click on anchored VWAP, let's say I'm going to pick a spot, and then I'm going to click on one spot, and that's where it anchored to. Let me zoom in so we clear this up a bit. So, and it's white, so we're going to make this purple, and we'll make it big so we can see it. So that's where I anchored it to, right in the center, okay? And under the settings of it, when I click on here, I can choose whether I want. Look at that, open, high, low, close, 4. I might have thought I'd learned something here today. So this is where it is. Now, what I want to address is, let's say we're way over here in our chart. We're just far to the right, and we keep plotting and plotting and plotting and plotting. Well, there is a little issue inside of the top side. I think I'll call it an issue, but it's something that needs to be worked on, and we're working on it. Where as the market is going on, it needs to recalculate the data. So right now, you need to just shrink your chart down to where the anchor point is, and it will recalculate from all the way back there. Otherwise, it will start taking it in the area. We know this. We understand it. We understand that it's just kind of a nuisance right now. But that is the fix on it as it is right now. I know I have a little thing going on in my car, and I know if I turn my steering wheel to the right and then the left real quick, I know it goes away. It's not right, but it's a fix for it right now. I just want to make sure so we get our viewers, our traders, and those using TopstepX the right information. So if you're having trouble and you're seeing that it's not in the right area or not quite where it should be, just shrink your chart down for a second and bring it right back to where you were. It only takes a second, and it's only temporary, and it will be fixed. It's in the pipeline to get fixed. So I want to make sure we put it out there. There's a lot of questions on that all the time, so I want to make sure we address that. Dobie.
Yeah. So Brian, a lot of becoming a trader, developing as a trader is finding a strategy and system that fits your personality. If you're a new trader listening right now, what kind of personality type would you suggest to someone if they're going to start getting into anchored VWAP as their primary system?
Well, I think that they should not start with the anchored VWAP. It has to begin with an understanding of market structure and understanding what trends mean, recognizing the trend alignment. Truly, the book I wrote, 2008, 16 years ago, is the one to start with, because that's really tells you these concepts of working these time frames together. What does a trend mean, and how do you get involved and manage risk? So the anchored VWAP is it's not super advanced. I mean, it's such a simple concept, but it's a little bit more advanced in terms of execution and the level of understanding of market dynamics. So you have to start with the bigger picture of, hey, we're in a long-term uptrend on the weekly time frame. When did that uptrend begin? Over here, when it made a higher high above the rising 20, 50, 100, 200-day moving average. That's when this uptrend began. And you can pretty much point almost perfectly to it. The uptrend doesn't begin at the bottom. I mean, technically you could say, well, it started moving higher from there, but the confirmation of the buyers are in control of the longer term began right here, and they've been in control since then. How does that fit down on a 65-minute time frame, a 30-minute time frame? What are the trends within the trends that we need to be aware of, and how do we break it down to shorter term time frames or expand it out to longer term time frames and say who has control? The anchored VWAP allows us to do that objectively, but the other pieces need to be understood first.
I'm assuming the first book you're referring to is Technical Analysis Using Multiple Time Frames?
Correct.
Perfect. I did put that link in chat.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for all of that. There was a quick one there. We are at 1:56 Central Time. You know what that means? We have 4 minutes to get everything set up for Power Hour. Joby, always a pleasure to be on air with you, and you're on for the next hour. Andre's coming back hour, and we have Rips. Rips is going to bookend it. He's at the beginning of the day, at the end of the day. Trade of the market open. We'll see what we do with the market close and Power Hour. Brian Shannon, mastering of Anchored VWAP, great website. You got a Wikipedia page, man. I can't wait till I get to that status and that level. Maybe one of these days, but you got a Wikipedia page out there. I love it. Twitter, you got Twitter or X account out there, and a nice YouTube channel. And the book is fabulous. All of us here actually have the book. I'm in a temporary office, otherwise I always hold it up, but we always show it up on the screen. So a pleasure again, sir. We appreciate your time. Thank you for being here. Do you have any 30 seconds that you want to, any last minute's words for the 30 seconds we'll cut out?
The market is just breaking that little peak here. So this is a good scalp area to get long. On the SPY, it's 570.58. And at this point, my stop would go below that low of 570.20. So you would have about a 4-point or 3-point stop.
Perfect. Nice. Look at that. We send you off with a potential trade because we don't call it. So there you go. There's an analysis for you. Yep.
With the stop under this low right here, and this is the buy, as you know, just as we outlined. After that shakeout, we had the higher low. Now we have this higher high above the anchor from the high of the day. Buyers are back in control. They lose control if it gets back under here. If it rallies up towards that level, good place to look to take some off, or at least get very aggressive with your stop. If it breaks down, well, you've got a very small loss.
Excellent. Thank you again, sir, for your time. We're going to close it up. Stay tuned for Power Hour. Give us about 3 minutes and we'll be right back.
See you, Ryan. Thanks so much.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
Already keep growing with the wolf pack. I ain't never looked back. Got a couple bands and I flipped it. Already keep growing with the wolf pack. I ain't never looked back. Got a couple bands and I flipped it. Already keep growing with the wolf pack. I ain't never looked back. Got a couple bands and I flipped it. Already keep growing with the wolf pack. I ain't never looked back. Got a couple bands and I flipped it. Already keep
Well. Look at this. The original three amigos for Power Hour. We got Dolby in the house. We got Rips in the house. Thank you for tuning in. This is Power Hour on Topstep TV, everybody. You guys saw it happen. We are trying to get licking our wounds a little bit here after the house account. Took it on the chin today, but that's part of trading, folks. Anyways, welcome, Rips. Welcome, Dolby time. I do believe we have some more trading left in us, but we got to find those levels and find the right trade. What is happening, Rips? How's your lunch? You're talking about you crushed a meal. What'd you have for lunch?
Nothing exciting. I just had some chicken breasts and some squash, kind of like a chicken parm, but the healthy version. Nobody cares about that, though. Let's talk about the markets. What's crazy is I'm sharing my screens right now, but we just have a beautiful, beautiful setup that's forming right now. We're in the middle of the volume shelf. If we get up and over 168, there's a good chance that we could be testing these highs of 213 again. So what I'd be looking for is a break of this level, a break of this candle's high, and then potentially a retest of that level. If we go above that level, we have entertainment all the way up to 257. Now, if we get up and we find some weakness here, there's a chance that we could just do the truffle shuffle all until the power hour is over, and then we don't really do much. But there's also a chance that we can come back down, snake the VWAP, and then potentially make our way back down. So there's a lot of different opportunities, but will they give us, will the market show its hand and give us those opportunities? I'm in patient mode right now, but we are coming up on that level of 168. So Dolby, I do believe that you do have the keys to the fastest house account in the West. Perhaps we could find a Finsky, a little 5-lot trade.
I feel like I hopped into a car that just maybe went through the demolition derby and they're like, here, kid, drive this one. Like,
yeah, it's missing a couple wheels at this point. The engine, the transmission is blown. Nothing worse than a blown tranny on a Tuesday. But here we are at 168, potentially coming up to the top side. And, maybe we end up taking that level out. We'll have to see.
Give me 4 wheels, an engine and a steering wheel, Rips. Off we go. That's all we need.
That's right. If we do end up
NASDAQ, ES, what markets do we trying to focus on here?
I'm focused on the NQ right now because it does seem a little bit more bullish than 168 there.
Okay. So some levels I got. Just doing real quick. Daily ranges really strong in the NASDAQ today. Have a low of 19,961, high of 20,210. Getting down to the 4-hour, about the same. Kind of noticing, though, maybe Rips, you see this too, a nice series of higher lows overall in that 4-hour there. So we could be getting a push to the upside, really starting to make itself apparent on the 1-hour, 30-minute, not seeing a ton, 15-minute, not seeing a ton, 5-minute, not seeing a ton. So really big ranges in the NASDAQ today, as we can tell by that ridiculous V-shaped bounce. But things overall are looking kind of bullish. I wouldn't be interested in shorts unless we got up to like 20,200 and started getting a little bit loosey-goosey up there. But I think leading long is probably the safest bet as we try to get up and touch maybe 20,200 again.
Yeah, I think that we could be patient and just kind of wait here. If the trade presents itself, then we can take it. If it doesn't, then we get kind of the rest of the afternoon off from trading here. So I'll be keeping an eye. I know Andre is your favorite to do the market internals. I'll be keeping an eye on getting the daily wrap here. We'll shoot for about in 20 minutes at the bottom of the hour, see if we can get some market internals and look at how the day wraps up here.
Excellent, man. Just like like I said, just like the good old days, it was just us three on the power hour. We chop it up. Like here we are. All comes full circle, Rips. Already seeing a smidge of buying in the ES. Let's trade 57.86 in the NASDAQ, 20,158. We are looking for perhaps a breakout above 168, 20,168. We'll keep an eye on that. Please jump in. We do see some opportunity, but real quick in the upper left-hand corner of the screen, I know you guys probably know what my script is going to say. Upper left-hand corner of the screen, let's see the hashtag Power Hour. Hit us up at TopstepTV. We got a new Twitter handle or X handle if you want. Hashtag Power Hour. Send us your memes, your swag, money trader certificates, battle station setups, whatever you have. Again, at TopstepTV, use the hashtag Power Hour. We'll turn that around to everyone in about 30, 40 minutes or so. But right now, we are keeping an eye on the markets. Big mover today with gold. Gold making new all-time highs. Let's trade 20. We're right there at the all-time highs. 26. 82. Yeah, pretty much about 30 cents off the all-time highs. But again, we're keeping an eye. There we go. Eduardo in the chat. NVIDIA reversing.
Yeah, you know, gold isn't the only one that was the star of the show today. We did have that news out of NVIDIA, something to do with Intel, some type of press release that made NVIDIA go absolutely bonkers. And that's what has been happening for the remainder of the day here. We tried to trade into the 122s in NVIDIA, and we just didn't do it. We are coming back down a little bit now, just tucked below 121 in NVIDIA. But the rest of the Mag 7, pretty uneventful today. We had a bit of a sell-off in the morning across the board. If we're looking at names like Microsoft right now, I'll go ahead and bring that one up on my chart. If you're looking at Microsoft here, really not all that much movement after what we saw this morning. We had a huge sell-off here after the open. You can see here that we just careened down to the bottom. And then we just kind of picked right back up and we're just diddling here in the middle. So we haven't really broken out of this range here in the middle. And I don't really expect us to, because there's really no chance for not. I mean, there's really no idea that we're going to get much news that's coming out unless there's some kind of surprise press release. We don't have earnings coming up for Microsoft. We don't really have any late day press releases unless they're an emergency. Most press releases for companies do come out before the noon hour. So if there was something to say about Microsoft, a planned press release, something that was good news, it would have come out already. So I don't expect something like Microsoft to move. And the same goes for something if we're looking at large Mag 7 names like Apple here. I'll pull up Apple's chart. Same type of thing. You're seeing the repeating pattern here where we have just a fall in the price and then a pick back up and then just this diddling in the middle where you see a clear defiance of volume shelf right here in the middle. And it's just a small range. If we're looking at Apple, a dollar range in Apple is worth a lot of market cap. So we are seeing about a dollar range, 226.60 all the way up to 227.60. That's the volume shelf that we're dealing with right now. And it's really much ado about nothing for this afternoon. So outside of NVIDIA being the big mover of the day, I will bring that up on my chart here next. NVIDIA, obviously star of the show here. Big burst of volume to the top side here. And you can see right down here is my volume chart. You can see that just kind of subsided and kind of dried out here as the day went on. We're just kind of coming back down a little bit. But if we do break 120s, there is a chance that we could see this starting to roll. That would be pressure from the options market, people pouring into puts into this. And of course, the reason why I'm bringing this up is because these names influence the movement of the NASDAQ. So if we do see these names, they start to shuffle and move around, that would give some weight on the NASDAQ, which would then in turn give some weight on the S&P here.
Good stuff. Rips, I don't know if you touched on it. The headline out of NVIDIA, just pretty much the exact wrong time, is, there it is. Thank you, Eddie. NVIDIA CEO Jensen is done selling chipmaker stock for the time being, cashing in on more than $700 million on her free-range plan.
Wow. Thank you for that, Eddie. Nice. That's a big deal, too. When you have insiders who complete their round of selling, it allows longer-term investors to look at the price and say, you know what, there's not going to be any downside pressure, because if you're trying to move $700 million out of a stock, I mean, for a giant like NVIDIA, it's less of a big deal. But if you're looking at, like a small cap name and you have the C-suite that is selling, that does affect names like that. So you see it in small caps, you see it in large caps. But now that that selling is done, that's definitely something that can be a bullish uptake in the price of NVIDIA.
Indeed. Yep. And for now.
Any thoughts on this kind of stair step lower rips on the 5-minute in NASDAQ?
Let me go ahead and pull up the NASI chart here. There was really nothing that I'm looking for unless we are, because you can see here, I have these two bands of liquidity that I'm watching here on my screen, which are very similar to yours. It's just right here betwixt 168. Just right there, and 131. So we are just kind of diddling in the middle here. So until we break out of this range to the upside or we go down to the VWAP, there is really no trade for me here. And there's nothing that I'm interested in, as we are just kind of chopping sideways. Sure, you can scalp 1 and 2 handles, but that's not what I'm interested in this late in the afternoon here.
Wow, gold new highs.
Well, let's go ahead and pull up the gold chart, since that's giving us all of the juice today. Holy smokes. Maybe it's time to just fire in long into gold here, Dolby. Cross your fingers and see what happens.
Just buy one? I mean, seriously, what do you...
What do you have to lose other than money?
I mean, still new highs. Look at this. Look at this gold run. Look at this gold run. Hey, maybe we can put up a poll in the chat here referring to
I can't trade gold. I can't.
I know we can't trade. I just want to see if anyone was able to capture this opportunity, this hell of a run to the upside in gold, just grinding higher, new all-time highs. 26.84 last trade. Hey, Robert, if you get a chance, were you able to catch any longs in the gold? Profit on the move to the upside. Here we go. ES 67% long in the ES.
Yeah, it looks like the market might be expecting an afternoon rally here as we do get the MOC orders coming in the final 10 minutes of the day. It's something we'll be watching out for here on Topstep TV, but for the time being, I think the safe play in the indices is just to be patient and wait.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do kind of like this little setup here. I think it for like cheap shorts, it could be like a 10-point risk, 20-point target play. But we are starting to get a little stair-step formation off of the daily range high, which is 20,210. I consider stair-stepping just resistance becomes support or support becomes resistance, and you kind of just like stair-step down. So I kind of have that marked off on my chart. Stair-step 1 was like 20,190, support became resistance. Stair-step 2, 20,160, support became resistance, and now we're starting to head lower off of 20,160. So a possible like short play or out of that would be like, try to get a short as close as you can to 20,160, a stop outside, say 20,170, see if you can get 20 points. That's $400 on one NQ, and that could resolve, pretty fast. That could be like a 5-minute, 10-minute trade, depending how NQ moves. But interesting formation here, and it's one that I like looking at just because it defines risk so clearly.
Yeah, I like those are some beautiful drawings on the chart there, Dolby. It's some good technical analysis, and this late in the day, it tends to work out quite nicely. So I agree with your sentiment here. Are you of the camp that you're not willing to buy gold, or you simply cannot buy gold? You're restricted from buying gold.
No, my account is not able to buy gold. I literally
it's restricted.
Gotcha. And it was just
gotcha.
Yeah, trade tonight, which is fine.
What about micro gold? There's always MGC.
The whole COMEX probably. It's
my goodness.
Gold's still on the move here.
You woke that up pretty good here.
Yeah, she is tickling the top side right now.
Yeah, it's just. I mean, you just buy like Rips. How do you handle trends like this? If you were to trade gold, a market that has been viciously uptrending, what's kind of your system or methodology to hop into longs? Just try to.
I mean, you can look for
press buy.
You can look for continuation, or you can look for just jumping in and trying to manage your risk to the downside. But it's one of those things where, I mean, I'm not really a gold trader myself, but if I'm thinking back to when you have a rally in equities or a rally in the indices, if you can't find a reason, it's best to stay away from it. I don't know the information that's making gold go so hot outside of the consumer sentiment this morning. But yeah, I mean, on a rally like this where it's just going straight to the moon, you can have two choices. You either wait for a pullback or you jump on and manage your downside risk.
Do you think more people don't just hop into trend trades because they might not have a system developed for it? And like the easiest answer is just buy it, which is insufficient for most people.
Yeah, the big thing that I think that most people screw up when you have a big trend like this is that they'll wait for the momentum to stop and pause and end up buying that because they're waiting for some type of pause, and that can invite a temporary or permanent reversal in price, and they'll get their face ripped off. So waiting for the momentum to subside is what seems logical to do, but usually can be an invite to get your account blown.
Yeah, feel that in there. It's like you wait. It's like I can time the bottom of a market. Just let me get long, or sorry, let me get short, and then all of a sudden it reverses, and it's like, well, yeah, you waited forever. So yeah, obviously it's going to reverse now because you waited for like every single push down, sat on your hands. I've been there so many times. It's funny how we can naturally time something by waiting and then using that as our entry.
Yeah, those moves to the upside. I mean, then you'll be kicking yourself if you end up buying the highs. Like, why did I get in here? It's just the momentum. I mean, we've all been there. But yeah, don't fight the trend. Trend is your friend until it's not. Of course, there's always a ring-a-ding-ding in this in trading. As a saying, and then there's a counter to it. Let's see here. I'm seeing a bit of a range here in NQ Dolby time. Look at the 5 minute here last. About last 50 minutes or so.
There was opportunity.
Around 20,159 ish. Upper end of the range, look at the 5 minute, and lower end around 20,135 ish. So about 20, 25 point range there. Last trade 20,154 here. Rips, you said you're going to like to see a breakout perhaps above 20,168. Why 168?
It's been a level that I've been tracking over the last few sessions. It's where we drew liquidity from in the Globex session this morning. We had a nice draw of liquidity right above that level, and it was a huge rejection point. We've drawn liquidity above that again, and we hit our next level of 213 there. So I'd really like to see that level tested once more. If we do break above that, we retest that level, there is a chance for longs there. If we do hit that level and we are kind of drawing liquidity and showing some weakness, there's a level there for shorting. But as we are here in the middle, it makes it very unpredictable to kind of trade this price action here. I think that's why I said I'm going to reiterate, it's hands off for me. There's no trades here.
Yep, fair enough. Okay, here's that quote unquote pullback in gold. About $2, $1.50 or so. Right now we are just sitting on our hands, looking at the tilt. 65% long in the ES still. Average price of 57.79. So they're in the money, about 6 points there. Good on you. NASDAQ 64% long. Average price of 105, 20,105. They're about 50 points in the money. Good job. Not seeing much liquidity in ES or NQ. Upside or downside. When we say liquidity, we're looking for big block orders. Big block orders, looking at the ladder. Sometimes you'll see them looking at the ES. You'll see there's a 500 lot, quote unquote, sitting above at 57.90. Unfortunately, I believe those are algos that continue just to will move up and down as the price changes. But that's something that we keep an eye on, looking for block orders, paper, liquidity, call it what you want, as the market likes to seek liquidity to conduct business. So we're always keeping an eye on.
Cheap and tempting, Dre.
Juicy.
Keep on bumping up against this 160, and it's like you risk 10 points to make 20. You could. That adds up pretty fast, man. 2 to 1 adds up real fast in a trading combine or any account. Risk 10 points to make 20 points. Do that 3 times. That's $1,200. Getting 20 points in NASDAQ takes all of 2 minutes.
Hey, Rips, got a question for you.
Talk to me, Andre.
After FOMC, the 50 basis point cut, we have had, like a sprinkling of Fed speakers. We're going to have more this week. What's your take on what they've been saying? Yep, Thursday we got Fed speaker palooza.
Thursday's the cavalcade carnival of Fed speakers. It's going to be bonkers. We get the man himself, Jerome Jiggity Powell, speaking on Thursday, and it's going to be a hot ticket.
What are you looking to hear? What are you trying to hear from them exactly in terms of?
Well, I already have the script. It's already been delivered to me. And Jerome Powell is going to say, we are data dependent and we're looking to data for our next move. And surprisingly, he's never going to stop saying that same thing there. But what's interesting is today we saw an uptick in a 50 basis point cut for the next meeting. Now, remember, the next meeting, the next FOMC rate decision is going to be on November 7th. I don't know if you folks understand how big of a deal this is because it's in a precarious spot. We have the U.S. elections in that same week, the result of the U.S. presidential elections that are going to be going off that same week. Usually FOMC falls on the third Wednesday of every single third month. We had it this third Wednesday in September, which was the 18th. However, in November, the meeting is going to fall on the first Thursday of the month. That is November 7th, which is a precarious time to have it. And if we're looking at the Fed Fund futures, which are, of course, the ZQ contracts, we are seeing that it's a 46% chance that we will see a 50 basis point cut. Not only 1 week ago, we were seeing that being a 29% chance. So quite the increase if we're looking at a 50 basis point cut. And I think that you could argue that the consumer read this morning may have tickled that a little bit higher. So we'll have to see how this plays out over the next couple of weeks. We have plenty of data. Keep in mind that date, November 7th, is not for another 43 days. So we have plenty of time until then.
Absolutely. Good point. Consumer confidence, lowest reading in 3 years. 3 years. And bad news, good news. That reading gives obviously, like I said, it's 43 days away from FOMC rate announcement. But, is it a bad news, good news type environment still? Or what are you looking? What piece of data are you looking to, Rips, to kind of see where I don't know, where the Fed might be looking as well. Is the inflation stuff behind us? Now we're just looking at employment. Like, where are you looking in terms of data?
Well, I'm from the camp that I think that the numbers are a bunch of hullabaloo, and I think that the numbers that are coming out are, they're easy to be modified, and we also have back month revisions, and so I think that no matter what happens, no matter what comes out, will be good enough for a 25 or 50 basis point cut, and we'll get that 25 or 50 basis point cut shortly after the election, and then we'll probably see the wheels fall off the bus sometime in January or March of next year, where we'll probably see a painful situation in the fiscal environment here in the United States. But anything can happen between now and then that can keep the train on the track, still surging along. There's also stimulus that can be pumped back into the economy, making inflation much worse. There's a handful of things that can happen, Andre.
Oh, I'm stimulus out, man.
A carton of eggs should be $50, shouldn't it?
Oh my goodness. I can't handle any more stimulus rips. I just can't. No more stimmies. Wait, like nicknames from stimmy checks? Is that what they were called?
Oh, yeah. The stimmy check. Yeah, this is what happens when you pump a bunch of money into the economy. Prices go up and then they remain a little bit sticky. I don't think inflation is going anywhere personally, but what do I know? I think that the data can be easily revised in back months, which is what we've been seeing, an exaggeration of revisions in the back months in a lot of this data. So I think that any of the data that's going to be coming out between now, the next 43 days until the next FOMC meeting when we have a new president, is going to be just a bunch of hullabaloo. So whatever they want to say the numbers are, we'll have to trade it as it lies and take it day by day.
Indeed. Right. Watching this ES here. Upper end of the...
I like longs. I like them both. I like longs and shorts.
Longs and shorts, you say? Interesting.
You could always run a straddle here. You can always short the 60s and buy the 50s. That's an option.
Yeah, you could. You definitely could.
Straddle the price, but, one time you do that, it works until it doesn't.
Yeah, that's the truth. But these higher lows keep on kicking in, and we're not really getting lower highs. We're just kind of getting ceilinged right at 20,160. But buyers do keep on stepping in. So someone is buying this market. I just don't know why they're not buying it over 160. That's the question.
I think that if NVIDIA found some type of floor here above 120, we could definitely see it pushing the NQ up to end the day. But there's a lot of ifs on the scenario here. Keep in mind, it is only Tuesday, so options don't affect the market all that much. Monthly options expired last Friday, so all of the new monthlies are not going to have that much pressure and in gamma exposure that needs to be hedged just yet. However, we do have some weekly options that are going to be expiring this Friday. It could add some pressure on it. I haven't looked at the NVIDIA chain, but I do assume that we do have a bit of uptick in volume, especially after that news that came out today.
It'd be fun to see a little liquidity run down to maybe 20,110. Do a little stop Rooney and then maybe reverse back up to 20,200s.
We would have to see a break in the major equity players to see that.
For NQ, we think it's only like 50 points. Rips. NASDAQ can do that in a blink of an eye.
We're going to have to see equities follow suit if we want to see that.
Buy though, if that happened.
If we came down to 82s, like 100s, 108s, yeah, I think there's a decent chance for a bounce trade there.
For Jeff. Little notes. 550 at 20,000.
64. 64% long in the S&Ps. A whole lot changed there. Delta update, still plus 2,300 in the ES, about minus 500 in the NQ. Got about 29 minutes left in the session. You'll see the countdown clock in the lower right-hand corner of the screen. We'll have MOC in about 19 minutes. Well, then we are just watching and waiting. Just be trading sideways into the end.
I would think that if we did come down to, say, 130 or so, Dolby, I think there could be an opportunity for a long down there, but it's a big if. The environment has to support that we're showing some stronger bids forming, but, I just not seeing anything I like still.
Keep your eyes on NVIDIA. Let us know if anything happens. I'll have my finger on the buy or sell button. We'll be in there lickety split.
Yeah, right now we are just running into the 20 EMA on NVIDIA as we speak, seeing if the 20 EMA can support this. If it can't, there's a good chance that we could roll down to the VWAP, which is nestled at 119.37.
Nestled. I like that one.
You like that? Nestled.
I like
Just,
that. Nestled.
just snuggled up and
Like,
nestled.
cute. Oh,
Yes.
It's good to anthropomorphize the trading charts. It makes them more interesting.
Cute and fuzzy.
Yeah.
Like a
excuse me.
A little cow. Here we go.
Yup. We go watching this NQ. Let's trade 20,145. Dolby, I know you guys always like looking at a range, seeing a range here.
So many good ranges, Ray. There are so
Yes, you
many.
think
Good
5 or
ranges.
15. Oh,
I
look
think
at
the
that.
5 minute on
Count there.
NASDAQ has provided, ever since 10:50 Central Time, there's been a lot of really nice ranges for good little scalps. Really good ranges. Like all these little 5 minute boxes on the NQ these are all my happy place. First one, that was beautiful. This one's beautiful. One we're in right now, absolute stunner. Just gorgeous little setups.
Stunner, you said?
Stunners, yeah. Just, I love a formation in which you can define risk easily.
Yeah.
Warms my heart.
Well, we are barcoding right now between the two ranges that you defined there. Similar to my ranges, 168 down to 131 there. I believe yours are 160 to 140, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, like 130-ish, 140-ish. It's all 160 to 130-ish, yeah, sure.
Yeah, price is just barcoding here and now. Not too much happening. Again, if you're one of those folks who wanted to buy the 45s and sell the 55s, maybe there's something there, but nothing I want to get into myself.
No, I think they're gonna have to run some stops here, get some liquidity, maybe into MOC. I'd be interested in buying maybe 130s on like just like 1 or 2 contracts just to see if that range holds.
Sure. I mean, whatever floats your boat, whatever blows your hair back.
Well, I mean, nothing blows my hair back 'cause I don't have any hair, but
we can get the 130s.
I'm wearing a hat.
Yes. Here we go. I got a question here for me, but I'm going to throw it to Rips. He was talking about it. Oh, sir. Don't call me sir. Can you please explain what is liquidity sweep and liquidity raids? How can we identify them?
How could you identify them on Topstep X? You'd see an increase in volume. Liquidity sweep is where there's currently a liquidity that's being offered either on the bids or on the offers. And there are people who want that liquidity, so they're going to dart for it as fast as possible. What you can see in the order book is there until it's gone, and sometimes it could be pulled almost immediately. So you'll see that as you're watching the tape. You could see it in the price ladder in Topstep X if you're watching the DOM, the death of market, or you could watch it in the time and sales. And what you're going to find is orders hitting the tape. And in a liquidity sweep, let's just say that there was 500 contracts from 50 all the way down to 35, and I wanted those 500 contracts. I would try to gather them by either buying them up or selling into the bid to capture them. There's multiple ways to grab at liquidity. There's certain different MOs that you have. Modus operandi is somebody who's operating a big desk that has certain marching orders. If you need to cover liquidity, if you need to capture liquidity into the close, there's certain marching orders you have, and liquidity sweeps will identify those players that are doing such goals as that.
Well done, Rips. Always come to you.
Also,
for
multiple words for that too. Stop runs, liquidity sweeps. What is that? Liquidity raids. What other phrases are there for the same thing?
Filling paper, filling block orders,
fake outs, fake out breakouts.
Yeah, basically the market will go seek the size on the bid or the ask, go grab it, and then just snap right back from it.
Yeah. And that's the thing is that, you know, the order book is basically advertising what inventory is available. And if you need that inventory and it's late in the day, you can just go smash and grab right for it. And you might be intercepted by some icebergs on the way, which could be good or bad for you, depending on what you're trying to do, what your goal is, you know. And that's kind of what you're seeing these algorithms do on a constant basis right now. They're not only providing liquidity for the market, but they're trying to hedge and get back to whatever their flat is on the day. If they're trying to get flat or they're trying to build liquidity for tomorrow's trade, they're trying to balance their books. There's so many different goals that various players in this market have.
Exactly. Very difficult to realize, try to understand if they're trying to get into the market, trying to get out of the market. Either way, they are in the market with orders. But yeah, here on Topstep TV, You see it in the chat as well. If we do see a big block order sitting on the ladder, you see mostly in the ES. We'll see up to 3, 4, 5,000 lots sitting on a bid or offer, or even iceberg. And we will call them out. And we'll watch how it trades to it, around it, or from it.
Yeah. So if we're looking at the market internals, I know you love this, Andre, but if we're looking at the NYSE, it's 3% above its 1 month average, trading 384 million shares today so far. Advancers led decliners by 1.6 to 1. The NASDAQ volume is at 4.29 billion shares traded today. It's 1% below its 1 month average, and advancers led decliners by 1.3 to 1 today. And I think that's a big tip of the hat there to NVIDIA kind of carrying it. VIX is down 2.6%, settled at 15.48 right now.
Nice. Thank you.
Gotta love listening to rips. I mean,
dude.
He had a voice that could make a Wolverine purr.
Yes, he does have a voice that can make a Wolverine purr. Never heard it. Love you, brother.
Pro's pro.
Right back at Jetty. But yeah, it's one of those power hours where we don't expect a lot of power, but we do expect a full hour. And this is just kind of chopping and creating a bunch of noise in between here. This is just algorithms trading back and forth amongst one another. And what happens that, we will see order matching when the MOC happens. It's coming up in about 12 minutes here. When we do see that, we'll see who's really offsides here, who still needs to conduct business. And we can kind of find a trade if there is one through that. Perhaps we'll be trading above 168 by then. Perhaps we'll be tucking some liquidity right above and coming back down.
Yes, let's get up to these 160s here in the NQ. We were talking about an upper end of the range around 160, 168. Do we like a short? Just a little guy, perhaps, to play the range because ES is not catching the bid like the NQ is. Granted, these are very, very tight ranges.
Offering
62s. How many times?
One, trying to go 2 to 1. Let's just see if we can scalp a range. Just see if that works.
Yeah,
range is really, really good.
One at.
You can call this range trading. You can call it making a market. You can call it losing your mind. Whatever you want to call it. It's all the same.
I mean, listen, we just had Brian Shannon on. He hates trading ranges. I love trading ranges.
There are people out there just like you, Dolby, who find their, they find their stride when we are in a range like this. And some people prefer this style of trading, and there's nothing wrong with that. There is no correct way to trade. As long as you are making green trades, you're doing the thing right.
Amen. Hey, speaking of green, gold, see more green bars. 26.86. New highs on the gold.
Short one.
Oh, we're in. All right.
There we go.
Short
2.25. We're just looking for this to just get rejected ASAP and move on down.
Where's your stop at, Dolby?
72. Basically just 10 points.
I can live with
A little
that.
bit less.
Okay.
I think that we have a chance to draw liquidity as high as 77, but let's see what happens.
It's a pretty typical range trade. This is maybe
so working 42s downside.
Oh, looks like something happened to my order.
Ruh-roh.
I'm flying again. I'm sorry, y'all. Something happens in which
the market gods got in the way, and they said that's
my
no good trade.
OCOs got yoinked, so I need to see what the hell that was about. But I'm not gonna trade on if my OCOs got pulled.
All right,
I see green on your board here. What is that?
Well, we were in for sure, but then
$12.50. My goodness, can we update the house account, please, from 4,700? It's got to be updated now. Instead of a $47,082 loss, we're at $47,063 loss.
Yeah.
Jab, jab.
Making a difference.
Andrew Kim in the chat. Delesh says, I'll take it. Well done. Well done, Andrew Kim. Well done.
Line. We are almost out of the weeds, boys.
Guys, hey, gold just creeping higher here. New highs, all-time highs. NQ creeping higher as well. Last trade, 20,168. Do we like the 168 upside here, Rips? Yeah, do we like the
68s? This is an area that I'm willing to watch. If we clear above this area, we're looking for a retest of 68. If we reject at 68, we're looking for one more test higher and a potential short up here. So 2 potential trade ideas. We just have to let the market play out first.
Thankfully, I flattened that one, but There's a lesson for you. If something weird happens to your trade, just flatten it and reassess. Would have been a loser. So got lucky in some regards because that weird thing happened, but it did save us $200. Didn't hop back in. Just things got weird. You go flat. The end. On to the next one.
On to the next one.
I mean, it's still $12. Let's be honest. $12 is $12, Dolby.
$12 gets you on the leaderboard. You do it 600 days in a row.
Delesh style, yeah.
Delesh style, baby.
Get you a 12-pack of Bush beer.
Yeah. Gets you
Maybe a
one
24
burrito
pack,
bowl
yeah.
with no guacamole.
No guac, yeah. No guac.
What's the point? What's the point if it's no guac? So do we like longs now? Since we got this little break, are we just waiting for this to maybe settle up a little bit above 160s and we can try hopping into longs to push, let's see, 220s?
I would actually like to take this short. If we come back up to 68, we show some weakness. I would like to see this nice and short, but we'll have to see it interacting with the price properly first.
All right, you're talking about level 168. Rips is watching. Watch to see how the
That's the
market
one.
trades. Yes, sir. Let's trade 166. Wow. Gold about to trade into the 20s. Yeah. Coach Jay's asking, can we hit 2700s by the close? I got about 10, 12 bucks to go here. Upside. Oh,
2700s? 20,700s? That's a
no,
little bit
talking about
farther.
gold.
Oh,
2,700. 2,700s. Oh, boy.
All right, I'm looking at the wrong instrument.
Give it a couple years, Trey.
There was that retest of 68. We may have missed the short entry there, but maybe we can come back and tickle that again, and let's see. I was reading the chat and I was laughing. Somebody said, "Good googly moogly, the house account is really down 47,000." It's a great song, by the way. Great googly moogly, that thing is juicy.
That's a new one.
It's a classic rap song.
Yes, it is.
Would you want 68s? What is 68s? Yeah, we might not get there. I might be able to get something comfortable, though.
We are coming back down here to the 60s. Project Pat. Yeah, that's right.
Project Pat, 3-6. All those good guys down there in Memphis. Right. Oh, we got 15 minutes left, man. We got 5 minutes. 5 minutes. We got MOC. We still have some hashtag Power Hour goods for you. Let's trade 20,158.
I still kind of like shorts, though.
I think we missed our entry there, Dolby.
I don't know if we missed it. I mean, I still like 60s.
We're 10 handles below what the key entry was.
But we're back within range. So
that was the hot ticket there. But
but Rips, though, we were saying we wanted to see how it traded around 168s. I thought we were in sit back and wait mode on the 168s.
Come here. I'm gonna show you on my screen here. Hold on. Come in here. Get in real close.
All right, go ahead.
Okay.
You guys are watching this.
So right here, we blasted above 68. Right up here. We see that? So we blasted above 68. We came back. We retested 68. This is the short entry that we want right here. That's the one. Take it 68. Get it 10 handles down here to 57. And we just go to Jam Town. That's the one.
Well, we might get our chance again right here.
Let's see. We are coming back up. 68s. We want to see this rejecting. This is something where you could put in a flyer order there, Dolby, if you wanted to.
Let's
what
do it,
order?
Dolby. Yeah,
just a little flyer. A little
I like it.
For a short? Like shorts?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yes.
All right, let's try one. Let's see what happens to my orders.
Okay, right. Last trade 20,166.
Did you get in short?
166. We got 166 3/4. Yeah.
Got it.
Stop is 76.50.
All right.
Give or take a couple points.
76.5. So how's it come short from 166 quarter?
Are sticking. Good. Okay.
All right, Rips. I need you to hold our hand through this trade.
Okay. So where's our stop, Dolby time?
70. Currently 76.50. Thank you.
Okay, that's fair. Now,
here you go, folks.
If we do start breaking below those 60s, because there's a little liquidity that's nestled up nice and tight there at 20,160. There's 24 contracts there. If we get down below that, there's a chance that we could add into this position. We could take a little bit lower and then fully out at 45.
Okay, I like that.
So let's see.
We got a game. 45, yeah.
Brim full of Asha.
I think we're getting like 110.
Oh, yeah. I like it. Boy,
110s might be a little bit overzealous, Dolby time.
I'm pretty
might be
zealous.
a little, just a touch too overzealous there.
I like
pretty zealous when it comes to this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I was kind of short one from 166 quarter. Got to define risk and profit target to the downside here. Not a whole lot going. We do have MOC in 2 minutes, 45 seconds. My man, Eddie, E-Money,
I would love to see us get below the 60s before that happens.
Yeah. I agree with that. If we stay above 60s into MOC,
hold on, wait for it, Dolby. Hold on. Here comes that
it.
tickle. Just let it happen. Let it happen. Show me below 60s. That's the volume shelf. That's the tippy top of that range. So we just need to see just a slight little flashacito down there into those 60s.
Hey, if you guys like what you're watching right now, click subscribe, man. Good numbers, man. Good numbers all day. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Right now, we're going step by step, side by side with the main man Rips in the house.
Don't you start now, Andre.
Hold our hand in this trade, man. Hey, trading wheels are back on. Bumper bowling is back. Got the bumpers there in the gutter. You know how that goes, man, right? Yeah.
Yep. Nothing wrong with bumping the gutters.
Yes.
Oh,
to the bottom of its range.
Whoa. What do we like?
A little perky there.
It's a little perky.
You know, yeah. The thing is, though, if we get back below those 67s, those perkies don't matter.
Beneath the 67s. Got it.
Mm-hmm. All right. Let's see if we can get back below that 67 level.
We're going to get destroyed by MOC. It's like, this is so close to our stop.
Yeah, it's coming very close here. It's coming very close.
Just natural volatility could get us out of here, even if we have the right direction. But this feels more responsible with a one lot, though.
Doesn't
one
it?
guy. Just trying
Yeah,
it.
this is definitely a nice power hour speed here.
Yeah, nice and easy. Zero
Okay,
DTE says
67s,
higher.
let's see.
Rips, you got eyes on the
Higher.
option chain?
No, not at all. I'm just watching the order flow for the NASDAQ here, talking you through this, holding your hand. I'll be your Hootie, you be my blowfish. Hold my hand.
I want to hold it. I do believe Hogue went to see Hootie and the Blowfish.
He did.
Both of them. Wow.
Yeah.
I've only actually seen the Blowfish, never seen them both together.
Well, I mean, that's like, yeah. You should ask for a refund. You missed the star of the show, Rips. Rips, quick question. Have you been to the Sphere? We got 10 seconds. Oh, answer this after. I want to hear about the Sphere. Have you been to
the
5 seconds here, MOC? Hit us, Eddie, when it hits.
And here we come.
Oh, no.
And we are.
All right. MOC's S&P, 58 million sell side. Got the NASDAQ, 221 million buy side. Dow, 17 million 4 million buy side. And the Mag 7, 37 million sell side. So it is fluctuating, and I'll keep you updated on it. Back to you, Andre.
Yeah.
So we did have a bit of a perky there up into those 171s, but a nice harsh rejection. We will see if that rejection can actually hold. We're still using those 168s as our barometer on this trade here. But for the time being, we are just still holding right here, nestled under those 168s. We are seeing NVIDIA show some juice to the upside here. Tesla as well. Amazon is getting a little perky. But let's see if we can sweep these 160s to the downside here, and that would give us the trade that we're looking for here. Yeah, right now we are seeing some liquidity at 161s there. And this might be a trade that we end up getting stopped out on, but 60s are still down there. Let's see if we get this draw of liquidity right below these 60s. There's still 20 contracts right down there.
I like this. This is our golf. This is like our master's voice. This is we're watching golf right now. I like this. Tiptoeing around
And
the
the price is
market.
coming down closely to 160 here.
And I've got Power Hour content ready.
Ooh, excellent. All right, we'll bring you in here 1 second. Hey, Dolby time. What was that price we wanted to stay long from overnight? You remember?
Oh,
we
an
got
ES?
Ixnay on. Yeah, we got Ixnay on that. What do you remember?
The
62s?
62s?
Yeah. Yeah, they're right.
I mean, not. Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, kind of. Yes. Lil AJ Vivo. What a show. Love it. Thank you, Lil AJ Vivo. Click like, click subscribe. You're really up. Anyways, Gabe, come on in. We got hashtag.
Little wiggle. Thank you.
Wiggle.
Moving
It
out.
was,
Oh yeah,
it was a nice
something's
wiggle
going on
down
there.
towards 160 there. Definitely a little bit of a wiggle.
What kind of wiggle we talking?
Let's say it looks like about a 7-iron wiggle.
Okay.
3 mile
All
an
right,
hour.
well, I've got some.
Approaching the 7th green.
Yeah. When coming from
Who's going to
left.
carry it like this the rest of the Power Hour
The
show?
S&P MOC down. They're at 330 million at sell side.
Ooh, sell side. Went from buy side to sell side.
S&Ps, yes.
Okay, so were we joking or are we trying to do some Power Hour?
Let's do some
Oh,
power
we're
hour.
working here.
Gabe, we are cruising at 35,000 feet altitude. No turbulence in sight. Go ahead, Gabe. What do we got for hashtag power hour? Go ahead.
All right. We've got Callum coming up here with the got my final target, get paid and get off the screens, road to Qs, 480 support, sold into the 484s. Great work. We got Mass Trader Rick showing a red day today in the XFA. Keep chipping away, my friend. We see a lot of great stuff from you, so don't let this phase you. Keep it small, though. Looking at about an $860 loss on the XFA.
You're not the only one in the red today. Don't you sweat it. Don't you sweat it.
Yeah,
Go ahead. I think you might be the
Miz
only one,
coming in.
actually. The only trader on earth.
Cap. This last $600 is the hardest to make to pass the 150K combine. Took a $500 loss yesterday, so trying not to rush this. Keep it up there, Miz, in the green. Want to come pass it on there? You let us know. We got that come pass with the pros. Shout. We got Carl Hungus coming in here with a quick power hour meme. Second day in a new 50K XFA. Taking $200 for 5 days to start. Only data-driven trades for the Lord of the Empire. Shout out to you, Carl. Good to see you chipping away and getting some green in that XFA.
Much better than Lord of the Dance.
Oh. Flatley? What was the guy's name? Flatley? The guy
Michael Flatley.
Yeah.
We got Lost Trader here coming in. Gandalf protecting the 950s. You shall not pass.
Oh my God, look at that sweep. Holy smokes.
Oh,
We got a
let's
little-
go.
There you go.
Boom. Dumpacito. Oh my
Are we
goodness.
gonna get 1% of our loss?
Can we-
back?
oh, there it
it
is.
is, everybody.
Oh, my
439. Hey, what's up?
How about
What is up?
ending
Hold
on
on.
a W?
There was a big shout out to One Man Wolfpack 21, because of course 20, 19, 18 were all taken. Big shout out to you, One Man Wolfpack, for nailing that move to the top side. You totally nailed it. Good job calling us out and saying that the short was wrong. That was good. That was good. Great trading by you. I'm excited to see One Man Wolfpack 22 next year when you upgrade your software.
All right.
Move the
And
wiggle
the crowd
outside of that
was wild.
consolidation.
Good job.
Hop right back into range again.
5 minutes, and hey,
same trade.
out we've got S&P 1,145,000,000 to the sell side.
Oh, you got on that one.
Yes, he did. There's sell side across the board. 543 million Nasdaq sell side, Dow 297 million sell side, and the Mag 7 340 million sell side. So we're clean in sell sides here across the board.
We've been seeing some more sell sides coming in lately.
It's a little harsh.
Yes.
Just a little bit.
Just, I mean,
Indeed.
yeah, like this is a really cool trade though, right? Like if you're in a trading combine, like take note of this. This is an NQ trade. We risk 10 points to get 20 points, $400. Let's say we got one or two more. All of a sudden, you have an $800, $1,000, $1,200 day. That's it in NQ. Little 2-to-1s, base hits, add up
There it
to
is.
homers.
Indeed. Let's see how this ES reacts. Got an ES minus 1.1 billion sell side.
Rips,
Yes, of course.
Rips, did you reoffer 160 in NQ to see if we stay within range?
I think, one and done riding into the sunset on the heels of glory is a much better move.
Yeehaw. Yeehaw. Hey, we got 62% long in the NQ, 64% long in yes. Yes, sir. Here we got 2 minutes 30 seconds left in the session. Yeah, we got Fed Speaker Palooza on Thursday. Some inflation things coming out later this week. I believe. Right? Inflation? Yeah, we got the speakers coming out. Anywho, yep, 2 minutes left in the session. Don't forget to tune into At the Buzzer after Power Hour. Of course, we have slow markets as well. And as always, to start the trading day, we got the London Open with Deanna Marcus Dr. D in the house.
We got one. Got a little.
What are you fishing?
Little fish. Yeah, we fished for a trade and we got one.
Wow. We got dinner tonight. Hey, get some dinner.
We do.
We got Nick for a tick joining Dakota on slow markets today.
Oh, nice.
Really? Nice.
Yeah. Good to see.
Coach Jay is up next, right? Isn't that the very next show that's on Topstep TV? Is Coach Jay
at the Buzzer?
If you haven't checked out Coach Jay, I mean, you want to talk about talent. It's good. It's really
volume.
good.
You want to read volume like Coach Jay?
Yep.
Coach Jay is one of my favorite traders. It's him, Dakota, D, Nick for a tick. There's some heavy hitters here on Topstep TV. Big fan of a lot of these coaches in here. Coach Robert, of course. Coach Vince. I mean, there's too many to name. Jam-packed full of value here on Topstep TV.
Hey, that's what we do at Topstep TV. And yes, Coach Vince, winner chicken dinner. Indeed. Coach Jay's a superstar. Coach Jay is awesome.
You're
as they come.
Real star.
All right, this closed very muted. Hey, nice trade there. Sold. So what we sell 66s, bought 45s ish. Let's recap it really quick. Dolby time.
Yeah, I got you. What did we do? We got 166 3/4 filled on the offer, and we covered at 145 1/4 for approximately a 20-point banger in the NASDAQ, which is $400, $440 on a one lot in the NQ.
Works. Here goes the ES, guys. Look at this ES. About to make some new highs. New highs, ES. New highs, 57.91. We got 20 seconds left. Pull up the ES ladder. You're going to see some massive quantity of liquidity coming into the markets.
Whoa.
Yep. 1.1 billion sell side, huh? Unreal. New highs.
Whoa. I got to say, shorting indices is not my favorite thing to do.
Eddie Cameron. Eddie's going to take us out of here. New highs. He's going to hit us with the outro. And we got the bell right here, right now. Everyone, thank you so much for joining us. Topstep TV, hell of a day. Hey, you guys watch history. You guys will never forget this day. But yes, we got to hear. Hey, shout out to Rip. Shout out to Dolby Time. Hey, man, we'll get them again tomorrow, man. Pick ourselves up. We'll see you guys tomorrow. You guys absolutely rule for tuning in. Anyways, said to my main man, Eddie. Eddie, take us out of here.
I'm taking us out of here, everybody. Put your belts on. We're going to get out of here. Hey, thanks for being with us here today. Great day here in the community. And even though we had a tremendous big trade here early this morning, I hope we all learned something from that. That's what it's all about. So coming tomorrow, we've got Wednesday, the 25th. Gosh, this month is almost over. On the menu here, we do have Nick for a tick. Deanna's going to join us. Coach Jay's going to drop in. For Power Plays, we got Thomas Becker. David Green's going to join us. Stanley P. And Coach Dakota, David Green, Andre, and Hogue are going to call the day out. And we'll get that. But otherwise, let's not forget about the 3:15 here with At the Buzzer with Coach Jay every day, Monday through Friday at 3:15 Central Time. A little later on, we do have the 6 o'clock Coach Ray volume profile supply and demand class, 7 p.m. Central Time with my good Goomba, my paisan, Coach Vince, tech analysis, chart, candle charts, volume profile, TPO charts. That's at 7 p.m. and coming up at 7:30. Coach Dakota with slow markets every Sunday through Thursday. And don't forget, in the morning, bright and early, 3:30, we do have Deanna going to be the 3:30 Central Time, Monday through Thursday for the London close. And taking a look at what we've got tomorrow as far as eco numbers. Now, tomorrow is Wednesday, so we'll be kicking it in around 7:30 with some building permits. We also do have a bigger number at 9. New home sales, crude oil inventories. So 9 o'clock is going to be the big time for tomorrow. We have some other minor numbers throughout the day. 12 o'clock 5-year note. And a little later on in the afternoon, we're going to have member Kugler speaking, as Andre mentioned. So now it's your time. Right? It's your time now. So I want you, orders from headquarters, I want you to go relax, re-energize, right? Kick back, get ready for tomorrow, and stay safe, stay healthy, have a fantastic rest of your day. Until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Top Step TV. Take care.